explode on all these cocksucking motherfuckers. Fuck you. Not a goddamn cocksucking motherfucking one of you will come up on this live stream. How much you want to do that? You know, I'll get love for us. Yes, Betty Jacks, I will. And then as soon as you haters, a lot of you so-called haters get up on me, and then you fangirl out with, oh my God, you're here. You're really here. You're talking to me. Ah, bitch, you had shit to say, and I'm here talking to you, and then they fangirl out. No. No more of that. You got something to say about me? Just feel free to come up on my piano. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I may be a YouTube on my feelings that probably a lot of people's that I don't put it on. I gotta especially on this my feelings get fucking hurt. Guess what? I'm pissed now. I literally been through it for the past 2 minutes. So honey, sweetheart, baby girl. Out of any subscriber that you have watched that may pull this many views on a non-drama live night, I'll wait. You know they haven't. Shut the fuck up. Sit the fuck down, loser. With your little loser YouTubers. Don't want to talk drama, bitch. I will grab them all for fucking filth and still sit here saying fuck you and fuck what you're about on my own. Find another fucking fat ass YouTuber who will sit there on their own without a little sidekick, without a little peanut gallery. I don't need that to grab your ass. Plain and fucking simple. That's why I pull abuse from they know. I'm a fucking woman at 33 years old who will drag this shit out of you no matter what fucking age you are. Don't fucking come for me. I'm gonna find shit to come for you about. And if you don't think I can, I got enough shady bunch who will. I don't even have to do the work. It literally comes to me. That's right, Zoe. You tell them. I look good for 50. Damn right, I better look good for 50, bitch. It costs this money to look this damn cheap. I say I'm 33, but really I'm 53. So look at me. I look 23. I triggered the fucking drama community. Let's do it. I dare you cocksuckers to step up here. Let me drag your dick through the dirt like I did Randy in 5 fucking minutes. Let me drag fucking Lyanna and all them through the fucking dirt. They will not step up to me. I promise you. They get embarrassed. That someone half their age can fucking whoop their ass. Dude, I've been through it. I've been through hard knocks. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I kind of grew up rough. I have dealt with shit that you have no idea how to deal with. So these cocksuckers on the internet who want to talk shit about everybody the fuck else and not talk about their life, well, let's talk about your life. Go ahead and say what you gotta say about me, and then when you're done, I'm gonna come for you. And it's gonna hurt worse. Fuck, if I have to, I'll make that shit. And I'm not gonna tell you my Twitter name in the private chat. Hashtag me. Damn this fucking money. You guys know in life that I have grown that from the beginning. Okay, there's one thing that I know, like, look, I ain't got the smarts like the rest of my family, but there's one thing I know the business thing, and I know the internet thing. I am able to tell you my own fucking name that you've ever fucking met. never figure it out. So I'll play with them. There's 3 different people running this account. How dare you? How dare you? Bitch, I'm 5 steps ahead of you. Fat ass that. That's why you are where you're at. Everybody else, Isaac, you've been talking to me, but I don't troll. Dude, that is one thing I credit myself on. I am the biggest fucking troll. And I totally, like, Pete, shut up. You know I'm good. When I'm good, I'm fucking good, dude. That's why I'm always 5 steps ahead of everybody. Like, literally, I troll these people and they think I'm like the biggest hater of me. The biggest hater of me is me. I do it for the money, and the views. They just aren't smart enough. I get it. So I am hashtag ban is fucking wonderful.
For you when you're trying to lose weight.
I said it.
And I know that's hard to believe.
Yes, I am.
Cardio
We share 3 different accounts.
That have been replaced with the very next meal that you can store as more fat. This is why
We
we
do.
even eat low-calorie foods or run for an hour a day. It seems like you get softer, but you don't actually lose
I actually
weight.
got
This is
my
one of the
account
biggest
shut
reasons why
down
most
once.
weight loss attempts fail within
Got
the
a
first
half
2
another
weeks.
time.
I don't do an hour.
And here I
cardio.
am.
I have never done an hour cardio.
And I may be a couple other names,
years,
but I'm not
I've
telling those
stayed
names. But I am, and I will.
Well,
I am
so,
hashtag
a couple weeks
ban
ago,
Miss Fucking Wonderful on
you don't
Twitter.
have to live heavy to get in shape.
And I'm a
So,
crazy
diet
bitch.
because I'm
But
always
look,
feeling
it gained me
you
views.
follow diets where you're not hungry.
I have learned
Your favorite food.
that if I am who I am on YouTube, and then I talk shit about myself on on any other platform,
Well, here's your
it gains me views,
all
dude.
those myths
It's
to
called
rest
business.
and learn exactly what you need to do to get in shape, depending on what shape you're in right now and what shape you want to be in. With all those failed past attempts,
You have no idea
try
who
dealing
I
with that
am.
around your belly. Do you really think that
I'm kind
this
of a
time
fucking genius when it
gonna be
comes
any
to that.
I mean, how long are you going to keep?
I should be paid for being a perfectionist. Oh, lies. Call me out, Twinkies. Call me out.
Your belly fat.
You want me to call out our private conversations? I don't think you
So
do.
let me help you. Dieting
You guys
is
only do.
80% of getting in shape. Exercise is only 20. Yes, this
There
is
ain't no
true, but
falling
that
apart of
doesn't
best
mean
friends.
you have to
It's a
starve
joke.
or eat only salad.
all about
It's
the
not
views.
a joke.
Complete.
Thank you,
My
Desiree.
financial life, my private life, my business life, none of it was a joke.
Thank you, Isaac. Everybody else who has grown my channel throughout the year. Evil Abe is genuine. Evil Abe is genuine. He is not in any kind of conspiracy. He is not in any kind. He is who he is, 100%. That's why I like Evil. What did I call him the other day? Evil Abe is through and through. That is the only motherfucker on this platform. Yeah, I'll have Evil Abe's back. MFW VIP, you better stop. Or incognito. They have no idea who I am, but I just gave you a little tidbit. May you be a Lyanna, may you be a no good motherfucking Randy. I will literally take you on. Just like I beat Randy into the dust the other. She couldn't say nothing. She couldn't say anything intelligent. I said, no. Let's stick to what the fuck you said. You said you wanted me to be friends with this no good motherfucker. So would you be good friends with this motherfucker who did this to you? No, you wouldn't. Shut the fuck up. Go back to Wendy's, bitch. And your chicken nuggies. And give me some Chipotle sauce, too. PayPal, very important. Oh, shit. I have not been checking that at all tonight. I'm so sorry, guys. I've been on a roll. Because I am fucking pissed. Okay? I am fucking pissed. These cock-sucking, no-good motherfuckers come after me every fucking day. Oh, I'm ready. They think they're going to take me down, this fucking wonderful bitch? Have you met my mouth? I'm a woman that will take you all down, including your fat 100 fucking pound ass, Isaac. You can call me the cleanup girl from here on out. Hashtag cleanup girl. I haven't been talking to your friends. Your very friends are the ones who are fucking you. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, literally, that one I don't even want to touch because he's got so many haters against him that he doesn't even fucking realize. People who thinks are his friends are literally against him, giving me super chats like, hey, we're fucking him. Hey, we're doing this. Okay. I don't even know these fucking people. But you're a big enough piece of shit. Same with all the rest of them. I guarantee someone in my life will come toe to toe with me. I'm begging any YouTuber who has put me down or talked shit about, like, come on now. Call me the cleanup girl. I will ruin you. Because I'm real. I would rather be known for being real than being a fake motherfucker who's going to tell you like it is. You know what, motherfuckers? Bring it on. Have I not opened up my panel every time? Let's air our grievances. Setting up black men, setting up this, setting up that. Fuck you and fuck what you're about, dude. People want to call me racist. Do you not know who my fucking nieces are? Do you not know who my sister is? Motherfuck you. You want to call me racist? My favorite fucking nieces? Really? You want to contact my nieces and shit? Why they're doing good in college? My twin baby nieces? Oh, and you don't think I don't know that yet? Oh, I learned that yesterday, and that's why I'm fucking pissed. You come after my family, I'm coming after you. You send a PayPal, I know your real name. I'm coming for you. Come Friday night, you're fucking dead to me. You want to talk shit to my fucking mixed nieces and nephews? Bitch, who the fuck do you think you are? You may think you're tough. Do you know how many white family members they have? I fucking dare you one more fucking time. Meredith has already lost her fucking shit. You don't come after my fucking family, period, the end. You can come after my dad and my mom. They knew who the fuck they raised. You come after my nieces and nephews. You try to write them fucking letters and shit about me. Contact them on Facebook. You are dead to me, motherfucker, and I know who the fuck you are. My baby nieces are in Ball State doing the best they can fucking do against all odds. Okay? My sister was raped with those two kids, okay? Yes, they're mixed. Yes, they are the best things that I love in my life. You fucking come for my nieces, you are dead to me. And bitch, you know who that you are. Victoria. You are dead to me. My nieces are in college. You contacted them. I am exposing everyone in your fucking family, and we're gonna call them. Oh yes, we are. You came after my baby nieces. You are dead to me. You are fucking dead to me. There's a lot behind this why I'm so fucking mad right now. Don't you goddamn dare. What you don't know is my sister was raped. She kept those children. Yes, they're mixed. You come after my fucking family, you are fucking dead. And I'm going to fuck my YouTube channel. Don't come after my goddamn family. And I mean that for all you cocksucking motherfuckers. You come after my baby nieces, you come after my baby nephews, you are dead to me. Victoria, you fucking contacted my fucking nieces. Try to tell them I'm racist? You got fucking nerve, bitch. You got fucking nerve and see what's coming for you. I'm pissed. You don't say that to my fucking nieces. The shit you said out of your fucking mouth, you got to be slapped. You will be slapped. But this is the last fucking thing I do. I will hunt you down like the fucking dog you are. You don't talk about my fucking nieces like that. You don't say shit like that to my fucking nieces. Period. Anybody in my fucking family. Those are little fucking girls. They're 21 years old in fucking college. You don't say that. I'm pissed. So what if they're half black? And you got the fucking problem, not me, not our fucking family. Are you kidding me? No. No. I am pissed. I'm like to the verge of tears. I am so fucking mad. Coming after Lena and Chloe. You come after my fucking nieces, you come after any of my family, you are dead to me. Doing better than you've ever fucking thought you would do. Against all odds. Call me a racist. Call anybody in my family a fucking racist again. We're going to show you what a fucking racist is. You don't know how many fucking people are in my family and what kind of colors we have in our family, and I will fucking get you. You saying that shit to my fucking nieces, Victoria, you are dead. You are dead to me. You are dead to my sisters. We're coming for you. Never put that in my baby niece's head ever again. Like we don't love them because of what they came from. You don't even know, bitch. You don't even fucking know. I'm so fucking triggered over this. This is what is making me so mad tonight. These cocksuckers are fucking with my family now. And I'm pissed. Like big time pissed. Trying to make my sister, who has mixed children, feel like I'm a fucking racist and that their aunts and shit are fucking racist. That's cute. Say what you gotta say to them. You found my fucking weak spot. Now I'm coming for you, whether it fuck you too. Fuck life. I'm coming for you. This is the last fucking thing I do. And remember, revenge is best served cold. Clock it right now, whether I'm in prison or not. You better fucking clock this because it's me who's coming for you. It ain't gonna be Meredith, it ain't gonna be Andy, it ain't gonna be nobody else. It's gonna be my crazy ass that's gonna fucking kill you for saying that shit. You know what the fuck you said, bitch. And don't make me expose you on Drunk Life, because goddamn it, I will. I goddamn will. And the rest of your fucking family. My baby nieces, for those of you that don't know, are mixed. Okay? I have 5 other brothers and sisters. One of my sisters got raped. Whatever, she chose to keep the fucking twins, okay? And then I have another niece, out of love, who is mixed too, with blonde hair and blue eyes. And you fucking came from my family. It ain't Bombshell, it ain't Savage, it's fucking Victoria. And I'm gonna get her. I'm gonna get her where it fucking hurts. Do not ever come after my fucking family. Motherfucker. And fuck you. You've got our whole family pissed. And guess what? The family that you got pissed has fucking money and will literally nail you to the cross and not let you off. I may be the loser of my family, but you pissed me off, and I had enough phone calls today. They're pissed off enough. You don't threaten our family, ever. Don't tell them nothing. You don't say nothing. This is the key to where I'm pissed off tonight. I am pissed. Don't hurt my family because I say shit. Fuck you. If it means I'll go to prison, I will fucking destroy you. You think I got a lot to lose? You hurt my baby nieces with what you said, and you know what the fuck you said, bitch. Every ounce of me is coming for you at this point. Doug ain't even holding me back because he goddamn knows better. You fuck with my family, especially my baby nieces. I don't have kids. That's as close as I have. You fuck with them. You have literally, you might as well cut my fucking head off. You better make sure I'm goddamn dead. But no, you didn't. Good luck to you. I don't care if my YouTube, I'm going to literally live the rest of my life destroying yours. Fuck you! Do not say that to my family if you know what you said. I am pissed. And I'm going to come for every single fucking one of you with every single dollar of my fucking family's money. I may not have shit, but my family does. And you have pissed us all off. Because of me. And now I got to make it right. You have pissed my sister off. I'm pissed. Okay, calm down, Katie. Calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. I'm pissed. I'm not gonna cry because I'm so mad. I'm not gonna cry. I get mad when I cry when I get so fucking mad. I can't handle it. There has been so much shit that has happened in the past. I get so... Oh, I like pussy more than I like dick, right? So I'm going to show you what a little bitch is used for. I'm kind of like that. Actually, I'm dominant. I'm going to shove it down you. You're going to fucking like it. Every bit of it. Until you cry. I'm kind of like that, too. Some evil. Billy, where are you? Billy, come on. Billy. Veronica, you tell him. I am getting gross. Oh, it's going to get real fucking gross. RX, don't you pat 999 Smiles ass. Billy's going to like it. He's going to be, like, literally, I'm going to sit on his face with my balls right in his face and say, what? What was that? And I'm going to smack him every time he says something I don't like. Smack this fucking spit out of him. You don't suck it hard enough? I'll make him.
Your chair's not even
Make
real.
his old lady watch. Say, hey, bitch, sit the fuck down. Let me show you how it's done. Shut up, fat ass.
Tag the Truds demons here. Multiple personalities. All
Or actually tell him. Well, Jerry, they want to fucking get gross. I'll fucking get gross worse than they ever have. Okay? Clock at the fucking house. You want a filthy fucking mouth? You got it. I've worked at biker bars my whole life. You think I haven't heard it all? I won't say shit that'll make you fucking blush, man. Billy, you ain't into sucking my... What? Billy, you're a fat fuck. I need your fat ass mouth on my dick right now. Are you going to step up or are you going to still talk shit? Are you going to be a keyboard warrior? Is that what you're good for? Or are you going to step on up here? Or give me your number so I can call you. Let's call you, Billy. Let's call you. I dare you. Give me your number. Let's call Billy. This will be fun. Billy, give me your fucking number, loser. I dare you. Let me hunt you down like the dog you are. You're such a badass, Billy. Give me your number. We can discuss the rape of your mouth and my dick. Bet your wife will really like that too. Another bitch taking advantage of you, because I bet you ain't never had that. You seem like a cuck, but I will teach you what a real cuck is. Billy, give me your number. Here I am. I'm firing up my iPad. Billy, I need you. Billy, that ain't you. Come on, Billy. That ain't your real number. If it was your real number, you would already DM'd it to me. Stop. Everybody call that number and tell me if it's real. If it's real, I'll call it. Everybody call that number. Bet you it ain't Billy's number. Bet you his wife is some 500-pounder with bleach blonde hair and dark eyebrows, living in a trailer with 6 inbred kids. 2 of them ain't even his. But he claims them as their daddy. That's my boys. Don't you tell me nothing else. Motherfucker, yeehaw! Riding out in his fucking Ford. Don't even have a sawed-off shotgun. No. He's got a regular shotgun. He ain't supposed to have that because he's on parole. Alright? For fiddling the damn kids. Damn you, Billy. What are you doing, Billy? I love a good redneck. Let's get you up on here. And if you ain't a redneck, then I'm going to tear your ass up worse than you've ever seen. Come on, Billy. Did someone call that number and check it? Hey, Pete, can you call that number real fast for me? Just to make sure that I'm calling the real motherfucker. We're going to censor this chat. And if you're a little bitch, Billy, you're going to get called out for being a little bitch and putting a fake number in. I need Evil Abe up on here. Is that your real number, Billy? Billy went broke back. No answer. Call it again until it picks up. Make sure it's in. We don't call fakes, Billy. Billy, we don't call fakes. Put your real number in. And don't fuck around. And go ahead and put your social security number in, because we'll know in 5 minutes once you put that fucking number in. So go on and do what you gotta do. I promise you, Billy, you won't get hurt. No one's gonna fuck with you. Not at all. Billy, no one's gonna fuck with you. Put your real number in and your social. You know, as soon as you put that real number in, we're going to know everything about you within 5 minutes. So come on, I dare you, tough guy. I promise. I promise I won't fiddle your life. I just need you to put that real number in so I can find out everything about you, Billy. Come on, Billy. Let's do it. You want to be a tough guy? Let's do a tough guy act. Put your real shit in. How big's your dick? How big is it? Don't even start with me. I'll talk to your wife. I'll talk her out of her fucking panties, and you will know. You will know. I got that kind of charm with me. Oh, Billy. Oh, is that your real number? Someone called it to make sure, because I ain't making fake phone calls. Billy, are you sure? Is that your soch too? I promise you, Billy, all your wildest and his fucking wonderful dreams will come true. Yeah, but that's like a fake number, Billy, so why don't you put your real number in? We've done called it. Billy, put your real number in. I dare you. Let's call your wife, Billy. Let's see how much you satisfy her while you're sitting on the internet looking at another chick. Let's see how she satisfies you. Let's do it. You don't know who you're fucking with. Put your real fucking number in. I promise you we'll have a good time for about an hour. Because I'm going to find out everything about you and call your aunts, your uncles, everybody. Don't believe me? Watch my old live streams. I promise you I'll give you a good time. I promise you I'll have everything about you within an hour. Come on, Billy. And don't put a fake number in. They've done called it. No answer. We want your real number. We want your wife's number. We want to hear how you beat up that pussy and shit. How you take care of her while you're sitting on the fucking internet at 10 o'clock at night. We want to hear that shit. We want to hear how you put your kids to bed. All that. And you think I don't get that? Billy, I'll be talking to Grandma and Papa by the end of the night. Ask Bella Morte. I'm the pussy. That's why I'm asking for a number. I'll wait. I am literally waiting on your number, Billy. Not a fake one. Everyone's calling it, and you're not picking up. Billy, come on. You and Laura, come on up. Pink. He's right here. Why are you worried about my dog? Where's your dog? And I don't mean your old man. I mean your dog. Billy, quit putting fake numbers in. You're embarrassing. Okay, next. Next troll I'm going to bust. Hell, if they're going to be a troll, let's call them out. Let's talk dirty to their wives and shit. Trust me, I'll make them blush more than I will. No, I ain't going to stop. I love this kind of shit. Let me dirty talk your wife for a minute. We should call that old crackhead who swears she's been raped. And we should call the old crackhead who swears she's been raped. Let's do it. Kit Kat, where's your fucking number, you old whore? And let's hear it. Let's call it. Let's hear it. Let's hear about how you sucked dick for fucking crack and then claimed rape. And then got the dude killed in prison. That's why your life's shit. Karma's a bitch. Well, maybe they'd be in better condition if you didn't do such dirty shit in your life. Well, any of you are good standing citizens? You have any retarded grandchildren or any that are having problems? No. It's good karma. Good for you. Keep it up. Gina says, go back to Millie. Carlos. Tell them we are not coming. Carlos. Where are you living, baby royal alone? Are you living with baby royal alone? Carlos, how dare you? How dare Carlos? Look at him. Look at his little baby head. I sure do love my cup-ups. Oh, I will leave this stream up, and what are you going to do? Are you going to get me shut down? Is YouTube going to shut me down? I make them so much better, they're going to shut me down. Ooh, I'm a badass, baby Jackie. I'm a badass, baby boy. Ain't that right? Oh, I'll leave it up. Are you going to leave a comment or are you going to leave a donation? Everybody, challenge this motherfucker to a donation. I dare you to donate. And I'll leave it up. Challenge on. How do I do that, Malay? Raina, fuck you and your loser husband in that picture. I'll leave it up. Are you gonna say, dude, that dude looks like a cuck. You let him fuck you in the butt? Does he fuck other men in the butt? Does he think about men while he's fucking you? That dude looks like a cuck. Why is his skinny little ass in the picture with him? Raina, is your husband is fucking like a man? Fucking like a man. I bet you are the one that wears the pants in the family. Look at his little skinny ass and your big ass. Oh yeah, you're sitting on that shit. Who? Jason? I mean, don't talk shit unless you got a good looking husband. I mean, if you're gonna put your real picture, like, expect to be badgered to hell and back. How is that cuck? Does he suck another dude's dick? Is he a fluffer? Is that really your picture? Is that really your guys' picture? Why would you do that? Why would you talk shit with you and your old man's picture? Especially when he ain't even good looking. Stop. Why are you doing that? Why are you embarrassing your husband? Sophia's Emporium. You are the fucking weirdest bitch in the world. How many people think Sophia Emporium is weird? Put a 1 in the chat. There's something definitely wrong with you. You're probably fucking the cuck. You're the fluffer for the cuck. Oh my. You remember that one bitch who like talks to herself and acts like he's watching and I put in that you're a weirdo just to be funny one time? She's fucking herself. I'm gonna see them ones, everybody. Why do you talk to yourself, Sophia? It's really fucking weird. Like, I watched you one time, me and him did, and you were like talking to yourself, like people were responding back, and I was like, oh my god, this bitch has actually lost it. This bitch has actually fucking lost it. She's on the spectrum. She's on the spectrum. Someone said she's on the spectrum. I love that. What's wrong with you? For real. I'm not going to make fun of you. Really, what's wrong with you? I really won't make fun of you. Like, you got some kind of issue or something? And I won't make fun of you no more. But if you're like legit and you're this fucking nuts, like your ass is getting dragged. But if you're that fucking retarded and you're legit retarded, I'll leave you alone. This bitch will straight talk to herself in streams acting like people are there. I've never done, dude, I really haven't seen anything like this. Are you really? You moved to Florida too? Good. Yes, Pete. Yes. Like this motherfucker. Hey, this motherfucker has like 5 screens up and literally talks to people as they're talking on their live stream like they're talking to her. I've never seen anything so crazy. Like, she's crazy enough where I'm going to give her a shout out. This bitch is off her fucking rocker. This Sophia's Emporium. I mean, you guys will get bored as soon as you watch her channel. But, dude, she talks as if someone's talking to her. Hey, Debbie Dads. Yes, Evil Abe. Yes, I'm almost there. Soon. Hopefully. Y'all, they come after me for, hey, Deb, what? You make my days better. Yes, you make mine too. I'm waiting for my iPad to fucking charge up. We're going to turn it on. Why is it not charging? Where's my charger? Pete, shut up. You know I'm good. When I'm good, I'm fucking good, dude. That's why I'm always 5 steps ahead of everybody. Like, literally, I troll these people and they think I'm the biggest hater of me. The biggest hater of me is me. I do it for the money, and the views. They just aren't smart enough. I get it. So I am hashtag ban this fucking Wednesday. I said it. Yes, I am. We share 3 different accounts. We do. Oh, we do. I actually got my account shut down once. Got a hack and here I am. And I may be a couple other names, but I'm not telling you. But I am, and I will. I am hashtag ban this fucking Wednesday. And I'm a crazy bitch. But look, it's gave me views. I have learned that if I am who I am on YouTube and then I talk shit about myself on any other platform, it gains me views, dude. It's called business. You have no idea who all I am. I'm kind of a fucking genius when it comes to that. I should be paid for being a professional. Oh, lies. Call me out, Twinkies. Call me out. You want me to call out our private conversation? I don't think you do. You guys only knew. There ain't no falling apart of best friends or nothing. It's a joke. It's all about the views. Thank you, Desiree. Thank you, Isaac. Everybody else who is on my channel throughout the year. Evil Abe is genuine. Evil Abe is genuine. He is not in any kind of conspiracy. He is not in any. He is who he is, 100%. That's why I like Evil. What did I call him the other day? Evil Abe is through and through. That is the only motherfucker on this platform. Yeah, I'll have Evil Abe's back. MFW VIP, but it's not. Or incognito. They have no idea who I am, but I just gave you a little tidbit. Watch me go wild and say, it's not me. And there are 3, possibly 6 people running that fucking account. I can't keep up with that. Evil Abe, I do like Evil Abe. I think he is genuine. He's real. He ain't gonna tell you anything that he don't fucking believe, okay? He's like me. Fuck you. Fuck your views. Fuck what you're about. Fuck if you're fake. I do like Evil Abe. 100%. If there is someone on this platform that I have found that I actually like and I will not fuck with because I like them, I genuinely like them, It's evil. Filthy Abe. I call him Filthy Abe. That's what I call him. Yeah, Filthy Abe. His name is Evil Abe, Highway to Hell, and you all can subscribe to him because he's the only platform I will go in. So if I'm not here and you hear him on another platform, it's his or I'm not on there. It's a fake. I'm not going on anybody else's platform. Clock at the house. I can do what I do on mine. And sometimes I like to go, I listen to Evil Abe all the time. And then sometimes I like to chat in his chat. And then I'll go up on this panel. That is literally the only goddamn panel on the face of YouTube you will ever see me on. The rest is a fucking lie. They will cut up my voice clips and act like I'm on their fucking panels and shit. No. No. I'm telling you, right goddamn motherfuckers, listen, clean out your motherfucking ears, because I ain't gonna fucking say it again. I'm here, and I've been on Evil Abe's. That is it. Those people are liars. Those people who have fucking these fucking wonderful Twitter accounts and shit like that, liars. That is not me. Trust me, I'm not gonna go on there in my real name. I'm gonna go under there and they're fucking cutie patootie or something like that and fuck your life up. Let you talk to me. Tell me all your dirty secrets. Tell me what you're gonna do to this fucking wonderful. That's why I'm 5 steps ahead of the 10. Actually 10 at all given times. Pete, tell him you cannot troll a fucking troll. I know what you're going to say before you say it. And that's the life, Baby Jax. Baby Jaxie. That is the life of a YouTuber, okay? Don't judge me. Who cares if Abe was Savage's boy? That's done and been gone. She never deserved him. She never deserved that friendship. So I'm going to swoop it on up. And I'm going to take it on in. Evil Abe's my new best friend on this platform. Filthy Abe. Yes. Fuck Savage Bomb. That dirty, no good motherfucker. That's fine. She can tell her lies and keep trying to be relevant. 2021. And right, Pete? I don't give a fuck. I like Evil Abe. I don't care what you guys say. And you don't like him, don't fucking watch it. But I'm telling you, he's a good time. Every time I've watched him, I had a good time. And in fact, most times I get up on his panel. So if I'm like not live here, I'm probably live on Evil Abe's or Filthy Abe. What is his channel name? God damn it, someone put his channel name in there. I can't even fucking remember. Evil Abe Highway to Hell is what Evil Abe's Highway to Hell. Evil Abe's Highway to Hell. Evil Abe's Highway Manor or Evil Abe's Meat Hole Manor. Fuck, I can't remember. Fuck me. Pete, put it in the chat, please. Chronic, I cannot remember. I think it's Highway Manor. But he's totally funny, and I think you guys would fucking like him. Yeah, he's all rowdy and shit. He yells and like, yeah. But anyways, who are we dragging next? Next motherfucker. I'm waiting. And stop talking about myself. Why? That's my favorite fucking subject matter. Get the fuck out of here if you don't like it, bitch. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? Who the fuck you think's chat you're in? Next. We're talking about, hey, Evil Abe's here, everybody. Evil Abe's Highway to Hell. That's it. Evil A. Look that up. Scroll. Yes, that is Evil A right here. Check them out. Check them out, everybody. Lava, I have that effect on people. I do. I'm waiting for my iPad to charge up, and then I'm going to read the PayPal messages. Please believe those are the most important, because that goes right into my pocketbook, and I need it. Fuck, do I? I always need it, dude. People act like I make a fucking shit ton off of here. Dude, I'm broke as a motherfucker always. PayPal's mean a lot to me. They do. That's what makes me eat. If you guys don't believe it, that's how I eat. If it weren't for that, I would not. Absolutely. When I get my check, it goes to rent, it goes to my fucking truck payment, insurance, and shit like that. All my PayPal goes to food and whatever bills I need to know. Other than that, and helping my parents and whatever else. I never have money left over. Dude, I'm a fucking loser. I'm the kind of person who's, like, I'm just an asshole. I just am. You guys give me 20, I'm giving away 10. You feel me? Look at Baby Baba. He's so cute. You're my Baby Baba. All things that you do. I promise you. Why do you think? No, never mind. I always shut up. My mom's like, shut that fuck up right now. Okay, never mind. I'm quiet. Who's TT? I've never heard of TT. It hurts. It hurts so bad. It sucks to be me. It sucks. So sad. I cannot I'm charging my PayPal right now. No. I'm charging it up. Give me $1 billion in there if I charge it up. Tina. How do we teach it? Never heard of it. Hey, Stacy Little. I'm trying to. I hope that it charges because for some reason it's not charging. It didn't charge on this one. Never heard of her, Salty Dog. Oh, isn't she that chick that got like banned and like discriminated and like fucking beat to hell on fucking doctor? Yeah, that's a loser. I don't care about that. Bring me someone good. Bring me someone good. I've never heard of them. I did like years ago, but I don't think that person's relevant anymore.
You say I'm not relevant.
Who's Laura? Who I know named Laura?
Tag Lori Mirth. And Zach Goldcamp.
Is Billy back again, Keith?
Steven and Katie were never a real couple,
Yes,
Eleanor. Katie does have roles.
What
But you're talking about Mr. Wrinkles tag.
Okay. I beg you to be bringing
Katie
someone
has
wrong.
tried to kill my
Like someone who
animals.
I actually know their names. Like,
That wasn't a real room, little strict J. That was her chop, TikTok, cut it out world and have a dream board. You're harassing me because of a tornado that took our 3-season room away. Oh, she's psychotic. She's actually lost her mind from being so
Shelley Clark,
hateful.
I don't know who we're talking about.
She thinks I talk to myself.
Bring me someone relevant on
While
YouTube,
she
please,
talks
so
to
I know who the
fake
fuck you're
bots.
talking about. I'm sorry,
As
I don't know.
COVID-19 reshaped society, entrepreneurs who launch their dreams on YouTube remain
Who?
resilient
How do I
and
know her?
dedicated.
No.
From who?
This has all been a nightmare and destroyed the business. And that is the problem with social media.
Do you not know? There's so
Because
many
these guys have
that
hacked
come
me.
Why else?
And there's a lot of people that helped her. And that's why they watch.
Yeah, I don't know, Lisa. I've never
Somebody
heard of
has put up the NIGGER family and sisters and NIGGRA again. And they spell out after
Who is she,
LOL,
Patrick?
FHA,
Okay, bring me someone
HWT, whatever
relevant.
that
Making
means.
these views. Come on.
I keep reporting it as child abuse, hate
Rosie
speech.
O'Kelly, I like her.
Sure you do. Because little Rosie is who you guys
I do.
killed off, tag it. And that's me.
I know Rosie O'Kelly. That's a transformer. I like her.
No, it's not. It's a transgender. But he has a penis. Katie is interfering with the comment she put in with the NIGGER. Otherwise, they would clear. And all I can do is keep reporting it. That's not her father. Well, that's what she says about me, Jackie Edwards.
Okay,
And
boy.
she inverts it and is impersonating me and squatting on my channel.
Amber Lynn Reed. She's trying to make it in the world, man. That's it.
One of her
She's living her
alters.
best life, trying to do it.
She's making
That's
herself
I gotta go.
not seem
Love you
so
all.
FAT.
Bye.
And there she goes.
Wait, no, I don't. I gotta read my PayPal. Never mind.
Right, because she's still
Fuck that. I
scamming.
ain't leaving. I'm waiting on my fucking PayPal to join or to.
Well, good, because every
I'm sorry,
agency
Brad.
should be hearing this. It's 9:35 p.m. Central Standard Time, and you've hacked all my bank accounts, my identity, my address, my name, my social, and you're using this for Amber Lynn Reed, the big heavy girl. Really? Right, she should stop, but she won't. She has multiple personality disorder and has conned me out of thousands of dollars. So we're going to sit here while she brings up her Obama pad. See what she can scam tonight.
I'm coming to Indiana. Well,
But you live
not
in
spreading that
Oklahoma,
Brownsburg,
or
police
St.
know why, and
Louis.
so do you. And they also
Hazelwood
they
and
do
Ferguson
they know
and
you
Florissant.
fucking lie, yes.
You've been giving head in St. Louis for years.
Nasty, evil liar, and drunk as fuck.
Come on, hit that account, girl.
You better have proof. of
I've
what
already
you
reported
did.
it to federal authorities today.
Look, that's the girl right there.
Whatever.
That
You're talking
is
about Victoria
Jones
Anderson.
making herself guilty.
You're cursing her.
Brownsburg police do not take you credit
Tag Lauren
whatsoever.
and the
Victoria.
broken
They totally know your number.
iPads
They
and
know who you call.
iTablets
They know that you're a liar.
and
They also
phones.
know that you've never been a private investigator. They also know that you make a lot of threats and you threaten
You
to
are
kill me.
messing with my
For you
family,
to come in
and you're
here so I
trying
can
to
put
kill
your
me.
punk old ass in
You
jail.
imitate me.
Listen, you're decrepit.
I'm not. I'm only
Back
56.
down. You have kids.
They're
You have
grown.
all these people.
You
Why don't
aborted
you do
yours.
anything?
You're a trafficking
Oh,
whore.
don't you ever die. All those people still talk to me, and if you don't realize
Oh,
that
you're
you're
always
the
wishing
fool.
me dead. Who'd you threaten tonight, Mel?
Anyways,
You threatened to come kill somebody on
you
Friday.
think, come on, it's a game.
It's not a game. It might be a video
But
game.
anyways, Victoria,
Might be a
no,
simulation,
I
but it's not a game.
So I can
And you've got AIDS, rabies, and scabies, and Ebola, and parasites and worms.
So much,
You have attacked me with EMP weapons. I have never come to your house. You are inverting this, and you are a swatter. You don't have a home.
Literally.
And that's why you hate me and want everything I have.
Pensioner or grown up, you ain't shit. You gotta talk to your kids. Stop.
No,
You're
Katie,
embarrassing.
you're trying to kill them. You better stop.
Or,
You're talking about my grandkids and my kids.
I dare you.
Dan Soap lived in Indiana. Teresa lived in Oklahoma.
I promise you.
But you're Reggie from St. Louis.
You're a liar.
You're a multiple
The
possessed
police department.
personality fucktard.
He came and told my parents.
They're not your parents.
What? Literally. I
Let's
got another
tag
threat from you.
Bommy Bombshell as Ann Chisholm, the welcome wagon lady of
A
Ferguson.
public investigator, private investigator would threaten me, knowing so much about the law.
At least I'm innocent.
Victoria, give up your gig. You've never been what you say you
And I
are.
don't even have sisters. But Katie says she's my sister and lies.
They may or may not be talking to my mom right now. That's all I gotta say.
My mom has been deceased since 2010, along with my father.
It's so easy.
She's trying to steal
especially
stocks.
on Twitter to find out who you are, because the thing is with your Twitter address,
You
you
knew
always
since
come
I
up
was
with an ID, right? No matter what.
about
you
23.
Go back to your
You came for
IP
me,
address,
targeted
go back to
me
your Twitter account. So
with
you can
Dan
become
Soap
on
and her
YouTube,
con
all you
people.
want, no one's ever gonna find you. You go on Twitter. I have her fucking phone number and everything. I literally told this bitch.
My phone number is public. It was in the phone book as a business.
I can't remember it. She literally
The truth is the
bought me
truth.
anything that I
You're a
would
psycho.
want. I said, oh, thank you for caring about me. Dude, I went overboard. I really did with this one. I even used words
You have
like
another
that.
cocktail.
Like that. Make it believable. This Twitter every time I said anything. What a dumb bitch. And then I found out everything about her and talked to her family and shit. And literally they talked to her on Thanksgiving to stop that she collects a movie check. So she even got even madder and quit talking to her family. Come to Indiana, please. A 65-year-old's gonna whoop my ass, everybody. Put it on cam. Alright, heck, stop with your eyeballs. It's gonna get good. Billy, it's all a lie. She's a
Billy
pensioner.
is the dead guy from Carousel.
In Georgia. Like, she doesn't even realize
That's why
we
you
know
were
her real
teasing
name
to
and
come
everything.
get you.
And she does live in Georgia. You're right.
No, Ted Glasscock County,
I talked
Georgia.
to
My maiden name.
her offspring. And keep it on the down low.
Demon
Because she's crazy
Tourette's.
enough to fucking ruin their life. Come to Indiana. I beg of you. I beg of you,
She's in
Victoria.
St. Louis.
How do you know that, like, Like when people ain't gonna do shit when they
Oh, tag. Besides the dirty cop Doug
Cholito.
that she gave head to in St. Louis, she's claiming Doug
Oh,
Pratt.
Victoria, you're
And
getting
Becky
like
is
dog
also
shit.
in
I
St.
promise you. Come
Tag
to
Becky
Indiana,
Pratt.
old lady. I promise you won't be going back home. You'll be in jail. Brownsburg is waiting for you to fucking step foot on here.
Brownsburg is
I have no
regard to sodomy and her
Don't
sticking
believe
something up
just
somebody's
watch.
butt.
That's why I'm not in jail like you said I am.
I didn't say you were. You said you
Victoria will
were.
tell you. I've been in jail. I've been all this. Go to
Oh,
Indy.gov and see how much I've been in jail.
Says haven't watched you in 2 months. Girl, you lost weight. That's a lie.
Every time
So,
she calls,
Angelie is Katie, pumping in her own
I know.
comments.
You guys protect me. They are.
She talks to herself. V. Jones got the cooter cooties. That would be pornography or sexually explicit material.
We welcome you.
And how do you know? Are you a gynecologist that sees them live?
Like the private investigator, she ain't collected the She lives in Georgia, first and foremost. Her daughter rats her out every time she can.
That's
Her
not
daughter's
true.
on the chat right now.
Just like all the news, you
I
keep
will,
ignoring
Billy.
where it really
You
comes
already know.
from
Send
and the
it to
real
me.
names.
You already know.
This has to do with the political stuff and why Katie
Let's
supports
please
Trump.
watch this. They know. They better be fucking watching. They know. They better be fucking watching.
Well, I've never had a record.
I just showed them another thread.
You guys made up a bunch of fake stuff on me and think you're going to get away
Come
with it.
to Indiana. We welcome you.
All the people you threaten and nothing is done, but someone threatened you, and they're going to get arrested. Right, Nurse M65, because she inverts it. She's coming to kill me and has been
Like
doing
that
this
left
spell casting. She is a sick, twisted, insane convict by her own admission.
So, bail me, honey. Tell her, Stacy, we want you here, Victoria.
It's your big reality show. Come on, make it on the mainstream. I mean, they want to make you a famous movie star.
Iowa?
Tag all those
I've been
famous
Iowa
Reggie.
before. I-80 and all that. I've actually been to Iowa before.
Tag Jeff Angelo.
Got a pack. Are you going to give a prize away if they guess right? Or wait. JSBNME is going to give a prize away. If you can guess how many
Nobody's in
stickers
the
I
chat
sent.
right now.
Off cam too.
It says
Miss
lots of
Fucking
corn in
Wonderful,
Iowa.
gmail.com. What do you think? She's going to give a prize away, everybody. You better guess. Nurse says 3 packs. What else? Oh, we got 27.
She's spell casting for the end of the cycle. Tag
I don't make
Melvy's
threats, I make promises.
etymology.
That's why people are so shook
Spell
up. When I
casting
say
with
I'm coming for
words.
you, I'm fucking coming for you.
Tag Helena Blavatsky.
Why haven't I been to jail? I got the law in my back pocket. Figure it
No,
out.
because she sucks dicks
Yeah,
of
dumbasses.
cops. Tag Doug.
Thank you. Pink, I may be on my second pack. 22. 44, says P. 15.
They're playing.
Who wins?
Playing
What's
Boogie
the
Boogie.
prize?
Childish witchcraft. Gotta call a spade a spade.
You may get a prize, Stacy. What's the prize?
Tagging on the end of the cycle, Cassie says. Tag Cat. Katie conjures up our friends and speaks for them, or possesses them, or eats them.
6810. What did you do here? All after that, Ruby Jax wants attention, so he fakes a seizure. And it's not really a seizure.
Okay.
He just sniffs and
A
coughs
cat
and
shoved in
hiss.
an old dog's body
Pick
in
him
a
up.
spell to make a fake royal dog.
It's a buddy.
No, it's her psychotic black magic.
He's my baby buddy. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna watch a movie. I love you all. Made it ciao.
Okay, so she's out. And we'll see how long it takes her to delete the video. I'm backing up.
Pete, tell him you cannot troll a fucking troll.
So she calls herself a troll.
I know what
which
you're gonna
admits
say.
she's
What do you
harassing
say?
me.
And that's live, baby Jax.
9:48 p.m. Central
That is
Standard
life for
Time.
the YouTuber, okay? Don't judge me.
This is Wednesday, the 9th of December, and the video is now unavailable. So we knew exactly what she'd do. And let's get over to here.
In the news today because it's been forced to fight a legal war. More than 40 attorneys general today, as well as the Federal Trade Commission, hitting the company with antitrust lawsuits. Now, among other things, if these suits are found to have merit, Facebook could be forced to spin off Instagram and WhatsApp, and that would be a big deal.
Yeah,
Edward
and I've
Lawrence
been
on top of
totally
it, joins us
hacked
from
on
Washington
Facebook.
with the details. Edward.
Yeah, Connell, they hit the unlike
So
button.
now
This
they're
is
gonna
the
come
second
try
and
to
third
get me
lawsuits in what's expected to be a
and
series of
retracted her
lawsuits against the
message.
tech giants.
So
In
they're
October,
on
it was
me.
Google. Today, 48 attorneys general sued Facebook for anti-competitive behavior. The Federal Trade Commission also filed a separate lawsuit
I
today
did talk
against
to
the
the
company. Now,
Federal Trade
specifically,
Commission
the
today on the
lawsuits
phone.
by the states use words like illegally acquired competitors in a predatory manner. Also saying
Yes,
Facebook
they
cut services
mined
to
my
smaller
data
companies,
and
threatening to
predatorial
deprive users
went
of
against my
benefits from
business.
company or from competition.
Absolutely true.
Facebook used vast amounts of money to acquire smaller rivals and potential rivals before they could threaten the company's dominance.
Tag Prana
I'll say
marketing
billions were thrown at smaller companies in an effort to get them to sell.
and making some
The
kind
two
of a
most glaring
corporation out of me
examples
without
of
my
this
permission
unlawful scheme were Instagram and
to
WhatsApp.
con this money
Now, in the lawsuit by the FTC, it
and try to
specifically
drive
says
me
to
crazy.
rebalance the playing field. It
Ruin
could
my
require
life.
the divestiture of Instagram and WhatsApp. The New York Attorney General says Facebook used strong-arm tactics to force the sale of startups to simply crush competition. She also says that if an app encroached on Facebook's turf or did not sell to CEO Mark Zuckerberg, he would go into destroy mode. This on top of
The
lawsuit,
apps are how they
the company
hacked
says the
through
company
YouTube
exploits
and
more
Facebook
data
and Twitter.
customers even realize
And the
in some
memes.
cases without their knowledge.
This is about way more than anybody knows.
But while consumers have been spending their time keeping in touch on Facebook, Facebook has been spending its time surveilling users' personal information, and profiting from it. No company should have this much unchecked power over our
Nobody
personal
should have been able to
information
hack me
and our
like
social
this.
interactions.
You still won't
Facebook
use my
just
name or look
responded
at
to this in a
my
statement saying, quote, the most
evidence.
important fact in this case, which the commission does not mention in its 53-page complaint talking about the FTC, is
I
that
know
it
everybody's
cleared these
listening. No,
acquisitions
I'm
years
not
ago.
that
The
worried.
government now wants a do-over,
But it's
sending a
terrifying.
chilling warning to
Very
American business that
stressful.
no sale is ever final. People and small businesses don't choose to use Facebook free services and advertising because they have to. They use them because the services deliver the most value.
No, people took over my identity and raised money on cloned accounts.
All right, Edward Lawrence in Washington, live with us on Facebook.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated.
clarified although Hunter has equity in the Chinese investments. According to the Johnson-Grassley Senate report, he got millions from a state-backed Chinese company, received $3.5 million, the wire transfer from...
They're setting up a guy named Matt Hunter in my belief as a remote viewer and someone on the inside that knows what's going on in St. Louis. Because they lied and pre-manufactured the entire thing.
Who could forget his dealings with Burisma Holdings? Yeah, with no experience in
Tag a
oil,
holding
gas,
company
energy,
in
or Ukraine.
Texas.
Imagine if Hunter's name was Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric, Barron Trump, Tiffany Trump. But the story gets even bigger. That is Joe Biden.
Right, because Sean Hannity knows they throw cards on people and hide people like me under these men, whether it's Trump or Biden, because they're all using my data and watching me 24/7 for years because I'm involved in this. Beyond camel toe jokes. And there shouldn't be no such thing as war between Republicans and Democrats. And this is what it's come down to. The implosion of our government. Pathetic.
But Hunter said he didn't get a cent. No, he got millions of dollars. Our report documents $5 million. We issued an addendum to our report showing about $6 million was paid into the accounts of...
I believe this is misleading media. Like I said, I say Matt Hunter. You say Hunter Biden. I say code. And you guys say we don't know it.
I think $33 million of income. And it just went poof. That business
no, it's me that have had my life went poof. Tag poof. Where's Elvis Presley? Because this all started with Trump saying he was friends with Elvis Presley.
By the way, please send to your colleague, Senator Grassley, and I know he recovered fully from COVID. I know you did as well.
No, you don't recover from COVID. It comes back in the fever and the mind virus and the lack of thought. They lose their brain cells. This is a computer hack. It's a mind virus. And now the whole debate with the election and the serums. You guys are just stalling. But I'm the guilty one for speaking up.
Well, it is. It's obvious to everybody except the mainstream media. And of course, we found out now the mainstream media had far greater influence and interference in our election than any Russian
Maybe they spoke up for the truth.
I mean, the fact of the matter, there have been polls out now. The McLaughlin poll said that 36% of Biden voters had never heard of the Hunter Biden story because of the censorship and suppression of that. 13%.
That's because you are censoring me. And it's happening through YouTube idiots. And Facebook idiots. And Twitter idiots. And fake government idiots. I'm not saying there's not a real government. I've said everything honestly. And you guys are sickening in a video game that's destroying our planet and our people. They listen to me talk every day, and you know it, and you deny it.
After 15 months, U.S. Attorney John Durham has filed the first criminal charge in his investigation.
And here comes Channer's group, Epoch Times, which is part of the controversy.
The special counsel led by Bob Mueller. So what was his crime? Basically,
well,
what happened.
Department of Justice, and then you're back to Ferguson. It's weird how it all works. Where are we? Let's see this. Mr. Conway.
In our politics lead today, President Trump continues to...
And it's the guy that looks like Jeffrey Peterson. Tag it. This is the CNN News guy.
Someone, a lawmaker, or perhaps a Supreme Court justice, who is you do the right thing and back him up.
You guys need to do the right thing, but come clean about what you did to me.
Sources tell CNN today that Republican leadership rejected an inauguration-related resolution acknowledging what we all know to be reality: Joe Biden is the president-elect. Conservative attorney and co-founder of the Lincoln Project.
Nobody knows about the reality of neither one of them being the quote president.
Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, Roy Blunt deny reality. I expect that President Trump will.
You guys are denying reality because you're traumatized.
Well,
You got busted.
So far. I mean, they shouldn't be.
Talk about Watergate.
Today was an important day. That should have been.
And then you try to destroy
the
the human race.
Trump campaign's suggestion that he won the election.
Really bad movie.
Safe Harbor Day, which is a provision in Title III of the U.S. Code, it's enacted pursuant to Article 2 of the Constitution that basically says that if states have certified the election in their states for presidential elections, that's conclusive upon Congress. And all the states that truly matter, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, and you can go right on to archives.gov and you can see the certificate signed by the governors of those various states allotting their state's electors to the Democrats, to Joe Biden, including Republicans who do see them. So this is over. This has been over for a long time. It's going to be officially over December 14 when those electors that have been selected on those certificates actually get together at the state capitol and vote. This came into the big role of time. It's just crazy that all of this is still going on. People are pretending to say, oh, it's likely before the election, or even tonight, for the Trump is. It's just gotten to the point of just illusion, a combination of illusion and absolute nasty.
So, speaking of which, Senator Ted Cruz is asking the Supreme Court to take up a lawsuit in Pennsylvania challenging the state's mail-in voting, which was passed by the Republican legislature in Pennsylvania. Cruz is offering to argue the merits of the case at the High Court. Here he is on Fox Live.
I'm hopeful the Supreme Court will step forward to its responsibility and resolve this case and resolve other cases as needed according to law and according to the Constitution. To say this is a country where we respect the rule of law, where we follow the Constitution, not the momentary partisan swell of interest or passion you may see on either side.
Cruz always says this, and he never delegated the Republican legislatures in Pennsylvania passed this law. But beyond that, Pennsylvania Republican Senator Pat Toomey is obviously taking the opposite approach, telling the Philadelphia Inquirer, quote, the outcome of the election is clear, and that is that Joe Biden won the election. Do you think there's a chance the Supreme Court might take up this case that Cruz is pushing?
No, it doesn't have a snowball's chance. They're going to deny the emergency application. Ted offered to argue the case. There's going to be no argument because you don't argue emergency applications. There is no federal issue in that case for the Supreme Court to accept or resolve. That case came from the state courts of Pennsylvania, and the issue was whether or not
Tag Randy Moggins to Pennsylvania.
Chapter 7.
He says he's in Canada. Dave. These are important people that have gone off of media in an attempt to hide what really happened. Tag the Hillary Clinton email server story that alleges Randy Moggins is connected to it. And then tag it back to setting me up. Because they all use my data. This is about identity theft through data hacking. And they accuse me of being an artificial intelligence. And I have a birth certificate. And have given birth. I'm a public figure in a small town who's been mocked and run into the ground between social media, the internet, the political hoopla, and living in a town that's been shut down for 20 years for a movie or some crap. And nobody has an answer. We're in the middle of a crisis and martial law and shutdowns and lockdowns and the whole thing. And I've been documenting the journey because they asked me 2 years ago. I had no idea it would come to this.
Not including his own state. Is there any merit? No.
no, this is the most insane.
And they're listening current time,
Supreme Court has
like I've been
jurisdiction
disclosing for years now.
among states, and usually it's for borders and rivers. The notion that the Supreme Court is going to litigation amongst where states are attacking each other's rules for choosing electors is insane, and they are not going to do that at any point in time. In that lawsuit, I mean, I skimmed some of it. I mean, it's a motion for leave to allow them to file a complaint, which the Supreme Court has the discretion to just deny because they could decide, we don't hear this case is bring it somewhere else. The case is just lie after lie. And for example, they say, they talk about the ballot comes in the middle of the night, and they say, oh, there's a 1 in 10 quadrillion chance or something like that that all these votes would have been so heavily Democratic, as though, you know, they're pretending as though the Democrats and Republicans are equally
No.
in mail-in.
This is about them taking my data, plugging it into a Democrat-Republican strategy, seeing how people hated me and cheered the other people on that used my good ideas to see in a social experiment how people would handle the disclosure and the valid points about St. Louis and American history.
One-sided it's crazy. And they're saying that, and they're also recycling. We can do this in the Supreme Court of the United States.
Oh yeah, you recycled it all right.
Do this in the Supreme Court of the United States is absolutely outrageous. They're throwing in all the garbage allegations of fraud. The Trump campaign wouldn't even put in some of their complaints in federal district.
They didn't want to get caught.
And an embarrassment for a public
It's
official.
embarrassing for
let alone
everybody.
any lawyer, let alone
Just
any
like
member
in the
of Supreme
movie
Court bring
about
this lawsuit.
Watergate, 2 teenage
And
girls,
lastly, state electors, as you note, on
and I'm
Monday,
one
will
old
cast their votes
grandma.
and make Joe Biden's win official for the 20th time.
And you poured me out.
CNN asked Republican Congressman Jim
Sell
Jordan
me
if
to
Ohio President
China?
Trump should concede that
What's
day.
wrong with
His
you?
response was, no way, no way, no way, because Jordan wants a battle on the House floor come January. Does Speaker Pelosi just have the ability just to make sure that doesn't happen?
Well, she should. I mean, I don't know about the parliamentary rules.
See, you're probably sticking me behind her right now.
Of our segment here.
I'm Susanna
The safe harbor law basically says that those
Let me not try to talk too loud. I'm Susanna Bernadine, maiden name Glasscock, married name Pratt. You guys keep ignoring me, but I'm involved in all of this and nobody had talked to me. Sounds like a collusion. Sounds like a Ponzi scheme, like a pyramid. Sounds like somebody turned me into a brand without my permission. I thought maybe people were protecting me, and I still do. But boy, it sure is a big war.
It's the biggest election fraud of the 2020 cycle.
No, it's the biggest data fraud that ever happened in the whole globe. And that's why now you're fighting other countries. Because they knew it happened
George
too.
Conway, thank you for your expertise and your moral clarity. We appreciate it.
Oh, his moral clarity. Isn't that interesting? And that was George Conway. This is the most insane thing yet. Now, I'll tell you what's always wild. Is listening to my old buddy, the auditor. And, you know, they want to talk about the Galactic Federation in this video. And YouTube gave me the title as Commandant of the Galactic Federation. So that's what went up there. They had some really silly choices. And there was 3 choices, and the other 2 just were even dumber than the Galactic Federation. But it's not stupid to think that there is a global council. And that's why I went more with that. And I keep saying this thing with aliens is all convoluted on the religious thing. And because if you believe in a creator God that doesn't have a human body, then most people will call that God an alien. But here it's about warfare and what aliens stick up your rear ends and bad experiments and all that. But I keep saying you have to talk about extraterrestrials and hierarchies and better classifications than pre-kindergarten levels. So this guy is a total kid, and I know him as a Hernandez. And I just received a $20 check for being named in a class action lawsuit that I wasn't even asked to speak on. So you see how they disseminate the money and hide the real story. So let's see what we got. This is out of Israel. An Israeli whistleblower is who he's going to put out there.
So I wanted to talk about a little bit of something that's been going around on the internet a little bit lately about aliens. Aliens! Okay, maybe it's not all I got, but yeah, there's some weird stuff.
Maybe that's not all he's got. He's just making it up, just entertaining, just getting views, spreading trouble, and colluding against me and making up ridiculous stories to keep people not focusing on the real story. Yeah.
Apparently, extraterrestrials do exist, and Trump apparently knows about it. That's right. That's right. Remember what
I'm the extraterrestrial egghead. That's what they say, and it's about blood type.
Galactic Federation messages to you. We were also going through and showing you where the information was coming from, because it's not something
the fake
that's
files?
This has been around for
The crystal
quite some
ball.
time, I would have to say, on the internet.
Joy
since,
Aberdeen.
At least 2007.
Unirock and
was
Chatter.
my first induction into it is, but it shows that it goes all the way back into 1998. And this is the Galactic
Tag
Federation.
CW Chatter
The Galactic
and his 20 and back
right?
1998
Some people
circa.
believe that they're the same organization. Some people think that they're split.
I think Chatter and
entire hierarchy.
Mr. Elusive Man are clones of one
Talk
another.
about this.
This is about bots. Tag Cliff High
And a whole
and
message
splitting off in a video game that you code yourself.
Which made me kind of be all like, what? And they're saying is that a Galactic Federation has been waiting for humans to reach a stage where we all will understand what space and spaceships are. And that was Heine
Tag
Shed,
Spaceship Earth.
the ex-person that was working as a security chief in space that was talking about this particular situation. We already know that there's a pretty definitive fact that there's flying saucers. We've seen videos that have been put out by at least controlled news sources.
This is about the data collection ships that showed up in my yard in 2013.
Alien threat or
Neon green, Lockheed Martin,
if I had to sit down,
the little black triangle planes. They talked about it all. But everybody else is the expert, and it's happening right here.
And yes, I do understand that there's a bunch of information.
They made a
out there,
conspiracy
too, that's
out of
involving the Galactic
what should have been
Federation.
scientific.
Saying that this could all just
An
be
honor.
a global government psyop, saying that all these people are coming together, these governments, so that they
Yeah, the global
bring out a new
group.
threat, which is a galactic type threat where
You
whole
guys are
planet
the
has to
threat.
come
You're the
together
bugs
and
and
fight
men
to
in
it, so
black.
they can unify everybody under one banner. And that right there is kind of a weird thing to get into because of how the election and everything is going on. But what we do know is that everybody has been thinking about this for a long time, and the fact that Israel's coming out saying that's this, okay, maybe he's an ex-space chief, but at the same time, what the heck just happened with that entire situation? We're looking at aliens in a new light because we have more and more people every day that are, whistleblowing, saying that there's something out there, saying that something exists. And the reality has to be that, right? We've all had to understand eventually that there's either stuff out there that we don't know how it's made so we consider it extraterrestrial, or somebody's rolling around the planet with some super advanced technology. But the problem is after all of the psyops and stuff that have been run on the American public, it's just hard for me to believe that it would actually be like a human-based organization, like an Earth-based organization that was making this kind of stuff. And I look up every single day thinking, is there something more out there? Do we have friends in space? For years, I've been searching and looking for the truth about aliens, as well as trying to debunk or at least figure out what's going on all these different conspiracies. Because like aliens is definitely one of the number one conspiracies that is out there. It's the top. It is the tippy top. I mean, that's the one that really gets you somewhere if you really think about it. It's because it gets you into space, it gets you understanding it. Where we're at right now is we got privatized space. We're sending more junk up into space than we ever did before. And you know what? If we were making all that noise, I know something or someone is out there watching. And that's why it's really crazy for me to hear Galactic Federations. Because, I be cracking the jokes all the time. I've been talking about it, but the reality is that I know a lot of different people out there have been into it, have seen this stuff.
He has the hit list, how much it costs
understood this stuff in the
to eliminate
This thing
somebody
is not going to go
and what's
away,
involved
and
in the snuff films. He
He
also live streamed on an air flight,
It's like if you just
bouncing off
search for
satellites. This is a major
1111
coder
on
for Walmart
Google,
and an
you'll see
internet
the
hacker.
time code thing, but when I started researching the whole 1111
Very
thing,
dangerous,
they're
man.
telling you wake up to all this stuff, talking about a great awakening, because that's technically where that thing comes from in the whole entire, conspiracy that has grown across the world, is because it's almost like the same thing, Q is quantum. If you think about it, all these people are being activated all over the world, but it's like a literal type activation, red pill, blue pill.
They accuse me of being Q. That's why I did the show about Susie Q and tried to explain their code.
Parody of something that already existed on the internet is now started to make its way into other places, and now it's not even a conspiracy. These guys are talking about the Galactic Federation, and the Galactic Federation is something that I literally been reading about for days and days and days and days and days. And this resurgence of it is, I think, going to bring a lot of people into a lot of new age types of understanding with this stuff, and it just makes me wonder and fear just a little bit that all of a sudden it's going to bring forth this resurgence, and it's going to allow new characters to come through, because this is the I am
characters
cult.
in
This
video
is the
games.
Asahi. This is the same thing, the
It's
same
a cult.
understanding just reapplied, except for I believe that a lot of the stuff that
It's a hive
was
mind.
considered to be 1111 or part of the Urantia, which is where the Galactic Federation
Tag the Urantia books,
talks about it. There's a
which
book
I never
called
even
the
looked
Book,
at.
which is, if you've ever
They
watched
wrote
that
books
guy,
to mock all this before I even got here.
It on his bookshelf right back there so that you can see it every single
Here's
day.
the
So
collusion and the 6
these are
degrees of
things we need to think
separation.
about, but the
He mentions
trick here is
Jordan
that,
Sater,
aliens real? I'm thinking that, it might
CW,
actually be something.
Unirock, and
If they are there,
Defango.
what if the weird ass things that we've been seeing on the internet are actually something different?
We'll visit the female side
I don't
next.
know. What I do know is that you should
Give you a
like,
well-rounded,
subscribe, make sure you share
non-sexist,
friends, become a member,
self-evident
all that good stuff. But anyways, I'll see you guys
explanation of
next week.
psychobabble.
Be excellent to each other, and
Alright. Now here's someone that got her channel taken down, and she's always jacked up and in the short bus. And I know this person to have the Durban girls involved. Back to Katie Roby and American Freedom Radio and Randy Moggins.
Going to live stream, and I'm going to play a little bit of background music here.
And bounce. She's drunk and high on pills.
This came through today, so we
Here we go.
all the bells and whistles to live stream and show you things yet, but I'm working on it. But for now, we're going to kind of do it ghetto style, and I'm just going to show you things.
Tag the ghetto in Ferguson.
On my that I have saved here on my iPad. We got an emergency alert today, and so one of the things that came in. Oh darn it! Of course I would do something spastic here. Okay. All right. Here, I'm getting it. We got this little emergency alert. I know it might be backwards for you guys.
California.
But,
so it's California.
New public health
Tag
stay
St.
at home
Louis.
order in your area.
Republic versus a
COVID-19
divided
is spreading
state.
rapidly. Stay home except for essential activity. Wear a mask and keep your distance.
This has to do with online computer warfare.
So we definitely here in California are getting stricter rules. Although we've never really officially been out of lockdown the whole entire summer. We had a point where we could eat outdoors, and everyone is behaving in here, Terry. Oh, please. Oh, okay, that's great. You know, I have a thing. If it goes nuts, like if my trolls show up, see my light went back. I have a timer on my plants back there. I have an
she's
arrow
got
garden.
this all
I
red.
think I told you guys this before. I got a
She
couple of arrow
squats
garden hydroponic
along with
growers. They're not that
CCN,
expensive.
Katie Roby.
Like about $100,
It is wonderful.
You can get it.
It's a hive. They're in a
Or
cult.
even less than that. There's one that was $150.
She's a religious fanatic, Terry Joyce.
$108. I'm
And did
growing
soft porn and is a
cherry
comedian.
tomatoes. Those lights are still on, and then I have some
I mean,
salad.
it's kind of really
So,
weird,
little
isn't
shop
it?
of salad, which
Doesn't it
tends
make
to
you
get
just say,
big thumbs down on my videos. little shop of horror, little shop of salad. All right. Well, I want to
So,
talk about
Terry,
the
this
UFO
copyright-free
conspiracy,
music,
community tonight.
all of a
the
sudden,
UFO conspiracy
they
media
put something up. That's how
tonight,
this hacking
which
works.
I have had quite a bit of a brush of experience with. I was gonna go maybe on Steve Cambian's
Tag Von
show,
Boyd.
today.
BOYD is the time.
And I had everything all set up because I thought, well, if I was going to join him today, maybe I would go ahead and do camera.
You're a
with
dark
it.
witch.
And then it didn't happen. And I thought, well, I'm already set up. I was going to live stream tomorrow.
You guys are in a
But I
ritual.
thought, well, since I'm here now, I might as well keep
And this
the
wasn't
conversation
23
going.
hours ago.
All right. First of all, when I say the UFO community is the UFO
Right,
community
it's this
conspiracy,
UFO thing again, and conspiracies.
is linked to, and then of course the graphic.
But it's
I
not
was shopping the other day.
a
and they
conspiracy thing. My actual picture
I gotta take that picture.
that was shared publicly,
I figured,
or the meteorite,
just sit down here for a second.
or the
I
scarab.
figured I
So
would
you
do
guys are coming for me, as always.
something
The big alternative media community that wants to know the truth.
there would be a picture for this.
She's chewing the gum in the biometric.
As look, this is
She's a
inside
human
joke.
server bot.
Conspiracy media has really been very instrumental in the QAnon phenomenon. And my last live stream that I did, I talked
Tag
about
Wikipedia
how I had an experience
and the links
with
to how they
a-
premeditate a conspiracy and get it
Is
on
anyone else getting hit
social
hard with
media.
radiation? I don't know. I mean, I've kind of wondered sometimes on my end. There's some sort of electrical thing over here that's a little bit suspect that went up a few days ago. Sage Women says she is. All right. Yeah, we're probably all being zapped right now, Okay, but in terms of the UFO community's experience, Charles Unleashed says, yes, Sage Woman, I must fix my door on my microwave. Yeah, well, that'll do it.
They're committing acts of war with the microwave,
Yes,
which is how I've been hit.
They've been perpetuating it for a while. I had experience of being an admin on a Facebook group that went up to 26,000 people. I think it was the first.
Tag one of the groups that has been taken down for impersonating me
Kelly.
when my
and that
channels
was when I
were
recorded,
cloned
doing,
and mirrored and take it back to the class action with Facebook. So they're trying to get their word out to let people know to be very afraid. But they already have caught him before this. This is the third time.
And saying something like, well, you know Douglas Dietrich, you know, like as if I had this.
Oh, you're Satanist government insider.
I really don't.
Right, you just made it up.
I mean, the thing that I know about Douglas Dietrich is that when I was on Revolution Radio, his show was after mine on Saturdays. And I pretty much had no interaction with him at all. Although sometimes some of his reporting that he did on the death of Max Spears, I have re-quoted.
Tag Max Spears to Scott Meyer and Shane.
Douglas Dietrich has mentioned me a couple of times on his show. Apparently, I guess said that I recommended him for American Radio, which I did. But also, several other people did too. He pretty much reached out to Eastwood for recommendation.
This should be fun.
He reached out to, I think, maybe even Ed Opperman may have endorsed Douglas Dietrich to be on American Radio. And I really don't have anything against Douglas
Next
Dietrich,
up, the
really.
voice of Sammy,
I don't know.
Real Red Rocker.
Talking, hey, you know, this thing,
He's flipping tarot cards.
And they said, well, he really wasn't Michael Aquino's librarian. I really can't even join into that conversation and say,
Well, that's good, because you're not live anyhow.
Calling. You have overstayed your welcome. If you look at the U,
That's a threat.
H, if you look at the
Colorado is calling.
Y,
You've outstayed your welcome. But he's in Texas. So he's making threats out of the server that they're tagging to Colorado. Tag Thor News to CW Channer to Sammy Hagar. This is the Illuminati deck
it
of
is
cards.
real. And that's been my stance the whole year. You don't want it. You don't want to get your family. You don't want to get your friends. You don't want to get your
You've been harassing me. And I supported you and gave you a donation and believed in you. And you were a liar.
Colorado had
And you're drunk
267
too.
coronavirus deaths today. Colorado has a population of 6 million people. So if you did the math out, Texas has 30 million people. So 5 times
Tag
that
Kenzie is in
in
Texas.
it'll be like 1,000.
And
over
tag the
1,000
holding
people
company
dead
and
from
the
coronavirus
oil
in Colorado
wells.
today. Technically, it's only 267, but their population is smaller. And so, I don't know why the fuck Colorado would be pissed off at me. I have loved Colorado my entire life. That my
They're
dad lived there
misusing technology.
for like 20 years. I've skied on those mountains. I have ridden motorcycles with my dad. I love Colorado.
Tag the
And I
psychobabble.
buried my dad's ashes there on a mountain in Vail in 2015.
Tag cursing my mom dumping my grandmother's
Yeah,
ashes
Elon Musk
and my brother
moved to Texas
dumping hers.
today or yesterday. Joe Rogan moved here. Like a month
Just
ago.
out like trash
Remember,
to
like
hide
5
the
months ago, I was
evidence.
like, yo, dude, they're going to move here.
Oh, she was
Both of them.
mentally ill.
Here they come.
So was my brother. Maybe Thor thinks he's James Dean too.
And the whole thing is like, Texas is supposed to be cool, man. I
You
don't know.
act like you're cool.
Okay. And I know people are always like, hey, dude, don't talk to me about politics. I'm like, yo, dude. Like, right now, politics is the main story, but it's technically not politics because we had an election. I voted for 1 by 7 million votes. People feel
He got busted in the data hack. where he talked bad about me,
Technically, Trump has
but
been
good
like,
about somebody that was using my data.
one time.
That's what this voter
maybe
fraud's
51
about.
or two
Tag
for
it.
a court. But we have the grand drama coming up where Texas filed a suit against the changes in the law before the election. And then 17 other states joined suit. And so the Supreme, like, the 4 states are accused of wrongdoing, changing the laws ahead of time, have till 3 p.m. tomorrow, Thursday, to answer. And then the Supreme Court may or may not hear it.
Well, if they don't hear this,
So
they're
I would
deaf.
put it as a 10% chance that it gets overturned, and 90%
When he laughs like that, you know that he knows that we're live now.
that it's stick. The election numbers stick.
That's how they've stolen my data and made money on it. And turned me
And
into
so,
clickbait. Made me
we
look
had,
like a
like,
liar.
For a
and a
month since
thief.
the election. So the emotional civil war in the United States has never been higher. And I've always said
No. Tomorrow's going to be the highest.
Like, you have to have
Because you're
something
involved
to-
in hacking
You had-
my identity.
you
And
got
my
3 million
money.
People in America when they have a civil war. We have 330 million people.
Our forefathers
And
told us to
when we had
stand
civil
up
war,
against
they
this
didn't have an
tyranny.
army, a navy,
And you want to fry me in an inquisition. And you're Lutheran. What a joke.
So
He thinks he's
it's just so weird, man. And I gotta say, our president has tweeted 50 times about the election since Chuck Yeager died. Never once said, "Hey, cheers to being." He died in '97, which any man will say that is a good life. He lived well. Was a cool dude to the end. Had some amazing stories. Everybody spoke highly of him. And it was Air Force, like my dad, my stepdad, and my sister. Man. So yeah, man, I don't know. I know everybody gets like it's triggered by we had 3,002 over 9/11. We're having 9/11 every fucking day. My mom said her birthday the other day. We're both Sagittarius. Like, it's been my priority to make sure when I go see my mom before Christmas or around Christmas, do not bring the coronavirus home to her or any of my loved ones, family, friends. So wearing a mask to me isn't that big a deal, man. But it's definitely been annoying to ask people to wear a mask. Right?
Especially when the masks don't really work.
What's my hair doing? Get involved.
And you have to have a specific
So,
mask.
yeah, and we have
And you need to
solar
keep
storms
your
hitting.
immune system up
So
and
we're
not be
definitely on
obese.
super duper high alert for earthquakes.
Not imbibe
and
too much
volcanic
alcohol and
activity.
too much meat. You just don't
And
have an
another thing I
immune
would say,
system.
So like, President didn't, maybe you don't know Chuck Yeager died, dude. An all-American hero.
So he brings up another death. He worships
But
the
on the
death
flip
cult.
side, like, we're investigating Biden's son's taxes.
No, you're talking about Matt Hunter.
And, you know,
My
I
redhead
said, hey,
friend
man,
from St. Louis. We're
don't
the
trust
MK Ultra
politicians.
kids from the
So-
70s. Dipshit.
I just want to say this one more time. Like March, Trump said we have 15
So I
coronavirus
gotta
cases.
catch
That will
this
soon drop to
news.
0. I said
I
then,
always get
right,
code
I would vote for him.
on mainstream
Wrong, vote
media. They see all this too,
And then
Mighty
he said
Thor.
it'll just disappear the whole fucking
King of
year.
the diaper pan
And then
bunch of
he
weirdos.
said it'll disappear after the election. And today is December 9th, and we had 3,000.
No, we're gonna see if you guys try to destroy data, digital data.
And he hasn't even mentioned the fucking. He's like a doll. Pull his
Hey.
string, and he says 2 things.
Good luck to all
Regulation,
of us.
Or
You guys try to
I deserve
implode
credit
the
for the
world.
vaccine.
You should be
That's all I can
proud.
say these days. Since the fucking election, he is.
Can't hear what I'm
He should no
saying,
compassion, no interest,
but at
no
least I'm
leadership.
attempting to
I know,
speak.
he's not a good planetary. He's not a
Hey.
good commander in chief. That is how I.
What's up, touchdown? What do you mean you can't hear what I'm saying? I don't believe you.
Fucking clusterfuck food bar, snafu bar, movie theater, weird ass shit show. And I can't believe while everybody's fighting about this shit,
Because my life
Congress, who knew for
has
8
been
months
compromised
winter
for all
wave was
this.
going to be
Well, that couldn't
bad.
be why. I'm irrelevant. Jimmy can't even hear me. It's all
Congress
right.
knew and did nothing. Oh man, got bright lights already.
You better look at the Christmas
That's what I'm
nativity
talking
scene.
about, dude. You can't pay attention to political shit. The people needed to come together. The people need to come together.
Oh, but not over me. Oh, no. Much better to make money off me and kill me.
Represent themselves.
Tag pros say, what, now you want to represent yourself as a drunken liar? Whatever. They've known me all this time.
Sidebar. Yeah, I did. I've been calling myself Planetary Defense Commander for like 6 years. Some of the craziest shit ever. You know? But it goes into the whole thing about that was pre-Space Force. So my belief that there are alien or outside of Earth elements that we are fucking dealing with. And I've said many, many, many times that it feels like there are Martian elements that came over in the 90s.
Martians?
Not earlier.
Aliens and bears.
Well,
oh,
and
my.
So it's like Mars
You're
is
just
being
going for
controlled by like
views.
Earth.
I see. I see how you
Like
do
they've been
it.
building up Mars as like some super
Back
luxury
to the
resort
conspiracy
for 20
and the
years.
idiocy.
And so that's where all the money's like been going. All the 25 trillion
No.
and
Do your Best Buy.
It was you guys'
25
online
trillion
con.
everything.
That's where the money went.
It's felt like they're building a luxury world for the super, super Mars elites. And some humans on Mars. And so that continue doing that, keep us looking away from the moon, keep us looking away from Venus, keep us figuring out our solar physics and shit. That like Earth has been being tricked, while Mars has been like, yeah, kick shit.
We're talking about
solar
the two
system.
different moons in Steiner's work. That's what Thor is tripping
So
on.
as a Christian, I was raised with Jesus, and my grandmother Virginia raised me on the Norse tips. I was raised Norse Christian. And then the Jedi came when I saw Star Wars. I don't know, man. Anyway, but it's like I got Christians yelling at me like, holiday, Christmas is a pagan holiday, Christmas is evil. He's a Christian. Like, yo, bro, Christmas is awesome, Jesus is great. But it's 2020, maybe more complicated than just like Earth. And so it's best to have a good strategy if you did have to deal with Martians or anybody else on any other planet. And you know, at no point in time, Jesus tells you to tell your family down the river. Earth can be a cool place. Earth should be a cool place. Earth is like the new Mount Olympus. And that Mount Olympus is the moon. Mount Olympus is not the super cluster fucking people arguing about shit that we were discussing in the year 2000. I've said it 100 times. Either one of these 70-year-old guys touches me that motherfucker much. looking to die. I'd like to die with the flow of spirit. Okay. Oh, and I have been mentioning. Okay, the planetary energy is real, and the planets are the heavens. I mean, I'm not the heavens completely, but the planets are a part of the heavens. The sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, they are part of the thing that makes up the heavens. So I believe like planets are okay, absolutely. This now. Like every even pretty much throughout history almost associated Mars with war. Back in caveman days, the symbol for Mars used to be a knife, which is super 2001 Space Odyssey, where you have three humans. Like creatures, and they throw the bug in the air. Oh no, figures out how to use the bug as a weapon. And from that, they fucking throw the bug in the air, look in, and then it like cuts through the space station forward. And that was what Mom was saying. Mom was like, oh, 20 minutes. She's like, Mom looks like a phone. Right? So in 2010 was the next movie in that series. So now we're in like 2020. So this is like Act 3. And it's weird because if you add the monolith stuff where Generation X started to inject our personality into it, you get the X-Men and the Matrix and superhero. And just spitball on here, rock and roll was created in like the 50s, so we only had rock and roll on this planet for 15 years. So it's crazy. I'm definitely acting crazy. And it's dangerous. And death has been everywhere.
If you talk all the time, you'll never hear what anybody else has to say.
And like every other country in the world is offering their people some assistance.
The same is true for people
over the course of the year. Canada's like 70% of
I use the word think.
people's normal wages. Other countries up to 90. Europe is handled it.
The constant chit-chat of symbols and images.
And it's like the 20 years of divide and conquer has broken us down.
Now, if you do that all the time,
where everybody hits everybody with red, blue, whatever. But like they have divided and conquered us so much. And then virus broke out. It was released. Remember, my theory the whole year was
come into immediate contact
that what I got, information I got was that one group tried to break it out of the Wuhan lab and steal it. Firefight broke out, so just like in the movie, like 12 Monkeys, the vials spun forward, hit the ground, and then released.
Of liberation.
So yes, it was bioengineered. No, it got mixed. But I don't know 100%. Money, power, and privilege will get you the good stuff. Oh, I want to say a shout out once again to all of Saturday Night Live, one of my favorite institutions. And it was kind of created. It came out around the time I was born. And definitely Colin Jost and Michael Che, the dudes on Weekend Update. So the last 5 shows in a row, I think, their Weekend Update may have mentioned something that I talked about in a live stream before. And this week, Colin just tried to point out that when the president accuses them of stealing it, they're like, you were in charge, dude. You were the head dude. You were in charge of election security for 4 years. Like, it has always been your job to make sure, like, we have fair elections. The laws and rules are good. That, like, if he was going to be fighting China and the deep state and Russia and the Democrats and that, you can only fight so many battles. You gotta pick and choose your battles, especially if you're playing 7D chess, man. And so that's why multiple times he goes to blame. I can't remember the time my responsibility for something. I was like, sorry, I fucked up. I should have done better. I've done that many times. Like now it's a satellite. Somehow it's like Arkansas. And then Roswell puts up now it's satellite. You can transmit to anyone anywhere in the world. Also, the National Weather Service is like, we're out there. We're restricting our services and access. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are like, no matter what, we are headed towards a darker future. That is not me. I think we're going to get our shit together. But I do not know what's going to happen next. Like I said, we can take guesses. Honestly, I think there's a 9% chance Hail Mary's not going to work. So Biden's new president, and Biden is commander-in-chief that I will be planetary defense commander in. But let's say I'm wrong. Let's say Supreme Court overturned the election. It's not simple. It's not like it couldn't just overturn broken case. It doesn't instantly hand the win to Trump. You're going to reduce what's careful. And remember, the states are like all 50 mini countries. But they have a set of
Speak up, fool. Stephen Colbert said to tell you to fuck off.
We're not associated with us, and you have.
Oh, everybody knows what's going on. You keep acting like we're not talking in there. That's why I don't even talk to you guys anymore. You got no game. Don't choke now. It's like your tongue's rolling back in your head.
God and the universe is really putting us through it. But
you put yourself through it.
Take us to better places. Civilization.
By coming after me.
Many times.
Ever hear the bloodline?
Like the reason I became planetary defense commander is because I believe
because you believe the whole world population came from Adam and Eve.
2015.
And
we did it.
The two boys having sex with their mom. I got it. You're Christian.
YouTube Premium can help with that. You can study back to back to back.
I mean, you think you guys aren't even. I don't even think you were confirmed.
And we're here. And nominally, the battles of 2020 will be over in 22 days, but then 2021 begins. But hey, guys, this is going to be your chance, your shot. Like, I've made predictions, and that even before the 5 years going in, definitely from 2017 on, after I had realized, I believe that planetary energy is legit.
But you deny me.
And that with Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, and Capricorn, I knew that it was going to be
I know
crazy.
you're just an ignoramus.
Like, not fun.
It's
you look
okay.
at the tarot card for Capricorn, it's the devil. And then Pluto's Hades. And so there were many signs, there were multiple signs that Capricorn was just not going to be the funnest time we ever had. And me, being a Sagittarius, a lot of Capricorn placements.
Oh, Sagittarius and Pisces can't get along. No wonder you hate me. Tag using Chelsea's story.
Going through the shit. I'd be pushing on a string and dealing with a lot of fucking problems. And
no, you were working on a thread to a conspiracy to implode me.
And so the period from like November 2017 to December 2020, we're just going to be like a wild action adventure, semi-horror crisis movie of my life. But I have said, and many other people have said, astrologers, that when Saturn
double mirror, did they know years
guys
ago?
brought all your snacks
Daniel knows.
and your drinks.
That's Dan's so.
What do you mean, what time?
Saturn leaves.
I don't know.
16th and the
I've
17th.
seen some conflicting reports. It'll be in the afternoon and
Jupiter
or early
leaves
evening, rather.
Capricorn on my birthday, the 19th.
In other words, when these people give a time, I wish
Both
they'd
going
say
to
California
Paris,
time or New
Then
York time.
they align.
Usually when they're talking about things, they talk New
in the
York
sky,
time.
which they call the Royal
In a lot of cases.
Conjunction of the Grand Conjunction.
Then you have to adjust all your time
That's
zones.
like a 20-year cycle, a 200-year cycle, and an 800-year
Right.
cycle.
The solar wind has a shockwave. Yes, I know that.
Because it's been like
But I'm not the star guy.
the
I
Royal
don't know much
Conjunctions
about
been
the
happening
star
in Earth
stuff.
signs for a while.
All I'm going to point out
This is
is
the first
what
time in
human
2
beings
years
have
it's
been
happened
doing
in air
to tell us about it. From what I would understand, 50 years ago,
and it's the first time in 800 years that
how they're hiding information once again in their mediums, their
it
movies.
happened in pretty much.
I don't know that they're hiding it. I guess it's not hiding it. It just depends on your personal perception of what they're showing, I guess.
So, like, part of everything I've said this year
We are about
is that we are looking for
2.5 minutes
major
away from
shift
start.
to happen.
Then I'm going to ask the class a lot of questions.
And when Jupiter and Saturn come together, they're supposed to make the Christmas star effect.
See if you can verify, rather, what's going on.
And so we're
1859
definitely living
heritage
in
event.
the
Yep.
most interesting times ever.
That was a nasty one, wasn't it? Yeah. Perception, deception, management. Never heard of it.
I am glad, lucky, and
You're not
honored
late.
you guys are here.
You got like 30 minutes to be here. That's like comfortable.
It has been a wild ride.
That's right. Greatest show on earth. That's it.
So I've been hanging out like I told you guys, like at the beginning of the month.
How have you been?
Like my super chat money, that my PayPal, like they hit everything where I don't trust any of it. And then when I made it for that trap, you know, postcard in the mail.
Absolutely.
Colorado.
There's enough people monitoring that whole mess.
You have overstayed your welcome.
I mean, there's information that is just coming in left and right on that topic.
And
you know,
so I
and
wasn't
then all these people that just have that blind faith. Well, keep having it.
They hit all my digital media.
Sure, I'm glad I'm a nobody. That's another good thing about being a nobody.
I didn't freak out.
You can be last.
Luckily, I saved
You know, like,
$1,000.
oh, we're gonna give it to them. Oh, there's someone important, and oh, the first response. Oh, and then we're gonna. It's good being a nobody. I'll tell you what.
Use that.
You don't have to be first in line for all that nonsense.
I can tell her.
And from what I understand, the big old protest.
I did the first week of December.
Planned for, I think, this Saturday.
It's going to be
that mess.
Not a lot of fun.
What is this?
The days leading up to the very final degrees of Jupiter and Saturn and Capricorn.
Yeah, it is.
I got that. I said, sure. I knew that was going to be like.
So it looks like you're about
energy hit was
20 seconds away.
Super crazy. Let me tell you all a story. Last night.
So let's go ahead and start.
I fell asleep.
Hello, Miss Pretty. How have you been?
Lately, I've been, you know, as you may know, I have been watching sitcoms like all year. If I'm not working,
I need to ask.
Plugged into Matrix, watching all. I've been watching sitcoms.
You can tell me
Brooklyn
when the
99,
movie
Parks and Rec,
was
Cheers, Frasier,
put out,
Friends,
called
Silicon Valley,
Odyssey
Yeah,
2001. When was that released?
and then when I go to sleep,
year?
I will, a lot of times I will have sitcom.
Everybody know what year?
So last night it was Friends.
Let's go. Let's go. This class, man. This is gonna be a
Really
full
well-written
class
show.
now. Sure is.
Joey is one of the best characters in sitcoms ever. Anywho,
I guess
one
you
thing
pull up
where
the
the episode was like,
The IMDb. All right, this is what I have so far.
buying Rachel's baby.
Okay.
And so when I went to sleep, I had a dream about
68, 85, 69.
really
I got
bad
another
Ronaldo guys
1969.
trying
I
to
got
kidnap a
some
baby.
870. Got a 2001.
And then so
got a
like
90,
we
got
went
a
on to save the
84,
baby,
got a 86.
and then
What year
I got
was it?
surrounded by a bunch of like horrible.
All you gotta do is pull up the IMDb, and I'll tell you
And
right
then like
there.
a rope captured me,
Somebody else is 69.
put me and the baby up, and then when I got to where the rope was, it was like
I'm
these
gonna
dudes
pull
were
up
like missing
myself.
eyes or missing mouths or like there. It was like all
The original is 1968. That's what I'm talking about.
like
The
they were
original
gonna
one.
eat me and the baby. So like I was in the fire, went in the frying pan.
1968.
Total
All
nightmare.
right. So you looked it up? Okay, good. I have 1969. Which one
You
was
know,
it?
it's one thing.
Odyssey, I'm not
die
talking
or
about
get killed, like
JHS. I'm just
someone
talking about
shoots me and I
Odyssey.
die. I don't say
2001.
it's not a big deal, but I'm not really worried about that. You know,
We
someone
had
shot me
68,
in the head.
1968, just over and
It's
over and
quick and
over
easy.
again.
The thing I've never wanted is to like get captured and then just tortured.
All right. So here we go.
Say, well, do you make that happen? Just
Somebody get a calculator and go
Whatever.
1968
Screenwriter, so I always see a million things.
until now.
So there's a
How many
fucking
years is
nightmare, and it definitely feels like we have dealing with like a very countless
2018.
anti-human.
That'd be 52 years, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that dream fucked me up. I can remember in the dream thinking, man,
That would be
I've been fucked
52
up as
years.
Leonard Fitzpatrick if we're about to
All
get
right.
tortured and eaten.
52 years. There we go. All right, now
But my whole point of the thing
we all
is
know that the number 8 is infinity.
that seemed
Technically,
to be
you know, it appears to be the
very
symbol for
Capricorn,
infinity.
Pluto, Saturn,
Not
Jupiter,
that that means anything.
nightmare.
But here's the thing. I don't know if you know
Because
this
you and I are
information
friends
or
and
not.
tell you pretty much everything. Like I said, like a week
Please check
ago,
my work.
and I
Or
think it
check
was my
other
third,
people's
fourth
work as well.
dream ever by a girl
The,
named Taylor. She's blonde, really cute.
Odyssey 2001, where they had all the, you know,
It was a good one though. It was the first
chimpanzees that were
music.
like
They're really
touching the
like good,
monolith or
enjoyable.
whatever it was, right?
And it was like her and
They're all
she had
flipping
brown
out about
eyes, and everyone was being very nice
Because
to
it
her.
was supposed to represent
At the very end,
that
her
maybe
hug.
some
We hugged
other
for like 3 minutes. It was a really good hug.
intelligent life force had put it there? Is this out of shape, out of order? Now check this out.
Dreams. Some are dreamy dreams, and some are like.
In that movie, there is absolute dialogue.
Dreams are crazy.
Where they're on the spaceship and they're talking about the epidemic.
We were what, 9? We're gonna get into story. About to be 10.
Strange. Talking about
This is
how
leading up to a total
an epidemic is crippling the world in that area.
My friend.
Oh, that's strange.
I would love
Darn this thing.
to tell you something.
When you take your 2001, you drop the zeros, you have your 2-1.
We have had 7
Now,
eclipses
if you remember, ladies and gentlemen,
within the last
very, very
year.
strange.
Well, we will after this week.
On December 21st,
we had a Christmas eclipse, and then we had a
2012.
4th eclipse. Like, how much more
according to
movie
some Mayan calendar,
situation do you need in real
the world
life?
was
Like,
supposed
this
to go.
is so Ready Player One.
Is that right? Well, it didn't go good.
I feel like there are
Shortly
tons of
after
great people
that,
around. I feel like there are tons of great people on the planet.
CERN put up a
Smart,
video,
cool, talented, caring, kind, giving.
and they had one of the guys had a
They keep us all
T-shirt
separated
or a
shadow
sign or
banners,
something like that. The
Well, we can't
Mandela effect.
get our message
Then-
over the bullhorns of anger and blame. Oh, and thank you to whoever sent me the tree. This was so cool. This was so cool that I haven't had my own Christmas tree ever. It's the first time in my life I've had my Christmas tree. I love you, Christmas tree. So today I went into the drawer and I had 3 batteries. It required 3. So my Christmas tree is lit, y'all. So thank you, all the Christmas people, Christmas spirit people out there. And someone had sent me. Definitely super thank you to Joe. And Texas Angel, this is Mary, Mother Mary. My mama's name is Mary. Mary, Mother of Jesus. It had to be real hard to be Jesus' mama. Mamas love their kids. Mamas worry about their kids. Mamas want what's best for their kids. So I love my mama. I know, like, having a grown-ass man who runs around telling everybody, hey, I'm y'all's planetary defense commander. At a time where not many bodies agree that the whole planet and the whole people should be defended. It's got to be kind of stressful on my mom at times, I imagine. Thank you. When I get something from Amazon, I never know who sent it. And I can't log into my Amazon Prime because I can't find my password. And then I got to have like my credit card. You can find my own password. But someone sent me a Life Recovery Bible in large print. Because either I'm getting old or I stared at the sun one too many times. I stared at the sun a lot, or I used to. It's so weird just opening it up, and the first thing I see is forgiveness. I have made mistakes. I've definitely said some dumb and shitty things. And so I ask for your forgiveness. And I've definitely been arrogant, egotistical, talking about women's butts way too much. So I hope you guys will forgive me for all my mistakes, and I'll try to get better. I definitely forgive you guys. Although when people are stealing from me, trying to hurt me or kill me, I definitely get into like verbal self-defense mode. But if you try to kick down my door, I'd definitely hit you in the face with a hammer. But I don't hurt anyway. I'm just saying. Forgiveness, dude. And all the people are like, I love Jesus. Rarely do I hear them talking about forgiveness. Forgiveness is like my natural superpower. I can stay mad for like 10 minutes, maybe an hour, but that's it. I don't hold grudges. And that, like, Jesus is forgiveness. And so it's just so weird. Like, I love Jesus Christ, but like everybody's understand. My Jesus is cool, and everybody's understanding of Jesus is different. And so if you use Jesus for hatred or anger, I just don't get it, and I never will. I'm prepared to die today or 20 years from now, believing that Jesus is the Prince of Peace, the King of Forgiveness. He died for all of us to break the original sin bond. That's a whole different thing. We're learning about the outside planets, the outside energies, the alien dimensional stuff, the whole Lilith thing. Lilith begat Eden. Wait, no. Eve. Apparently Lilith is mad. And it definitely seems like Lilith and Eris are friends. At your command, the water fled. At the sound of your thunder, I just opened this book up. First thing I looked at, it hurried away. Mountains rose and valleys sank to the levels you decreed. Shout out to Jimi Hendrix, my favorite American. His lyrics were definitely some of the superbest of all time. People always talk about his guitar playing, but his lyrics, some of the best lyrics any dude ever wrote. Check out all of his songs. Then you set a firm boundary for the seas. This is Psalms 104, 7 through whatever. So they would never again cover the earth. You make springs pour water into the ravines. So streams rush down.
Oh, Dan's videos.
They provide water.
Already unavailable.
We'll say again.
That was Daniel Sote impersonating a channel called Monograph, who has attacked me with EMPs, along with Katie Roby, and a lot of other people, including CW Chatter. So it very well could be Thor, too.
I love the Rocky Mountains. When you drive through the one Rocky Mountain,
And he's talking about Rocky Mountains, and so is Dan Sote. This is a hive mind attack.
See all 4 seasons in the Rockies.
Doesn't take much to figure it out. Artificial intelligence is ignorant.
I love Colorado.
You're ignorant and psychopathic and mentally ill with a mind virus. You're a bad human server.
Mountain, Colorado. And the thunder and lightning in the mountains of Colorado is pretty badass.
He's in a simulation.
You make springs pour water to the ravines, the streams gush down from the mountains. They provide water for all the animals, and the wild donkeys quench their thirst. Birds nest beside the streams and sing the branches of the trees. And sing among the branches of the trees. You send rain on the mountain from your heavenly home. And you fill the earth with the fruit of your labor. You cause grass to grow for the livestock, and plants for people to use. You allow them to produce fruit from the earth, wine to make them glad, olive oil to soothe their skin, and bread to give them strength. The trees of the Lord are well cared for. Trees are magic. Cedars of Lebanon that he planted. There the birds make their nests, and the storks make their homes in the cypresses. High in the mountains live the wild goats, and the rocks and the refuge from the high grass. You make the moon to mark the seasons, and the sun knows when to set. You send the darkness, and it becomes night, when all the forest animals prowl about. Then the young lions roar for their prey, stalking, food provided by God. At dawn, they slink back into the dens to rest. And people go off to work where they labor until evening. Oh Lord, what variety of things have you made? In wisdom you have made all of them. The earth is full of your creatures. Forgiveness. You may have had a hard time believing in God's forgiveness. You may think, after all I've done, I don't think anyone can. Oh, these are like, no. Yeah, dude. So we are stewards of Earth. We're supposed to be taking care of the people and the planet. And that money is the root, the love of money is the root of all motherfucking evil. And so, like, that's it. That's the trick. Is keep you guys fighting about whatever. And our government shows no responsibility to give people good information during the pandemic. It gives them assistance to keep themselves, keep their lights on, stay in their homes, pay their bills, make it through a year and a half. And so that the political system has utterly failed. And it's not just Trump's fault. All 535 of them have fucking super failed for 8 months. Although Mitch McConnell's hands look like somebody burned his ass. So there may be even stewards who are forcing. There may be aliens. I don't know. But I do know I like astronomy, astrology, and Jesus. God. If you reverse, you're like, you can't do that. But I would like to say again, it is a miracle. I am still alive here with you. 1,000 million miracles got me today. I'm grateful for that.
Yet he squanders it.
And I was raised by a super badass, tough mama.
Which is why he hates me.
Amazingly talented, cool friends, family, teachers, mentors.
He's got the love-hate weirdness.
So it's like I was built for this. I was made for this. I think even since like age 7, I've had my eye focused on being planetary defense commander. So I don't like political shit because I don't need to have some fucking popularity contest with everybody. I just need the best of the best, the smartest to keep it together. Science has a saying that anytime, I'm going to say the saying, anytime a civilization that is not as advanced as another civilization, when that civilization finds out about it, another civilization that's more advanced, that civilization totally falls apart. It's like, it's belief system, I think it's personal, this belief system totally becomes unchanged. And like, the whole belief system just falls apart. And B, oftentimes throughout history, you see the more advanced belief system, when the two civilizations on Earth come aware of each other, the advanced system kind of runs ramshot over the other civilization. It's weird, there's a Wall Street. He's in my video sometimes. His name is Ray Dalio. They did some financial graph. They showed the New World Order. But he basically said, I think along terms that I've said, that like the New World Order was like 1900, man. The dollar bill, the dollar bill, y'all. You see fucking rappers all like, everybody's like, the dollar, woo, the dollar. That's what I said. God is real, but it's material and everywhere. And that the dollar has been like dollar flows to the one world government, or has flowed to the one world government for 120 fucking years. So you still got people telling people, oh no, watch out for the one world government. Dude, it's been here for 120 fucking years. And it ran straight into technology, and now all the profits, like no one prophesied, bro, after digital age. As like, and so from all my calculations, I think you have better days ahead. Over the next 2 or 3 years, it's still going to be not perfect. And if we fuck shit up, we could go off the rails. And, like I have discussed before, in the movie Avengers, like, oh, it's a cartoon. And with Thanos in fucking plane, just killed everybody, half everybody. Loki and Ultron. So it's like, we're dealing with like real life Avengers shit here, and Thanos is a plague. Loki's by the conquer. And Ultron is like the machine versus man. And like Lilith, Earth AI may be magic. We brought it to life. Or if you connect to a larger, more ancient AI function. You know what I'm talking about? Well, let me say it again. If this is a simulation, A, who created the simulation, it still had to have a creator. And B, who runs the simulation? And so I don't think you should ever let your attempts at understanding God and the universe prevent you from asking questions. So the people who use Christianity or any religion act like they know everything and know exactly what the fuck happens when we die. So don't. There's so much we don't know. There's so much I don't know. So much you don't know.
There's so much that you refuse to accept and you deny because you're guilty.
Giant grand scheme of fucking. Oh, another fascinating thing, bro. Pluto through Capricorn is a big deal. I think it's
My Saturn return is supposed to be a global event.
It was like 1764 through 1778.
1781 through 1789.
And 2022 or 2023. But so the last time Pluto went through Capricorn, that's when America was founded, 1776. And so
Glasscocks were involved in local government and were democided to cover up some kind of hidden history. Goes back to the Land Patent Act,
when America turns
1641, and a citation of a castle from the 1500s. That's why I'm classified as protected as a Native American.
It's a huge thing.
Duh.
Freedom.
You guys messed up big, didn't you?
God bless a better world. God bless better ways. God bless better days. We're really like fucking cavemen. We're still like cavemen.
No, you behave like a
Our
caveman.
belief systems, our economic systems, it all hinges on very caveman-y shit.
You are greedy and
Somehow
selfish.
we justify
You wanted to kill me to live another day and make money
and
off my
blaming each
death.
other as their source of entertainment as well.
It is not entertainment. You know that. That is
Like
a
88,
that is a legal loophole for
everyone believed
plausible
that, like,
deniability.
next. Everyone's like,
You're
yeah,
5150.
next.
Nuttier than a
Yeah.
mother flipping Christmas fruitcake.
Let them kill Kurt Cobain and then
These
OJ
guys
comes in
didn't
and then
all
Monica Lewinsky
die.
address, and then boom, 24-hour, 24/7 media.
They're with me 24/7.
World
I'm
wrestling.
telepathically
It's like
linked
there's coming a new world order.
to some
And then everybody's like,
extraterrestrial
oh my God, the
super
wrestlers told us
soldiers.
about the new world order. Holy shit, we're doomed. Hulk Hogan says we're doomed. I don't smoke this much when I'm not on camera. I'm talking to you guys, it's a crazy thing. The energy is totally crazy. And we're now like 4 days, 100 hours away from the total solar eclipse. We will not get to see it here in the United States of America. They can see it in South America. But with the sun going super crazy right now, apparently the corona photographs around whenever you see the sun is going to be pretty spectacular. I don't know if you saw the photographs. I put them in most of my Sun Dragon videos post July of 2017, but things that the sun did for that total solar eclipse in 2017 were pretty like, whoa, WTF is happening, man. We know so little about the moon. We know so little about the sun. We know so little about the core of our planet. We know so little about the ocean. But man, they have made a lot of money. Like, I think the monetary base of the world has like just gone up a zillion since the year 2000. And we're all fiat currencies that are like underlying everything. Paper money is backed by the full faith and confidence of your government. And then they created cryptocurrencies, which is backed by belief in math. Yes. Yeah, it's crazy. But I had one of the best Thanksgivings I've had in my life this last Thanksgiving. Shout out and thank you to everyone involved with that. Down near Town, and what is it? I'm on my quarantine day like 13, and I don't have any symptoms. I coughed yesterday, but I think it was because I took a hit of whatever was in my Blue Nelson tobacco I have in my last elephant on rare occasion. People are like, hey dude, you smoke way too much Willie Nelson peace pipe tobacco. I was like, man, for like 5 or 6 days I didn't smoke any now. Oh, so the Senate, I think, or the House, led by Nancy Pelosi, passed the bill legalizing marijuana federally, which is huge. Or by Christians again, or Jews. God says in the book of Genesis, very first book in the Bible, third paragraph, I, God, give you all green seed-bearing plants. And American Indians used to use it for the bass pipe. So it's cool. If you want everybody to calm down, enjoy music, definitely seems like legalizing marijuana, not only in the United States of America, but across the world, be a thing to do. And I would guess science can figure out how to run cars off of hemp oil. And once again, shout out to all cool pilots throughout the history of mankind. Chuck Yeager also uses Twitter, and he was a cool tweeter. And he talked about meeting the Orville brothers, and science-fi engineer the plane. He was the Orville brothers. But my brain keeps saying Orville Redenbacher, who was a popcorn guy. Man, I love salt and butter. Let's talk about, anyway, like pilot. I don't know. One of the things you romanticize as a dude, maybe even as females, is being a pilot. Like being a pilot would have to be some of the coolest shit ever. I mean, the woman I dated couple years ago, she got her pilot's license. That was one of the things that like that I found very attractive. Like she went out, was like, I'm gonna learn how to fly a plane. And you know, if you're gonna have a girlfriend, best have one that has a bunch of skills that you don't have. And so we had to, you know, like we're in a plane and crashing. Baby, do you know how to fly a plane? She's like, yeah. The thing talking about there's so much to talk about. The monolith. It keeps showing up everywhere. At first I was like, I don't know, it seems like some weird advertising or just guys who are helping or like creating the stories. Like what I thought Portland was. What I thought like that weird Antifa shit from like Alex Jones was. Like they create the story, they create the event, and then they cover it the whole time in front, middle. So that was my first gut. Like, hey, bet it's just dudes fucking with this thing and be like the lead of the monolith story. Now I keep showing up in a bunch of places. I'm like, oh geez. And so yeah, it seems like there's like a small percent chance that like fucking aliens are just gonna show up and be like, we're gonna eat you guys. I'll be like, fuck. And then when I yell fuck, they might like turn to me and be like, oh, the humans we made a deal with to sell out your planet hate your fucking guts. Eric. We like calling him my middle name. My first name is the letter T. Letter T, like Thor. Star-Lord knew Thor 7, the T. But I'm not the first Thor, and I won't be the last. Talking about, oh, so yeah, so like, it seems like there's chance, like fucking aliens show up, like, we're gonna kill any dog, save you guys for appetizers, cruise across the universe. Like, fuck! And when I yell that, they're like, oh, they recognize me. And I'm like, oh, you dudes that we sold to help sell out the whole planet that we've been working with for a couple years, they hated you. So they're going to torture you for a while. Well, if it's like worst case scenarios, I try to avoid it. We'll see what happens. But that is just weird to think about that, like throughout the intelligent, whether it be gods or planets or people or creatures, aliens, beings, there is always a weird, good, bad, yin and yang, ebb and flow. Excuse me. My cute 92-year-old neighbor, Rose, the other day, when I stopped by and say hi, she was like, I'm mad at you. You use very naughty language. I was like, what? She's like, I overheard you say the F word. Oh. What is it? I don't think she watched my YouTube channel. I don't want she heard me use it. I will freak out if you get close to me and don't have a mask. Or anywhere near my apartment without a mask, like my apartment door. I will freak out. That's true. Well, not her. She doesn't wear a mask, and I'm okay with it, but I try not to bring it to her. Yeah, so I've got anxiety. They're like, I go see my mama. The thing I don't want to do is I don't want to give it to her and my family or anyone. If you're just joining us, 303,243 people died in the United States of America yesterday. It's a bigger number than 9/11. And I've been saying, which way of calculation, we could see anywhere between 4,000 to over 6,000 people die in a single day. protect, and I've been saying all year, protect people, protect supply chain, protect frontline workers, doctors, nurses, truckers, grocery store workers, all people cooking or handling and dealing with our food, protect them. And you my idea at the beginning was to give everyone would be working during the year and a half a car. You have a lot of extra car surplus. And then the people who got paid to stay home and play defense and just be super smart for the next year and a half, they got the basic you needed for food, water, electricity, bills. And that our economy definitely could handle treating the people decently and well and smart over the next year and a half. But what appears to have happened is many of the power player money men saw what would be happening, could be happening, and would use that time period to make as much money as possible. Create a chaotic situation where you can have a power vacuum, power grab. So Elon Musk is in the top 10 richest people in the world. Now they say he's number one. Technically, the real rich shit is off the books. And nobody knows. But the thing is weird that a guy who put up satellites and makes electric cars profited off pandemic more than anyone. That's super weird. And he just moved my state. I guess it's my optimism that makes me think, why can't you be more like Tony Stark, dude? If you go back to Iron Man 2, Tony Stark needs
No, this goes back to the idea that they set it up that Robert Downey Jr.'s man called me to see if I was available for a sexual hookup.
48-year-old man, I turned 49.
And that started early on. So this is about them catfishing me, not that Robert Downey Jr. is a bad person. This is their conspiracy and their story. But I connect with Robert Downey Jr. and I'm connecting with a lot of these people that people can't believe know me and I know them. And everybody's hiding behind masks. Back to our religious fanatic reading out of the Bible like he's getting ready for something. This is Thor News' lunacy and his misuse of technology and being busted in this warfare of the weather and tag that to Dutch sense.
Where the only thing people were focused on was still politics.
They're all a big collusion of these clone bots of each other. It's a bad program run amok in the algorithm. Tag that. He's just staring off into outer space, not saying a damn thing. Because he is drunk as hell. Oh, wait. Let me try again. They can push the volume down. Like it's a trick.
But it seems like that's kind of the 2021 mission. Look, I've said it to you before. At this point, I'm trying to do all the research I can on the different types of vaccines. I'm gonna try and take the good one. And there's some people out there that you're not a Christian, you took a vaccine. What about Joseph Salk, dude? And I would love to call upon Matthew McConaughey, University of Texas, and Texans, Longhorns, and one of the greatest engineering, bioengineering, bioagriculture, Texas A&M, to figure out which is the best vaccine for Texans. And that you can have the Longhorns and the Aggies work together to make sure that Texas has the absolute best Aggie and Longhorn approved vaccine that you want to give your grandmother, your kids. They're like Longhorns and Aggies in Texas should come together to where it's like we have our top scientists and engineers from the University of Texas, which is one of the greatest in Austin, one of the greatest universities in the world. And then the University of Texas A&M, dig them. Like, and not only for Texas, but the rest of the world, but like if you had a real Texas mentality, that would be the way to go. I know now that Elon is here, he's all about making that money. It's fine. I guess. Seems like shit like that is going to be harder. But maybe there are going to be some come to Jesus Scrooge moments. You know, like I talked about A Christmas Carol or Bill Murray's Scrooge. It's a whole team. It's not just Bill Murray. That Frank, his character changes from like the super hard network executive, doesn't care about people, it's all about ratings and money. But by the and his old love, Lois Lane. And by the end, he changes his heart and he sees the Christmas miracle and the miracles of life and love and forgiveness and happiness. I think I'm already there, but I guess I can get there more. And it'd be great if Elon got there. It'd be great if Trump got there. It'd be great if aliens are going to show up to eat us. It'd be great if they got there before they
He's
got
always
here.
thinking about eating. He's obese and got a
I
parasite.
believe in miracles, man. I believe in miracles.
No, you don't, or you wouldn't try to kill me.
I believe in the Christ spirit of like the heroic spirit.
Can't be a woman though, I know.
Earth, like that shit
Gotta
goes
be a
through the fucking
dude.
solar, like it goes through the universe. There's a heroic spirit of man and woman.
He wanted to reproduce with Taylor Swift and have little Elvises.
Time space continuum.
I think you're in purgatory. PX41.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Because you're a liar and a hypocrite and a bigot and a sexist asshole, a drunk, a loser, and a money con scammer.
So there's nothing anymore.
You're just a dummy rummy.
Like that. You're dead, you're gone, game over forever. So if you choose between that,
You made the choice.
or signing back up for like life again.
Tag Scrooge. That was the chance you were
2
given
years. What would you do?
3 years ago. And you didn't take it serious.
I'm tired. I wouldn't want to do it anymore. I would do it again. Like I said, if I died today, I've had a pretty fantastic, super duper life, and I have loved a lot of people and animals and times and moments.
You probably think this is you, you know? That's how delusional you are.
Technically, up to this point, I've lived really lucky.
Let me just make sure that I get it back right. I gotta get back
Many
into
times I
the
thought,
other show.
A, I'm the luckiest man on the planet. I hope many people feel this way. And B, how did I get so lucky?
You think it's happening to you. It's not. You're in the Matrix, fool. I'm in real life. You guys say I'm an artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it's time back up.
That's what you guys are.
Life is good. I mean, the core essence of life is magic, it's love. I mean, it still blows my mind how cute animals are. Think about a dog or a cat. The fact that they're so pleasing to the eyes. They are filled with so much utter cuteness and presence and personality. Yeah, I'd do it again just to hang out with all the super animals. But like I said, if it's a simulation, we'll create a simulation. I believe in God, so it's like the God that created me and you, an animal, God above, the heavens, the earth. I think he did a pretty great job. He or she. You know? Great power comes with great responsibility. And I felt like I've had a lot of personal power a lot of my whole life. I can show up and entertain a room. I can show up and make strangers laugh. I know how to make good waves, I think. I like getting better at life. I was feeling pretty good. Yeah, I would love for us all to get along, have a great holiday season end to 2020. And in a very Ready Player One kind of effect that kind of like everybody who'd ever lived is like back born here in 2020. Hitler, Mussolini, Genghis Khan, Nero. Plus, you got like Eris, and Lilith, and Cthulhu, and Dracula, and aliens, and predators, and those girls from The Shining, but you have every cool spirit hero, Raging Bull, throughout time as well. We got this far, man. Throughout all the historical shit we see, other than one or two weird hieroglyphics, it doesn't look like they had electricity before us. They didn't. Use it like we do. Could be totally wrong. Maybe Atlantis had it. Maybe Mars had it. In theory, the Galactic Federation had electricity before humankind did. But I believe in our solar system. See, and that makes more sense to me. So, like, there's life on Saturn. There's life on Jupiter. There's life on Venus. There's life on Mars. There's life on Mercury. There's life on every planet in our solar system. That's like my heart's belief. That has been my heart's belief. That it just makes sense. Like planets create life. But I'm sure there are some dead planets, but I'm not sure that they started out that way. So it's that whole weird as above, so below thing. Whereas it seems like for the last 57 years, they worked really hard to keep the average public confused about what the heavens actually are. Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto. Like, look, if Elon put 1,000 satellites around Earth, you can do the same shit with Mars. You do the same shit with Venus. You do the same shit with the moon. And then even on those like satellites, almost anything you want. So you can put a GoPro, 1,000 GoPros up over Mars. You can like have every. It's just we've been stuck in the mud, and so it's like your bulk knowledge. It definitely seems like the last 120 years has greatly exceeded the like population explosion, and so the balancing and counterbalancing at the human level is a weird thing. And then if you add ancient ones and aliens and all things, yeah, man, it's crazy. Solar flares. The sun will come out tomorrow. I want to say thank you again. I don't know. Angry dudes came at me in a month and fuck up my shit. The little pandemic. You guys have my back. I have my back. I'm still here. I'm here with you. I am super, super grateful. Someone send me a Christmas tree. Our first Christmas tree ever. And I kissed a pretty lady 13 days ago. And it looks like you are going to make it to the age of 30. So this is a test. I was like, hey guys, I said next week switch face. I'm not the only one who said it by all means, no. Like a lot of people like Jupiter Saturn moving out of Capricorn. Look at this. Capricorn's like the seagull. So crazy. And I think it's can. Check the time if you don't mind. Oh, I am just being random. Courtney Cox. Beautiful. She's in Friends. She's Monica. The whole cast is superb. So they're dumping fudge. HBO is going to dump all the movies onto HBO. Oh, so what I think we should all do, we should all watch Wonder Woman 84 on Christmas. We don't have to watch at the same time. We all have to watch it together. But it definitely seems like that's going to be a cool Christmas thing. And the reviews on it are fantastic. And me and my mom and my stepdad and my family always had a tradition of later on Christmas Day, we go to the movie theater and watch a movie. I was thinking about that the other day, man. That like my mom and my stepdad, my whole big family, often, most of the time, we would on Christmas Day at like 5 after all the morning stuff, and we all go see a movie. It was always a cool thing to see a movie at a movie theater with popcorn and Cokes with the family. Especially if the movie was good. But even if it wasn't that great, it's always cool. In a good way, okay. So, this is a weird alteration of that. Of like, okay, that's our Christmas movie. It's Wonder Woman 84. And I'm very excited about it. Wonder Woman is beautiful. Whoever she may be personified by at that time in Gal Gadot is definitely has a face that you can watch. Like, no matter what that face did, she's always like, wow, beautiful. You know what I'm talking about? When I did talk to my mom the other day, she did allude to the fact that me being hung up on looks has been detrimental to whatever. I'm like, but A, I had the most beautiful mom ever, so, and B, I don't know how to not be overwhelmed by such beauty or to chase it. Although technically my goal is always to have them chase me, be fascinated by beauty. Let's put it that way. And beauty in motion in the female form. The woman. The woman, man. And I don't. There's always a weird kind of Selena vibe around Christmas, or at least since 2015. It's 11:49. So congratulations on making it through this day with me. If you're just joining us, it was bad coronavirus day. And oh yeah, comments are off. Because I don't know, people are mad and angry. And I just try to minimize having to deal with other people's anger right now as much as possible. I have done my best since the eclipse of Christmas 2019 to get us through this whole run as your planetary defense commander, Star-Lord New Thor 7 months. I feel like I've done a great job all year. I wasn't perfect, but I was really good. And all of my advice was fucking solid. And the whole like structural logic that if it is a hoax or just the flu, that like wearing a mask never hurts you. It's not, dude, seriously. Firemen do it, pilots do it, Chuck Yeager did it. Like Marines, when doctors wearing a mask, you go to a dentist wearing a fucking mask. That wearing a mask for a year and a half was never that big of a deal. And so, if you wear a mask, but it's a hoax, you didn't get hurt. No, there was no harm done. But if you don't wear a mask and you don't take it seriously, there's a chance you could catch a deadly fucking virus. And that I don't know why people don't understand. Like, I don't know why adults can't fucking grasp that fucking concept. So for almost a year, it's like having adult, grown-ass children throwing fucking temper tantrums. And while throwing temper tantrums, they're spewing out the virus everywhere and getting a bunch of people killed. It was like, and so we're definitely now easing into when I've been saying to y'all, as we're all observing, what will be the maximum amount of Americans that die in a single day. And that through France, and I think it was Germany, Italy, we have seen numbers that would coordinate or if adjusted to an American population, that would be like 6,500. And these are bigger numbers than the amount of people that died in Pearl Harbor or 9/11. And so someone's like Wall Street using politics and Madison Avenue just trick everybody to, as long as you get 30 people doing the dumb shit, it's gonna fucking affect and fuck up everybody. And then they can boost stocks and make as much money, front run whatever weird concept. Astrologer I've talked about. The Leo King, who I don't always agree with because he thinks Trump is gonna win, and I do not. He said that like in our future we have a corporate concentration camp where like, you know, and that sounds horrible, man. So I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the future. It's like just building these like strip mall concentration camps. Build what? Starbucks and iPhones for everybody? You know, like strip Earth in America of everything that makes it great, whether it be rock and roll, Saturday Night Live, concerts, going roller skating, like all of the things that make being in America great. Just like, no, everybody's gonna be like a corporate worker bee. Concentration camps by Amazon or Google or Bitcoin. Oh, Bitcoin's not a corporation. But it's a thing. So no, I think we're gonna head back to like the 1990s energy, like the 80s energy. But the next 2-3 weeks are gonna be. This is as epic as it's ever been. Like as me, I'm just a guy talking to you. The fact that we did have so many people die today. I've survived, but the next few days, the next 3 weeks are going to be the winter wave I have talked about all year. Like it is here. So my plan is, you know, I will probably see 7 to 10 people total over the Christmas holidays. And I do not, I'm more worried about me bringing it is, you know, I'm going to play super defense, not leave till then, if we go for walks. More worried about, I just want to make sure that I show up and don't give the virus to anyone, including my mom, my friends, my family. I'm going to do everything I can to prevent that. And that I am like much more worried about that than me getting it. If I get it, I will fight it. And if I die, I did my best. Think I would live? We'll see.
I thought you fell in the toilet.
So,
mighty turd.
I don't know how other people are. Like, I can't even.
You're streaming illegally.
Other people can't think like I do, and I can't think like other people do.
You're a human server.
But it's like people got on a cruise ship. It's a fucking day. I don't know, man.
Right,
like
he's freaking
blah, blah, blah,
out.
cruise ship
He thought he could get out of the
tested.
Matrix.
Before everybody got on the ship,
He ran out of weapons. He's out of money.
And it's like everybody tested negative, and then so they left on the cruise, and like 3 people were positive. So now they're doing all the like cruise ship quarantining.
Tag kamikaze.
It was
killers.
the whole point I made when this fucking shit started. When we first saw it break out, it started on a cruise ship, and 11 people died on a cruise ship
It
of like
started
3,000 people.
with electronic technology games at
Going on a
Wuhan.
cruise ship where 11 people die is not a vacation.
Oh, they were
It's a
doing it on
horror
the
film.
ship. I got it. Tag it.
And so, like, that was the one statistic I needed to know, that the virus was not the flu, and like, it was a bad fucking deal.
That's cyber terrorism. That's the weapons that were released with the cell phones and the microwaves. and crossing beams. And you hit me in protected airspace. Just because it's on the ground doesn't mean it doesn't count. Fly boy. Yeah, he's tripping. I know you're barely hanging on. You've really gone downhill in 5 years.
I don't know. So the virus seems dangerous. And from my position and point, disagreeing with QAnon, Trump, brand solar minimum.
I am not
essays,
QAnon. That is a
Elon Musk
conspiracy you
God,
guys made up.
or the best Texan ever.
Tag Susie Quattro, the queen of glam rock. And they banned her.
That seems dangerous.
YouTube Premium removes interruptions from your
You are what's dangerous. People like you. They conspire.
That it's this
You turn over to the dark side and become
We
automated,
have choices that we can make. We have every
retarded
single day.
intelligence. That's what I'm talking about.
And that
This is copyright-free music provider
How long will that last?
and a promotional YouTube channel for producers. And I've always appreciated the people at Here We Go. HEAR. Like here.
Yeah, I think it's 55. Ernest Leal, a police officer in Houston. He died of the virus. It's a 50-year-old doctor in Fort Worth. They had a
More casting.
died of the virus.
More death cult. From an infected, illegal alien known as a bug in the Men in Black movie.
That is just another weird aspect of all of this. That, like, I could catch the virus and die in the next few months. And so I definitely do what I can to enjoy life now. We'll say this, though. It is very interesting to have so many hackers and haters, but they are obsessed with it. Like, they have been around for like 5 years, at least. And then, like, the number increased from 2015 to 2017. And so, like, people are like, we hate you. But they always still pay attention. And they pay a lot of attention. They pay a lot of energy. And they pay a lot of, like, I have been a staple in their life for like 5 years, 5 to 3 years. So all these, like, it's a weird dynamic, man. It's a weird dynamic. But it definitely, like, it's weird. Like, I feel like a main character in that group's life where they're all like, this story, like, it's just weird, bro. Like, people I talk about, like, if they weren't actively fucking with me constantly, I wouldn't be mentioning their names or thinking about them. When I am, it is because I can't, like, I said this shit, like, to start siphoning off all my super chat money. You guys donate. You got a way to get it. This is me go straight to them. Like, it's fucking weird, man. But I'm grateful that I've survived it. I'm grateful, man. So, other people's motivation. I will never understand them. Oh. Merry Christmas. And it's my birthday. 9 days. Ooh. I'll tell you this. I've known one of the QAnons for a long time. And he always gets really weird around my birthday. He always gets like really, I don't know, man. I'm not overtaking it too. Like he just. A lot of people don't like it when I have fun. It's strange. It's very strange. Everything is strange. This is the point of this. And if you drink a beer and a half, you'll get to the point where you just repeat, hey, everything is super, super, super weird. And definitely, like I mentioned,
To create our new daily
some of the
we prepared
most
ultimate
beautiful,
endless shrimp on
sexy,
Monday.
powerful women
Chose whole lobsters for Wednesday.
Yeah, he likes them
ping
young.
ponging through all the alpha
A little
males
bit
since
creepy.
like 2015, 2012. Like I don't need to go into it all right now, but I'm part of a crop of the males and the crop of the women, adult women from like 2012 to like now, they're super powerful.
He's a beta boy. He's afraid of Punani.
They've had.
You have nothing to offer a woman. And you try to get on Taylor Swift and Miley Cyrus, you pervert.
So that makes everything extra super interesting as well.
Makes
And
you
that's
extra
like, I don't know what's
creepy.
gonna happen. That's what I say when people are like the super upper levels are super united. I don't know, man. Romantic issues seem to go eventually. Really from the whole alien aspect to it.
No aliens still.
And there's this whole vibe of like that's floating around that like if you ascend to a certain level,
And you want to be the ambassador,
you don't
huh?
need to. Just like if you're a different level of being, like you're a being that doesn't need to procreate,
Eat or get eaten.
but you're also intelligent and thoughts and words.
You're a moron.
Yes, you have life without genitals.
You're in your crisis years and having a meltdown.
Which is very weird to me. I mean, it seems like a natural part of the universe.
Tag the Oedipus complex and his delusions.
A human, I'm partial to genitals.
No, you're partial human because you ported
Oh, you're
into
general.
the internet
What's it talking about? Okay. I should definitely
as
get
a
off
human
general-
server.
The genital conversation. I'm glad you've been here with me, though. I do not know what's going to happen next. But, you know.
No, your thoughts aren't your own. You'll definitely.
But we're in like a binary thing.
You're in a meld with another entity. You have no control over your mouth.
The Supreme Court is going to reject the suit, and we have passed the safe harbor deadline. And on the 14th, the same day of the solar eclipse, the Electoral College is going to vote. And
You guys pull off this terroristic act during a fucking pandemic plague.
Look for actual signs.
And when the internet is globally hacked, and you know that.
Or signs that will resonate around the election and then for the eclipse after that. So on July 4th, two image things happened. It was when Trump stopped throwing rallies at that point. And it was the night that he came back from the helicopter. He had his MAGA hat in his hand. He looked tired, dejected. His son's girlfriend had tested positive for the virus on the flight over. So it was a sign. It was like he literally it was a bad day for him, man. But at the same time, the fireworks show in Los Angeles was one of the greatest. I mean, it was like everybody in every neighborhood was setting off fireworks everywhere in Los Angeles. As much shit that everyone, especially the Republicans, I talked about
That's
California.
2 hours earlier.
Californians put on.
They knew what was going to happen earlier.
Inspiring,
California's a cover from St. Louis.
Thing that I saw
The
this
Republic
year,
versus the divided
when,
state.
for whatever reason, everyone in like Los Angeles, everybody, like just lit off fireworks. They had all these helicopters. Stu Mendel, who was a pilot, helicopter pilot, was a super cool guy. Got foot like everybody like it was one of the coolest of
Don't
the
you
American
hang
events.
with him?
All these Americans celebrating 4th of July, drinking beer, smoking, being cool, fireworks.
Tag independence.
You can stay home and shoot fireworks. And at the same time, he was going home with his hat in his hand. So it's like, oh. And so I like then that was like I've been saying since March I believe he's going to lose. He's totally mismanaged the coronavirus thing. Crazy. Like, oh my God, I can't even believe how bad he is at it.
Here again,
But the July thing,
we're going to figure out who's got the God gene and who has the mind virus, known as the God gene virus by you guys.
Rudy Giuliani's in the fucking hospital. Like
anybody that misuses a computer is going to wind up in that hospital.
Rudy was flying around.
That's why you chose the Matrix. And now you can't get out to get to a hospital.
Well, he had the fucking virus.
A computer virus.
I don't even know, man. Like
You do too. You've been fevered. You've lost your mind. You've gotten more obese. And all you do is alcohol and food and lies. You're a useless eater
We
now.
have to guess that Trump's had to get a vaccine by now. So I'm just saying.
You're Babylon mumbly peg.
I don't.
Demon
I don't know what's going to happen after that, but I do not
meltdowns.
think the Supreme Court is going to overturn it. I do
Well,
think,
our system's
and-
going to
and for the
implode
Electoral College,
if they don't
there
deal
were
with
usually 3 or
my
4 different states
situation,
totally ignore,
which
they were
you
supposed to,
guys totally ignored. Tag it.
and then vote the other way.
Plausible deniability. But my data was
Technically,
what
you know,
everybody had to
we're
work
only
with.
270, so
And then they know who hated
man,
me
I
for
would say
saying it
97% chance.
and who loved the same
And a friend of
words
mine
coming
who's
out
been
of
working
somebody
for
else's
a long,
mouth.
long time, he
And that's why you
doesn't
switched
think-
identities
he thinks
and names.
changes need to
Tag
be
it.
made, and there, you can definitely do things to make better and secure elections. But he would have to say
This
that
is
he's
about
definitely gonna get
national
overturned.
security.
And remember this: the guy
Listening to every
Paxton,
word I
who
say.
set up the whole fucking.
I'm
This
99%
is important.
accurate.
Shoot me straight up. Paxton, the Texas AG,
But a web
brought
bot
the
can't
case
really deal with that
is
as a
being
human
investigated
server. Kind of trips them out.
for him raising money and using his office the way he did it. And so that
You mean misusing technology? Tag
even
it.
if Trump loses, I'm pretty sure Trump is going to pardon him. So it seems like a very situational. He did it to super boost his chances of pardoning. And Trump has raised $200 million since the election. Where hey, I have monthly fundraisers and I'm lovely. If I can raise enough money to keep bills and hopefully get a car in 3 weeks. Since the election, he's raised $200 million, dude. And so the longer this drags out, the more he can raise until it's continued. So it's very opportunistic. I don't think. It's really, maybe I should turn the camera off because it creates a weird like. So then what happens then? They lose and the people who are like, no, dude, Trump's gonna win. They've been saying that all day, every day, all year. Like no matter what happens, they're like, yeah, Trump's gonna win. And so So they haven't spent much time figuring out what happens if he doesn't win. And so, that there was a lot of talk of civil war again today. Win civil war. Like, how would you even do that? You have so that under the Constitution, all 6 armed forces recognize Joe Biden as the President of the United States Commander-in-Chief. And so they still follow the basic laws. And then you have police officers, peace officers, who are following the law, protecting their citizens, protecting and serving. They're like actually starting and maintaining a civil war because the election didn't go your way would be really, 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 really difficult. You know, they're like, I don't think the Proud Boys are, I could be wrong, you know,
You're into something new.
but that I just don't think
Like really good.
we really are.
Can help with that.
But I want to get back to the Pluto return year thing that we are kind of going through that same phase. And so we all know that changes need to be made, but it's like, how would,
And you can keep listening with your screen locked. Upgrade to YouTube Premium. Upgrade free for 1 month.
peace and working together as a team, as a family. That's the only way to do it in America, and it's the only way I think of the future to do it on Earth. I'm sure there are people that disagree with me. I'm sure maybe there are aliens that disagree with me. Maybe there are dimensional beings that disagree with me. Demons that disagree with me. But that's what I'm going with. We all have to come up with our own personal living philosophies through life. So one more cigarette. I'll finish this beer, and then I'll go back to monitoring the weather and trying to figure out how to make kick-ass, funny, cool edited videos again. There's a song from the Scott Pilgrim Saves the World, Black Sheep, that if I had to encapsulate the post my mom's birthday, December 7th energy, that song, Black Sheep from Scott Pilgrim Saves the World. That's our Astro Fight Club song of the week.
Leave the babies alone. Go eat your food.
So-
Get moving.
But it's
Get moving.
Congress really, really, really should put together some type of a stimulus. I've said send every American $2,020 as fast as you can, get there before Christmas. And then in January, send everybody $2,021. Extend unemployment benefits. Have food assistance and maintain no evictions. And put a place in place to take care of everyone for the next 7 months. And we'll figure it out from there. And we can afford to do it. And then central banks can coordinate some type of shit like that across the globe. But you're going to have, like I said, I don't. It would be great to give everyone an American Christmas miracle. I did die today this week. I was like, what do we do when you die? But I was given great advice. And that timeline just kept getting darker. But I think I'm gonna make it. Let's see what happens though. Thank you. I love you. You guys are great. But, yeah, use the force, man. Be smart. And it's a virus mutate. And there's different strands, I believe, so I would just fucking avoid it. 7 more months. And if it is like a normal virus,
How do you
that's
avoid
like
it by
3
sending
years,
more money?
Eventually, it dies out. Just remember, there's 7 billion of them. And I think history will prove out that more people died this year than the average of the last 20 years. Human regard we have for life.
That has to do with the
each other,
computer hack of
we have
2018.
let that American spirit, human spirit, erode. The 24/7 cable and news really allowed us to.
Everybody already knows.
Everything's like a town
I
square.
went through the steps in
Everybody
the
slogs each other
afternoon
the whole
today.
time. I still have hope and I have faith. And I am so grateful and blessed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stay cool. God bless everyone.
That should be him leaving. Yep. They shoved me on to a Walmart holiday drone light show event that was going to start. And of course, they got a big chat going on. And the question is it real or not? Now, when I switched it from top chat to live chat, it all disappeared. So as usual, this is pre-manufactured. I'm just waiting to trip somebody up like me. But that isn't going to work tonight. Now, back to our music. Here again, here we go. Copyright free music provider, bless their hearts. All right. Let's get back to the big mouth, medically induced into a stupor, media alternative, comedian professional that is another multiple personality. He goes by the name Joyce, and tag that to Bob Joyce and to Elvis. She loves the t and the s, and she likes to be really witty.
One way or another, whether he is or he isn't. I've heard some people, I've heard a few people say that Douglas Dietrich has no association to Michael Aquino, but I will say this, his entire shtick is based on his association to Douglas Dietrich, to my knowledge, right? To my knowledge, that is his association. When I did recommend him on American Freedom Radio, I had a little bit of a repartee with him through Facebook. And I think there was one birthday that when my birthday came around, it wasn't this last time, but the year before, he had wished me a really nice happy birthday. Now, apparently, Douglas Dietrich thinks that I said that I was Stephen D. Kelly's handler, which I thought was kind of funny. And then, of course, I'm getting the whole thing about like, oh, well, what about your association to Stephen? Well, you know what? I'm not associated.
Flip that into Randy Morgan's in the Matrix. Tag
back on it because of what I saw that went down with QAnon, and where that went to. And I said that in the last video, my many videos. I've said that if you're going to be talking about things, especially, yeah, right, I'm his handler. Yeah, okay. That is one job that I've never had. I've never been any. I'm trying to handle myself among somebody else. Actually, like, why don't we just all handle ourselves and stop worrying about like trying to control?
Well, because you have multiple people on your avatar, and you're a human server. It's nothing more than another crazy bot integrated into human form.
What I'm doing, right?
You're another bug
the whole
in the
thing
Men
is
in Black
is trying to
story.
stay alive on your media. Okay, so let me get to the point here.
No, the media is her life because she's in the Matrix video game. She can't barely get around as Sherry Durbin or Sandy Durbin. And this all has to do with too many people in one avatar.
What did I steal my iPad?
It's demon traps.
Like, she really does do drugs. She can't even find her iPad. Because that's the rumor, is that I'm a big old drug addict. All right, so
Tag her insanity about Angela Power Disney being a cover for me for harassing me. And that's Terry Joyce.
As you can see, she is
and the
talking
Durbins.
About JFK Jr.
And CNN.
And
and Scott Meyer as Max Spears.
I don't want to pay to use her website.
And Ferguson.
But it says, I had a very clear, powerful dream last night that JFK Jr. is alive and I was talking with him. And so
tag that to Craig
I guess
Ferguson.
That's her, her theory that JFK is probably alive. Now, I watched Steve's live stream. She's on another show, and
but I don't go on these shows.
Quite a few
so here again,
it's
it's stealing of my shows and data, and how you guys misuse them.
Now, again, my thought about QAnon is QAnon stepped in and took a lot of information, and then probably threw some disinformation in it. And a lot of people, they say, well, if you dish QAnon, then you don't think that child trafficking ever took place. You don't think that there's ever a satanic ritual abuse that took place. You don't think that, all of the, evil things that we see going on that have become a very much an underlying proponent of what QAnon is, then if you don't believe in any of that. That's not true. But I do think that the most accurate thing of this type of activity, where I think people should really be focused on, is Jeffrey Epstein. Like right now, if you're going to
tag Sammy Hagar,
the most
and Thor's
case
voice,
of this
Thor
type of thing
News,
happening with any type of rich,
which we just
people
went
that are
through.
connected to big tech companies or any types of politicians or, you name it, like modeling agencies, Les Wexner.
Tag my pictures of Scott and Shane and Joe.
Really, the most legitimate thing that you could talk about is Jeffrey Epstein. The most legitimate thing.
I'm not talking about it.
Because really, all of the cases right now that were up that satanic ritual abuse came up about.
That was what you guys were doing to me.
Preschool, all right, which went to trial, and that's also
No,
where we got
Terry.
the satanic panic button.
I haven't even been allowed to speak or show my
In the
evidence.
case, they believed that the psychologist was telegraphing the children to say these things with puppets and everything.
No,
so that it
I had
was
clients coming
fabricated,
harassing me that were into
of
mental
safety.
health, new
And
clients.
that's the angle that most of these
Stay away
cases
from the angles.
have gone on. Anything that involved trafficking young boys to politicians, because you can get into the Franklin cover-up, right? And that
Tag
scandal that went on, and there's a
Miss
documentary
Norma
about the
here
Franklin
from
cover-up.
Crestwood. She's one of them.
Things that if you want to
Being
research
trafficked
and speculate and say, well,
as
I
one of the
think
Nexium
that
crew.
because of these cases that
Those girls.
seem like it has the
And
government
Terry
behind
was in,
it,
or
seems
Miss
like
Joyce was in
brought
soft
off that,
porn.
there's a cover up or there's a media cover up or anybody that talks about it publicly.
And I can't believe that'd be Sandy, Sherry, or Norma.
Apology publicly,
So let's go back to Angela Power
Alex
Disney
Jones.
being one of Terry's
I think
alters.
Alex Jones plays the Patsy of everybody else in some ways. My feeling is I don't trust him not to be a shield. That's my opinion.
You don't trust anybody, and you denied me and spoke ill of me.
Over the top, like he's always like, I look local elite, and everybody. It's a performance, it's almost like an old school of being a disc jockey.
I'll get you a
Old
friend.
enough, maybe. And you lived in the United States. We had people like Morton Downey Jr. or Wally George or where the crowd, like Wally. Does anybody remember the Wally George show? Wally George was actually Rebecca De Mornay's father. Okay, yeah, and so Wally George. I almost got on the Wally George show one time. I almost was going to be on the Wally George show with Rhonda Shear. She was the up all
Tag
night.
Rhonda Reese.
Rhonda Shear. I think
Another
she's like
redhead.
like QVC and all kinds of things like that. She's got like the grooves and everything. Like she did a layout in Playboy with
Tag Mark Bosch.
comedians. And Diana Jordan was one of them. Matter of fact, I might interview Diana Jordan on Not My Rabbit Hole talking about that. When she did the layout with Rhonda Shear. I'm trailing. Okay, I'm trailing off on a tangent here. Stick with me.
No, you're having demon
I
threats.
think Alex Jones is kind of like one of those.
Speaking of channeling Max Spears,
and,
Boogie
and
Boogie.
when Alex Jones went down, he had interviewed Isaac Cappy. Okay. And
Isaac Cappy is that Goldcamp.
That Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks were pedophiles, but he didn't give a reason. And that's my argument about a lot of the people that are in this media connected to the UFO community. I should probably show you one more graphic of something of a show that Carrie Cassidy did that was QAnon related. How many did I have here? Took a lot of pictures. I thought I sent it.
Tag poking the bears.
So while I'm looking for it, I guess I didn't have it. Anyways, there's a graphic of somebody else that was QAnon. So she's definitely spouting the Q narrative there. All right, too as well. So it's David
Looks like a
Wilcock.
Russian
David
team of
Wilcock has
girls.
written an ebook, a QAnon ebook. He's advertised it.
Johnson
David Wilcock is
and
also
USA.
connected to Jordan Sather, who was a big QAnon person. His channel went down. I don't know why David Wilcock's channel doesn't go down, but maybe he's working with the opposition. Like, you have to realize that every one of these people have crossed over into the mainstream media in some respect. David Wilcock being on Ancient Aliens, as well as Carrie Cassidy was on some sort of series about Mars, like an episode.
Tag Chandler
I forgot
Cassidy.
what television episode it was, but
And them
she
using
did
me
have something like that out there.
in that fake
and then also,
name.
let's go back to Pizzagate and David
Tag
Seaman. I covered some
CNN,
of the stuff on my most
CCN,
recent podcast on Spotify.
Mel V, Randy Morgan.
And also, just to give a shout out to where my podcast
This is
going.
Cliff High's
It's also
website.
on
Bots.
Google Play and Google
We're still trying to figure out if
Podcasts
Craig's
and Anchor and
a real boy
Spotify,
or if he's
Overcast, Radio Public,
just a wooden
and-
schnoz.
I put the links on my last video.
I still vote for
that
real boy.
because I'm trying to. I like to communicate a little bit more mainstream about because of the fact that QAnon is. I know you guys sometimes who are in other countries.
Sherry and Sandy Durbin would know Scott Meyer, Taggett.
Some of you guys are in Australia that tune in. Canada.
They could have manufactured the Max Spear story.
QAnon has cropped up into the political stratosphere in the United States, and they're associating everything negative with Trump is now QAnon, and they use QAnon as a reason to even convolute information. For example, I read an article recently where they said something like, "Oh, and pizza, in the QAnon conspiracy, pizza is a code word that has a pedophile."
Oh, February 13th.
And if you go back to how that came about, Pizzagate, pizza, the reference of pizzas or hot dogs, or the map or the handkerchiefs and all those kind of things, that actually came out of the WikiLeaks, the John Podesta emails that were leaked. And we found out through there that those were FBI code words that
St.
pedophiles used. And that's where that came out. And then after that, Pizzagate sprung up. And then there was the pizza parlor that was going on. And then it was all the images that came out. And look, those images were strange. I mean, in a way, when you look at those things, like, well, why wasn't that investigated? But just like the media goes,
because you guys
they're
covered
going to
it
cover
up.
they're going to go
Tag the
against
alternative media,
it. The media is
mainstream
the
media,
which
and
I
video
think is
game
what
governance.
conspiracy media.
Your
So
government's
the
gone,
media
Terry.
on this. But when you have the power to create like a blanket, I hate to say the word psyop. Some people want to say QAnon, a LARP, a psyop, whatever you want to call it. But the media, it's how the media uses it. See, QAnon just gave a punt ball for the mainstream media to run on every single story and discredit it.
I'll
And
be
then say,
behind
oh,
the
this
screen.
is QAnon Trump people. And now we have people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez basically calling out for Trump people not to be able to. If you voted for Trump, you shouldn't be able to be employed. You need to be gotten rid of. And we have people like Alec Baldwin making reference to QAnon, and and this has been building. It's all been building. By the way, just so you know, QAnon is on the domestic terrorist list, the FBI domestic terrorist list. It's been on the watch list for a couple of years now. So a lot of this stuff has been actually formulated. A lot of it has been building, and so Q is a very misunderstood. Sorry for them. The whole Pizzagate mess. UFOs have nothing. Let me see. I want to read that one for a second. Let me go to the live chat. Has nothing to do with Q at all, but have followed since the beginning known of the mission. Brittany Meyer says that. Yeah, well, yeah, it doesn't. But you know what? The UFO community, the UFO conspiracy people, they are responsible for fueling it. And look, Karen Cassidy is one of the most major UFO people out there.
No, that's what you guys promoted her as, to distract from my story.
The conspiracy, and again,
You just admitted it.
and I'm not saying this is bad. It's unfortunate.
It's the way you guys made money off my
we
data.
cannot talk about vaccinations. It's on YouTube, all right, or even on social media. Like the minute you post anything about COVID-19 or your thoughts about are masks effective,
You mean your illusions on the line in a computer virus war.
You're automatically like censored.
I know, screens, avatars.
And according to the big tech companies, and by the way, the big tech companies like YouTube, Twitter.
People got so
Facebook,
dumb they
all
forgot
go
kids
under
can't
the
flunk school
Union
during a plague.
guidelines for
Tag the Computer
All right.
Misuse
So
Act.
Here on these platforms, we really do not have free speech to discuss anything that we want. If you show an opinion
The short bus is
about
Sherry's
something
old
that is
trailer.
not the official narrative by the Facebook third-party fact checkers, and the Pointer Institute, you are not allowed
Call Walter
to talk
Research
about
and
it
talk about
this is a
luciferase
danger to your
and how you used to pull
this is
lightning
where we're
bugs'
at.
butts off Sherry and Sandy
It's a big witch hunt, but you
and
see
Kim
these
Durbin.
UFO conspiracy channels going on and pushing that material out, and then going, "Oh, I don't know why I have
Two
to
different
strike.
families
I
of
don't know why I have
Durbins.
to strike. I don't
Three
know why,
different families
you know,
of Potters.
this is happening to me."
Give me a
And
break.
they are representing the rest of the population in some ways that is questions their government, questions the narrative, questions
That's what I did.
everything that's going on.
And I got
mean,
banned
I'm happy that there are people
and buried in social media. And you guys
and
stole my
I think that there are
platform.
people that there's a lot of people whose channels have gone down that they were telling the truth. One
Tag
podcast
your
that
puppet
I listen
master
to all the
next
time
door.
is Zeph Daniel. His channel just recently went down, and I now listen to him on Podbean or on Spreaker. If I really want to follow somebody that I think has good information, and I agree with them, and YouTube shuts them down, I will find them someplace else. All right. A lot of people
Glasgow
they have
Village.
backup channels. We
Sure,
have different
Craig.
channels. I have more than one channel, and I just want to let you guys know that I've started a Not My Rabbit Hole channel. So later on, I'll put.
I
a
see
link to you to
CW
find
is
that
still
channel
sucking your
and subscribe to
your
me
one ball
there as
wonder.
well. Please do subscribe to me and support me because I'm trying to. This channel I've been doing a lot of things on, just like my main channel. I've talked a lot about a lot of different subjects, but I like to get more focused on Not My Rabbit Hole, and also I like to have another place to go to if something does happen to me. I'm hoping to stay, but you know, I'm doing my best to keep it afloat. All right, now there's something I want to share with you guys. I'm going to be a little bit old school, but save the cat. Saw the cat. Oh, you saw the cat. Yeah, that's Jazz Man. He's ready to
Tag Robert Phoenix, cat's gone.
He goes out, he's a little tramp. He goes out all night. Goes out all night hunting for mice and everything. And,
She's cursing my cat.
I'm up late, so he's in and out, whatever, wanting to be pet and everything. And then in the morning, he comes up and snuggles with me. And then he's, you know, it's like he's been drinking all night.
Tag Katie Roby.
Fresh out of bed. Yeah, he's kind of, he's Siamese mostly.
So,
Such a beauty.
I know it's commercial break time. I'm just.
But I gotta tell you,
they're telling
that
me it's
cat,
so dark.
he's a good hunter. Like I've had birds brought in here. I get
She's using the animal spirits, the
sometimes
demons.
it's pretty traumatic for me because you know I'll be up maybe sleeping up top here or whatever, and I'll hear him meowing, and then I go, oh, it's Squeaker, and then I'll turn around, he's got like you know, an animal, like he's like, I'm like, ah! Like, oh my god, you know, it's like it's so, but you know, but I try to be nice to him because he's doing it for me. Like he's like, look, man, I brought dinner, you know, hey, I love you.
That's your false ego.
And so what are you gonna do? Yeah, he's a hunter and he's a killer. But you know.
Tag Terry's a killer queen. She's trying to kill
Yeah,
him.
they do. You
Kill
know?
me.
Yeah, it's I since I've been parked here, you know, because when I had the yellow bus, he was doing it too.
And she never
I
had a
don't know.
decent
I
sex
think I
life.
had like
It's just jealousy and hatred.
10 different types of
And being broke.
Hebrews and lizards.
And being
No,
bald.
lizards.
And wanting me to drive to her house and cut her hair. So she can suck synergy out of me? No, no.
Right? I'm like, you know, like I would tell you guys a story. We had an earthquake here. It was my birthday, July 4th. And I was sitting here talking to Jimmy, and I was like, I go, you know what?
Tag Jimmy Dore,
I go,
to Jimmy
Mom,
Price, and Julie.
And I go, we look at the voters book. I go, he didn't even have, like mostly everybody's voters book, they'll have a little description about themselves, their background, what he was choosing. Gavin Newsom was so cocky. I guess he knew that he was just going to steal the election, and he didn't even leave like a paragraph. You know, I'm like, wow. And then I said something like, Gavin Newsom is supported by the Gordon Getty's money. Like, he comes down from
So
that.
if they don't respond to her, she just talks crap on them.
For Gavin Newsom, you know, of course,
She
he's
thinks
like
they're
Nancy
talking to
Pelosi's
her.
nephew.
That's
And
the
I said
delusion.
that. I go, yeah, the Gordon Getty was like, and then all of a sudden the earthquake happened.
And that's
Like,
what
right when I
Katie
talked
said about
Gavin
me.
Newsom, California has an earthquake, and I'm saying, you know what, that means because we're having an earthquake right now.
In the
it's pretty
Matrix.
scary. It's pretty scary. All animals have the potential to speak in Buddhism.
You're misusing the creatures.
But you know, speaking of
Our
Buddhism,
Creator told
we have, like,
us
Sean David
to be
Morton,
decent too,
Carrie Cassidy's buddy,
but keep them in line.
that she has on her blog site. Carrie Cassidy and the Prisoners. That should be like a song, like Carrie Cassidy and the Prisoners.
Yeah, she's short circuit.
Okay, so Sean David Morton told people Ishmael. You think Douglas Dietrich saying that he was like Michael Keato's librarian? Sean David Morton told people that he was like a reincarnated Buddha, and in 2,000 years he's going to be an enlightened being. Okay, he's going to be Buddha, and that he actually, I think, like did some sort of
Demon threat, soft subject. Bring up another
all these
person.
guys have like these special, like spiritual
Tag the archons.
knowledge and talent and things like that. Do you notice that? All of them. All right. Sean David Morton was a great psychic, and I guess predicted some earthquakes. All right.
Oh, you mean when the ground moved?
I want to see what Charles Lewis said there.
The vibration, the energy.
She likes those jailbirds. She needs two more of the names beginning with A and K, and then she'll have a full set. Have
No,
you heard Carrie's music?
like you
Turns out she
know,
brought this to my attention.
Missouri is a
I
prison
have
state.
heard a little bit of her music, and
Music.
I gotta say, I'm not super crazy.
Tag
about
Warren's
it.
music with Victoria.
I mean, I wouldn't be starting my show out with it, but you
Then
know,
we'll tag Victoria's Secret.
Okay, so I wrote
And their new big girl line.
the voice that sang 1,000 ships. She sings.
You guys hate my voice. See, you mock
Well,
me?
I mean, Carrie went to film school, and she talks about I'm what was it, like UCLA or was it USC? And she
It's more
claims
lies.
that
She wants to bring up Umsel
that she's
because they're connected to the Matrix at 25 South Florissant.
her videos are all that great. Like they're not edited well. I mean, I know we're working.
I don't
on
edit my
videos,
videos.
but I don't.
My computer was hacked.
I don't see the artist.
But you guys edit my videos, don't you, Terry?
I mean, now
I mean,
we're
Sherry.
on an app.
I mean,
Okay,
Sandy.
So I wanted to play you guys
I
something.
mean, Norma
Like,
Jean.
I wrote on my blog about I had met up with
Tag
Kevin
Sybil.
Moore. Kevin Moore. God, I wish Stephen Campion would do a show.
CW's
Kevin
friend,
Moore,
the Satanist,
your channelers.
magician.
A YouTube about beer channelers, and believe it or not, I got hooked up with Kevin Moore through Sarah Rachel Adams because I was talking about things about Carrie Cassidy, mainly
Usually you
about
talk about a lot of people.
domains and subdomains that Ramsey
You think they'd be upset as much as you plagiarize them.
and all that kind of stuff, right?
Oh,
So
but
that's
they're made up.
time was going on.
I know.
I got approached. Sarah said, "Let me hook up with the people."
This is her old story.
And I talked to Kevin Moore for a while. And
Sarah
Kevin
Rachel
Moore came to the
Adams.
United States and was
Another
working on the
fragment.
documentary, and I met him in Altitude, California, up here. And we
Tag Hotel California.
did an interview, and he gave me the footage, and I gave him the or recording that he had with Carrie Cassidy.
You play recordings that aren't yours, and you edit it into your bullshit.
And it had never been heard before. And I want to play that. I want to play that for you, so you can listen to the conversation that she had of him about Captain Mark Richards and the Pendragon Society.
Take Scott and Shane.
I did his show on Tuesday. It was epic. New Orleans.
And it's funny how if you blend them together, on Craig's show, tag Mark. And that's not the name Craig used. Craig's playing psychiatrist over there. Oh, Craig. Remember when I saw Nicole? It really was her. We have a confirmed case.
Then I was this chap that
it's on your show.
This chap got in contact with us by audio, by the phone. Eventually, once we swapped numbers and everything else, to tell me a story about this chap Mark Richards. Now, initially, I did not want to speak to him really, because I didn't want anything to do with it. You know what I mean? I put my interview with you out.
Tag the guy that called from Chicago using a voice changer machine and acted like he was very high up in this. He called me, I spoke to him. I was on a live stream. He came in and acted like he was a BFD.
If I apply it to that, then maybe I should apply it to Southern side as well, this UFO side.
My number's been public for over 30 years.
I thought about it and I thought, well, go on then, I'll speak to him. And I did. And it was interesting what he had to say. This guy knew.
Why do I get so bored with her?
Of, a guy called Baldwin, this guy that was murdered
They're cursing on the Baldwin brothers now.
In the case of Mark Richards. That's how he knew the son, not the family much. But anyway, so he's telling me this story over the phone, and he sends me a couple of links, and it was just interesting what was in the book, what the links had to say. I'd never come across the murder before. I thought Mark Richards was, innocent. Did you know what I mean?
Tag the drama and murder community.
Well.
You thought he was what?
Part of the assumed identities and the dead voters. Tag it.
Now, I'm going to record this if you don't mind. And by the way, you should turn your video off because it still looks like it's trying to put video on, which is dragging down the bandwidth. So you put
tag Terry Joyce
and turn it off.
in the role now of
click on your camera and either
Project Carrie Cassidy as Sherry Cassidy.
Oh, that's odd. Okay, well, it seems, I guess we're having low bandwidth. All right, well, whatever. We can't do anything about it. Okay, so
We bring Mel V in because it's a cult. It's a hive mind. It's a board.
Could you clarify who this guy is? Because what I'd like to do is
Terminator bots.
If you don't want me to pass it on, I will. But I would give it to Joanne, Mark's wife, so he sees what people are doing. Because obviously they have a legal case, they're trying to get Mark out of prison. If people are calling people associated with me and giving them, wrong information or whatever kind of information they're giving, it can be very useful for them. So, do you mind that, or would you rather I don't?
Tag misinformation to fuel these conspiracies and Ponzi schemes.
This person that called you.
This is a guy called Jeff Reed.
Jeff Reeves?
Reed.
Okay.
We're taking an old Steve Reeves movie.
Okay. And then what was the gist of what he was saying again? I don't quite understand.
Sure. Well, again, I'll say from I'll answer from his perspective, right? Before I just answer that. like I said to you,
He said you're hilarious in that.
I mean, I've interviewed Joanne many, it's a few years ago now. I mean, it's many years ago. Is it 2013? It might have been. And
There's a lot of jerks you have to talk to.
Do you mind that, or would you rather I don't?
No, you, of course you can. You can pass it on, absolutely. You know what I mean? Like probably you do as well.
You thought he was what?
You know what I'm saying? I thought he was innocent. I mean, when I watched it,
He is.
yeah.
I would give it to Joanne. Mark, do you mind that? Who this guy is? Because what I'd like to do is, if you don't mind, it's up to you. If you don't want me to pass it on, I won't. But I would give it to Joanne, Mark's wife, so he sees what people are doing. Because obviously
Ted Randy Martin's friend
they're trying to
Christine.
get Mark out of prison. If people are calling people associated with me and giving them, wrong information or whatever kind of information they're giving, it can be very useful for them. So, do you mind that, or would you rather I don't?
No, yeah, of course you can pass it on, absolutely.
All right. So, if you could tell me again, who is this person that called you?
This is a guy called Jeff Reed.
Jeff Reese?
Reed.
Jeff Reed.
A last name is confusing. Tag it.
Okay. And then what was the gist of what he was saying again? I don't quite understand.
Sure. Well, again, I'll say
That's Mel as the head interviewer.
Like I said to you,
Katie wrote him as wonderful. Not me, who she impersonates. Ms. F-V-C-K-I-N-G.
And I interviewed her because
Bargain Beauty,
I guess,
my stolen
I knew it was a
website.
popular subject at the time, just like years ago this was, and it was a popular subject. But I mean, there were some things in the story that didn't sit with me, do you know what I mean? But, hey, we don't believe in everything we're told, do we?
Tag Terry's multiple identities online.
That he was,
Jilly Jill.
Had been innocently framed. And I think
And
anyone
different
watching,
altars
or
in
having
the
seen
blonde knife cult.
would have felt the same way. And, I wasn't thinking of Mark Richards, do you know what I mean, much, when we did the interview with yourself. But this was a chap that had contacted me before, years ago, when I released that first interview with Joanne. After the interview,
Tag Ferguson thing about Mike Brown. He's the same voice
I forgot about his email exchange.
that had the blue hair and the Ferguson
Loads of other things going on.
side
But
out,
that's not my life. But
which is where they were attacking me from St. Louis through Anonymous.
He was like, this is the guy that sent you that original email. I was like, okay, why not do that? And then he got into a bit of a heated argument because I really didn't want to know about it. You know what I mean? Unless he's got some really good evidence that this man's innocent, you can't go around and just saying that someone is guilty. I mean, that doesn't work in my book. You have to be provable. You know what I mean? And at the same time, I didn't want to get involved in it either because I'm making a documentary on something. This is, it's stuff I cover this stuff.
Tag
But it's
Thor
not stuff I'm
News.
focused on right now. Do you know what I mean? But what was interesting was he was telling me the story that, and none of this can be backed up. None of this can
And
be
that
verified.
teal
as
color, the
such.
pigments may be toxic.
As a child, he knew the Baldwin, the son of Baldwin, the son of the chap that was murdered. So, what's the guy that was murdered? What's his name? It was, I've got it in front of me. Just bear with me. I'll just grab it. The guy that was murdered was Richard A. Baldwin, 36. So, Richard A. Baldwin, 36 was the man that was murdered. And this guy knew that man's son. And this guy was also from that area.
I mean, where they add in all the stories
So when that
together.
murder of Richard A. Baldwin took place,
It's called word salad. Tag
it
it.
was made very well known to
They
him
sodomize
that kid
people
he
with
hung
it.
around with, well, that kid, the father, is the man that's been murdered. So he grew up in that era basically. Now, again, none of this is provable that he knew that child or that he was there. But what was interesting, what he sent through to me, was the 22 links on the actual murder case. And when I started going through the links, well, it was kind of obvious to me then that this murder really did take place, right? And it's such an old case that it's not a modern case. This was July 6th, 1982. So it's, you know, it may seem not so that long ago.
You take it back to the murder community.
That is a while ago.
Katie Roby and Life
And
Perplexed.
a couple of the people who were
They're
released
casting about
recently,
the grandkids
Hoover was
in
one
the
of the kids
future.
associated with Richard.
You take it back to Isaac Cappy and Zach Holt.
That was enticed by Mark to make the murder happen. He was released recently in 2007. So on Seattle Times and ABC News,
Tag River from
I've also got
Times.
the articles for those as well, where Richard's accomplices were released. It was actually a bit of a little famous case because this guy was
between
Carrie in some respects. He wanted to set this
I
this
did the
new
interview
camera
about
up
a year ago.
in the Golden Gate area. I know it sounds crazy what I'm saying to you, but again, reading the court document.
You're assuming that I know nothing about the case when I've done a lot of investigation. So I know all about that. And actually, he wasn't a nut, and he wasn't doing that, and the whole thing was manufactured. But it's, you know, I understand the perspective out there, and I understand the links and the things you've read.
And Carrie's
So
making faces like Carrie's
I
nuts.
guess kind of wanting you
Or
to cut to
whoever.
the chase because I don't have a lot of time unpacking to go to Barcelona, etc.
Making the fake faces. Trying to set me up for something else. It's just non-stop
I
harassment.
don't think that's not like out there as those these links are out there and people can just find them. Most people go along with the story that you're that
I won't be able to hear you,
They
Craig.
don't know about the opposing 22 links or 23 links, as I'm telling you. They won't know about
No,
them.
all you have to do is do a search on the web and find the stuff.
I don't think most people are doing those searches. They'll just take it as
Well,
that.
that's their business. I mean, that happens with everything I
Yeah.
release.
They'll
I mean,
take
you
that
can
as
say
You'll
what
be
people
fine. She won't
investigate,
eat
what they
you.
take
I,
And it's dead easy to put a search term into Google and search.
Sure. I was one of those people that wouldn't have done that. I don't think. I don't know why. I just you know, it's not something to
Yeah,
do.
whatever. Okay, fine.
Because it's like he's so out there. The story is so interesting. But what the interesting part about his backstory about in the court cases was he was so out there anyway in the original court case. You know, he had this. He wanted to be the new King Arthur as such, and put this new.
Yeah, this is not accurate, but nonetheless, whatever.
Well.
You gotta understand, this is an intelligence agency operation.
And that could be
It's
the
gonna
truth.
have whatever details they decided to make.
That could be the truth. But what if that wasn't the truth and the opposite was true? Have you considered
Well,
that?
of course, you can entertain both sides of the story, you know. But what I'm saying, Kevin, I'm trying to cut to the chase here. Are you bringing me new information? Or are you just saying, go look at those links? I've already done that, so that would be the end of this conversation. If you have new information, if that guy has new information, then what is the new information?
Well, obviously I didn't know you knew about that, so you know about those links, right?
Well, for God's sake, I'm an investigative reporter. You know, I'm interviewing some guy 8 times. I go to the trouble to go to prison. I mean, you know, give me a little credit here. You know, I do investigate my people and their sources, etc. So, you know, I do as much due diligence as I find necessary. And yes, of course, I've investigated the case.
But would you ever?
Actually, you know, just so you know the background, I investigated the case before I was ever in Camelot.
Right, so you because you knew of Joanne back before then, yeah.
And I determined the guy was innocent and that I wanted to interview him before I ever knew I was going to be an interview. Right?
But
strangely enough.
But what if he wasn't?
Well, of course, what if he wasn't? You know, I mean, that's always a possibility.
But if he wasn't,
you know, you have to
if he
rely on your own.
But if he
you know,
wasn't, if
your
he
own
wasn't,
inner whatever kind of thing.
Sure. But
I mean, I can't tell you what to think. I don't want to tell you what to think.
But
I, you know, making a call to me, you're claiming this guy calls you. Did the guy call you just to direct you to some investigation that you could do on your own that, any regular person could just do? Or did he give you new information?
Well, I never knew about any of this, so to me, it was new information to me.
I get that.
Yeah. And I was going up to the Irons Institute to do a bit of filming for the documentary I was making. So he was only a couple of hours beyond that. So I did a little interview with him just to film him. And to me, it was all, to me it was all new news. But obviously, as you're saying, this is all news that you've told before. So to me, the thing was, right, well, if he wasn't innocent and he had actually done these, then him trying to create this coup would have been just as crazy as the information he's bringing out now. What if he's not telling the truth? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, what if he wasn't? This is, it's just like that's true of any case. All I can tell you is, I've sat with the man for hours on end. I evaluated him. I evaluated him based on my intuition and my investigation prior to every meeting with him. I've spent hours with his wife as well. A person has to make their own evaluation, as I said. Now, of course, there are going to be people who are supporting the family of the murderers. And keep in mind that Marcus was supposed to be, of all things, the mastermind, which is complete absurdity. Two people who did the murder. He didn't do the murder anyway, from the point of view of the state.
No, he never put the screwdriver to the car. He never put
You believe that this concocted story, and it's just, the whole thing is ludicrous. Fine, it doesn't matter what, you can believe whatever you want, but for the purposes of this phone call, I guess what you're doing is you're letting me know that you've done an interview with some guy who knew the son of the guy that was murdered. Is that correct?
That's exactly who it was, yeah.
Okay, fine. So he's not exactly that close to the situation. And he's also somebody who's coming forward years later to suddenly try to contact you. Now, it's interesting that he's trying to contact you, and you said you interviewed Joanne, and he did the same thing then. So then you have to ask yourself, is this guy a paid informant? Is he working for the CIA? There's all kinds of reasons why a person comes forward in this way to try to bring a journalist such as yourself into one direction or another. You can believe him, and it's fine if you did an interview. I guess thanks for letting me know. Not that it matters too terribly much to me, but if you think I'm going to change my point of view because this guy is suddenly coming forward to say, look at these links that have been out there for 20 years or 30 years,
absolutely.
It's not important.
No, absolutely. You cannot just judge a story just from one person's angle. That's absolutely what it was for me was the 23 plus websites archive information about the case. That's what it was like. They are. So I thought not all of this can be implanted CIA information on these sites. This looks like a very genuine kind of backstory on this what this guy was up to. And his accomplices as well. Of course he never committed the murder, but he was the one that egged these 17-year-olds on at the time. That's what they're saying. He was the one that brainwashed them in a sense. So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Okay, fine. Yeah.
But the thing is, most of the people that took part in this case, the superintendent and other people are dead, right? Not dead or died, or they're not around, or they're just, they're now.
That's convenient.
Yeah. Well, it is today, but there are other people that could be traced into this case. If you put the homework in, you would find that you can really trace the real people involved in this case. But whether it's the 2007 release of Hoover or it's other people, you would.
Okay, let me ask you this, Kevin, because obviously this guy had nothing new to add.
No.
Have you ever investigated a false flag? No, just wait 1 second. Have you ever investigated a false flag? Do you know what I mean when I say a false flag?
Politicians don't cheat their money.
Okay, have you ever tried to investigate one?
Well, let me ask you this. Would you put these links out in a new video to say, look, guys, here's this case.
No, that's not what I do. I have no interest in that. I mean, I'm not a reporter trying to investigate his murder case.
If I was covering the Mark Richard stuff like you have done, right? And if someone else came to me with it,
you want.
Why wouldn't you just have the opposing there and say, look, here's what he's saying?
No, actually, that's not what my job is. I mean, everyone does what they want to do about these things. My job is, and our discussions are not about a murder for which he was framed over 30 years ago. And, you know, even at this time, you know, he, again, as the mastermind, you know, there's a law on the books right now saying that somebody should be released from prison if they were a supposed mastermind of a murder because they were not the one who did it. And so the warrant is actually way beyond his stay in prison for any kind of involvement, if you want to call it that, in this situation. But if he's, in my view, he's completely innocent. He was off the planet when he fucking murdered Howard.
If that's the truth, if that's the truth.
Please state your name for the ladies and gentlemen. If you don't understand, I mean, I have so much evidence of the way this works. Have you ever looked at Obama's birth certificate? I mean, you really got to get a grip. You know, this is a whole different way of looking at reality. The false flags, the reason I asked you about false flags is that if you investigate false flags, you begin to go down a rabbit hole, which is unbelievable, of people who are lying about people being killed. I mean, listen to my interviews with James Spencer. Ask yourself why he doesn't want those interviews out there in the public. They deleted them off my site. He's an expert. He's a tenured professor for billions of years. He's written over 10 books. He's a heavy-duty investigator, very respectable man, and he investigates in minutia every false flag that's happening in the United States. He's obsessed with it. And so what we really have to do is look at the false flags, start to see how evidence can be manufactured by the secret government, by law enforcement under orders from higher ups, etc., and disappeared, etc. You really have to go down that road. It's a fascinating journey, and I encourage you to take it. I don't have time right now to educate you as to all the steps, but I can encourage you to watch my James Spencer interview, which is no longer on YouTube. It is now on Steemit and also on what is this called? BitChute. So if you just go to BitChute and put in Project Camelot, you should find it, no problem. You know, this is the reality. Manufactured evidence is so harmful. You know, Pearl Harbor, that was a fucking false flag. And if you don't know this stuff, you need to get educated. Tom Lincoln was a false flag. The government knew. They set it up. They staged it.
I would actually surprised in some of those cases that they were staged or things that happened.
This is what goes on. So if you don't want to believe, if you want to believe evidence that you see in front of you that these people think they're giving you and so on, it doesn't. It's your choice. You know, you have to rely on your intuition. You have to rely on your ability to investigate. And if you think that I should be putting those links on my website, I appreciate your opinion, but I'm not doing it. Okay, because I think it's bullshit.
But then, the only thing we don't know, the thing that we don't know, right, is was Richard A. Baldwin associate, was he really fit, and was his life taken? That's
no, I mean, if I died, I mean, we're not questioning that. It was murder. It was in the news and everything, and apparently that much was true.
The murder happened, right? So who did kill it? Who did kill it?
And claim that I masterminded it. How can I counter that? Seriously, it's a method of the mind. You're talking about a man who didn't come with any kind of instrument, show up on the scene or anything. He was supposed to have masterminded. That is a mental. Did David Koresh mastermind? You know, whatever that was called. You know, Kevin Moore. You know, are these people responsible? Kevin Moore. It's you know, did Jesus persuade people of things, or did he verbally get, you know, did you record his voice? Did he actually write in the Bible those words?
Well, we don't know any of that,
you know,
but we're talking about this.
You know, I mean, this is what we're talking about. Think about it. You know, you're talking about, it's basically, when you reduce it all down, it's fucking word of mouth. There's nothing that can prove it.
Absolutely not. I don't. This murder victim, I can't prove a thing. I wasn't there at all. None of us were.
Forget about whether you were there. I'm saying what he was accused of was masterminding a murder. And I'm saying to you, you can read all the evidence you want of the murder, but you cannot prove that those 17-year-olds were brain controlled by him. Who else could brain control and who's but very likely to mind control people? Well, hello, the Nazis. Well, hello, the people that took over mind control technology from the Nazis, which is the secret government. Well, hello,
He had this idea.
is it an individual or is it the state? You know, you put your allegiance with the state in this conversation, certainly. And, you know, all I'm saying to you is that's not my point of view. I see way beyond that. And I've got for so many years, and, you know, it's just ridiculous. All I can tell you is look at Obama's birth certificate and ask yourself, that fucking guy was president of the United States. And the lies are just so plentiful, it's unbelievable. So, you know, this is the reality we live in. You know, I didn't create it, but I can tell you that if you want to believe the evidence that this man is showing you, that's already very much in the public domain and has been for 35 years, God knows how many years, you know, do so. It's all right. If you want to put it on your website, if you want to put all the links for people, you've done an interview with me, which is not very nice because it was visually horrible. But aside from that, you know, I think my information was good and clear. I mean, I don't encourage people to think what I want them to think. I want them to think for themselves. But I'm not, on the other hand, I am not going to become, you know, a worker for the state and post their bullshit. I'm not going on to mainstream news and post their lies. I mean, I'll post what I feel is the closest thing to the truth and allow people to decide for themselves. If they want to investigate further, and I always encourage people to do that, then so be it, and that's great. And if they want to make decisions one way or the other, that's great too. You want to decide whether Jesus really walked on the earth and you want to investigate it, do so. You know, investigate whatever you like. My point here is that the state manufactures evidence like we would not believe, and I've been doing this for 12 and a half years, and I've always become more certain of this rather than less.
Yeah,
so,
I don't disagree with the state does manufacture bullshit, absolutely. But I don't know, maybe it's my intuition that's rather than him. But you know, he did talk about he wanted to isolate a part of Marine County and transform it into the model of Camelot. I mean, you know,
I don't know, that sounds kind of benign to me. What's the model of Camelot? I mean, you know what? Kennedy and Jackie return to Camelot.
So,
what are you going to do about that?
So,
Can you stand up something too?
Well, no, that's not murder.
Yeah, just imagine her husband. As far as you know, people could say, I'm fucking crazy. I think I'm the reincarnation of Guinevere. What are you going to do about that? I sound fucking crazy. I can tell you that Bill Ryan comes from the Arthurian bloodline, according to Illuminati. That we've got proof of that, okay? You know, he's native. What do you want to do with that information? You want to say we're crazy? Is he really a descendant of the Arthurian bloodline? He's been told by several psychics he is. You know, that's my intuitive take. He doesn't claim it. He doesn't even like hearing that. But, you know, what are you going to do with this stuff? It sounds outlandish. It sounds like we're all fucking crazy. And if you want to come to that conclusion, you're very welcome to do so.
Oh, I mean, listen, I've done a documentary on Challenge. I mean, I've been the first to was the embodiment of English modesty.
So, I mean, you know, I'm sorry.
But I don't have a background of, you know, anything bad in my background. I haven't been arrested for anything, nor have I ever been done for murder.
Victoria left us with more than her patents, of course.
Well, I mean, you know, within reason, people can be accused of anything in Great Britain. It's astonishing the number of people who have so-called suicided themselves, shooting themselves in the head several times. You know, that is physically a possibility. I mean, these things are in the news.
And I would agree with what you're saying. I would agree with you with what you're saying.
Where do you draw the line? Seriously.
Well, that's the thing.
We also look at the evidence. If it resonates with you, Kevin, I can't think for you. All I can tell you is, I've gone down that rabbit hole. I've made my decision, and I've done my interviews. If you want to believe that this stuff is not true, and you want to put out the other side, go right ahead. It's fine.
Our panties were embroidered with the letters VR for Victoria Regina, or is it Regina?
I'm not looking at creating something that's
like Scooby-Doo saying
damaging or hurtful towards anyone. I'm just saying, have we considered this? That's my point. That's only my point.
I know, but quite frankly, I'm going to appreciate your input, okay? And appreciate your sort of active conscience, if you want to call it that, where you're calling me because you think you came across something that I haven't. But as it happens, you haven't. Okay. Now, this person had something to add to this beyond sending you the links. Then I would listen, but I probably, I could easily report him to the state. So easily, it's absolutely mind-boggling. On the other hand, he could just be somebody who's emotionally involved and thinks he knows.
I think he's emotionally involved because he knew the young man. I think that's the thing.
Getting medieval.
Have you ever seen the way how emotionally involved the Ku Klux Klan gets when they go after somebody in the South? I mean, seriously, all I can tell you is, it's unbelievable, this stuff. I mean,
What if in the future the family members were found, and the detectives and actually say, listen, that was my uncle, that was my ex-husband, and that really happened.
Nobody's denying that there are family members of the individuals that are alive today. Nobody's denying that those people exist.
But then what you're saying is that Richard was off planning and has nothing to do with that. Basically.
Would you know that once you've bought it?
Considering he didn't actually do the murder, it's perfectly in keeping for him. Maybe he was, I don't know, in Antarctica for all we know. I mean, really, where does if he was a supposed mastermind, all of that would have taken place before they did the act, right? So the day of the murder, he could have been anywhere on the planet or off the planet. He could have been under the ocean. It doesn't matter. He was supposedly the mental person who put them into it mentally.
And what if this? I'm always what if, right? What if he actually did? And he's forced, what would you feel then?
She was the Queen of England.
I mean, what if?
I'm not worried about it. Let's just put it that way. I made my decision. It's like a lot of decisions you make in life. You make them, you lay your bets where you will. My whole career is based on people like this. He's not the only person I know.
He's not the only one that put the what if.
I've got so many whistleblowers. Some, in front of the camera, some who never did come in front of the camera. And I mean, you really, it's not served to you on a silver platter. The truth, it's a wall, it's a wall of mirrors, and there are going to be people that can convince you one way or the other. And you must have seen books, watch movies, seen books, where it's just you think you know one thing and then it completely reverses itself. Yeah. This is the name of the game. You must make your own decisions, and and basically I can't help you with that. I do what I do. You can evaluate the information he puts out. There has been a guy who talked to him. I don't know if you saw my interview with him. His name is Julian Salt. Britain. He investigated a lot of Mark's claims, literally one by one, and found they were all correct. So, for example, if you are really in a state over this situation, there's ways to investigate, both sides of the question.
Well, that's something I think to consider. Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, well, I think there's truth out there. This is my thing.
By the way, French embassy is the name of a very interesting sex.
There's truth out there.
Contact in the desert is like a lot of those people are mind control. They're lying to their teeth. They're not being honest, and I can go right down the list of things to tell you they're lying. I mean, if you're using that as a reference
No,
or something.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say to you that going to these places, that about 20% of truth, if that, and 80% bollocks, if that, 20% true. Yeah. I think there's so much disinformation in the UFO field. So much. It's been ripped apart by disinformation. Ripped apart.
You know what's funny? I just did an interview, or they did an interview with me here in England with this woman who her name is Carolyn Stevens. She was a campaigner for Brexit. She comes from a completely different walk of life than I do. We did it live with Miles. It's on my website. First interview, the most recent one. You know, you can watch it. You can see how our worlds, completely opposite worlds, come together. And what we both find, is lies we would not believe coming from the top echelons of so-called respectability and power. And so, you want to say qualities I have to say, take a look at your MPs. Take a look. You know, she gave me a statistic. It was something like 162 MPs have all been convicted sex offenders.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I'll be careful.
It's in your press. Look it up.
I don't know.
That's a statistic you can check.
Yeah, I don't think.
Either they are or they aren't. And she's not lying. So, you know, she ran for office. She ran to become an MP herself. She's completely lodged in the mainstream. You know, and her stuff is all out there. So all I'm saying to you is, you know, you want to accuse ufology of lies. Hollywood is full of lies. I worked in it's you know, why target one area? Scientists lie on a regular basis because they can't face it. Our scientists have been lying to the public. And if you get into religion, then you're real.
I'm not targeting you apology just because I had a bit of an appreciation.
This is from Phil. He says, Dear Greg, Jeff, Secretary, for the past 3 weeks, my neighbor has been stealing my newspaper. How can I get back at him? Newspaper? I have no idea what that is. Jeff,
They're very difficult.
Absolutely. And, you know, people are constantly accusing me of all kinds of things. It's unbelievable. What can I tell you? You know,
that conversation is done here. Nothing. You've got to work, but you're exactly where you're at. And I just discovered this a few weeks ago, and it's shook my world a little bit. That something as big as that Margaret story might not be what it seems to be. The French haven't really invaded the difficult one to swallow. We didn't know anything about the backstory, but and I can see why you kept the backstory out there so that people would come up with their own.
This is from Sarah in New York, New York. He says, Dear Greg, Jeff, I
guess it warms your world a little bit when you know that actually, you know what, this guy's got mental health issues in the past. So why are those mental health issues not there now? That's the problem. So
that's an assumption.
It is. And only based on the politics as well. But I think some of the things he mentioned talks about China back to the what is true? Because the one thing Contact from the Desert taught me is that when you get out of the desert, you get out of
welcome back to the show where everything's just great, right, everybody?
It's such a small community.
The hell?
Yeah, well, all I can tell you is you can talk to Joanne. You can actually sign up to visit Martin Prison if you want to talk to the real man. If you really think you're going to investigate something, you should go to the source, right? So, and you should evaluate his personality based on that. You know, I had a
awesome actor. He's
you really have to decide if you think this man has mental issues. You know what the hell you're talking about. That's all I can tell you. So believe the court documents if you will. But you know what we find is courts are full of lies, judges are lies, they're pedophiles, they're everything under the sun. The last thing they are is honest. and our legal system is right. People that are in prison do anything
like you just had a vacation.
And some of those cases,
really did look good. Nobody said you were great.
Some of those cases actually.
I said it to my
it's a can of worms, but I guess I understand where I'm coming from. I don't even feel necessary to defend my side. I
can't get mine undone. That's why America loves you. Because you know how to wait in the right and it's never going to investigate.
I investigate
this movie is
Illuminati and so on. What I don't do is I don't go in back to the past and spend my time investigating murder cases that people are accused of masterminding at the moment. And I had to make my evaluation a long time ago, actually, because I did it actually before the war. I came across, I investigated the case, I read about the case. It's actually a very distasteful case, but there's plenty of information out about it.
They just
came up with that tonight. We're involved in it. We're really demented in their heads. This is, you have to deal with that.
This is historic. Now we know what Victoria's Secret is.
Yeah, music politics, lovely. It's always the way.
Have you ever seen anyone royal in their own?
Okay, right. Well, I'll let you know what I'm going to do.
I mean, you've been in England, you've been to France, you must have seen.
Like I said, I never went to him either. This guy came to me. It wasn't like
It's very nice, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, you don't have to let me know what you're going to do. Just do whatever you do. It doesn't matter to me, to be honest. I mean, it really doesn't. I mean, you can do what you do. You're an independent agent, and I want to let Joanne know that, as a journalist, you're going to do something, whatever. That's fine too. I mean, you have contact with her, I'm sure. If you need her email address, I'll send it to you. But that's, I mean, it's really neither here nor there what you said to me in this conversation, because it's not anything I'm not aware of and have dealt with. Not just this case, but so many others.
All right.
All right, so take care, and maybe we'll talk again in the future.
Well, actually, she was considered a French son because she was born in Poland. She had a lot of trouble from that. They got mad at her at one point. So you just told her the foundation. They got into a lot of trouble.
Okay,
For just being
that was actually from my.
Well, partly what it was. She loved her husband very much. Unfortunately, he died. She got very depressed. And she fell in love with one of his former students. And it brought her out of her depression. She could go on with her work and won the second Nobel Prize. The only thing is he was married. And his wife. Judge here. Let's hear the whole story. I want to hear from the person who went blue, because I want to see what you think about this. In those days, it was considered commonplace for a married man to have a mistress. However, she wasn't supposed to be of the same social class as the wife. So it was this when they separated. The guy fell in love with a secretary. Right? And my wife knew about it and didn't say anything.
Okay, like.
Because he was a different class. Now, how do you feel about that? Who said that? Raise your
I
hand.
said Charles made a lot of comments. The man who's I fly spaceships and fight aliens on Mars. Sixth Sense says everyone is a word. Except her. NLI says Project Camelot is like
what station is this on? I can't remember.
This is one of those
really local access. Why did you get obsessed with Marie Curie? I'm obsessed with her. I'm in love with her. She's my hero. I really is. Right. Are you a big science buff? Well, I am a science buff, and I was going to write an evening of letters with actors who read about Marie Curie. Her letters, right? Because they're probably very interesting, I thought. And then I found out that the letters are in the Paris Library, and they're still radioactive.
Oh, well, you probably want to leave them for that.
Well, I switched to Einstein.
Nice, good idea.
Yeah, but I was so taken with her life that I decided I wanted to write a whole play about it. and hardly anything in the play is radioactive. But you know, sorry, I didn't mean to touch.
No, you went right ahead. You just went, but you know, and then you went straight from a joke. What's going on?
What's your secret? So, what were we talking about? Something?
Yeah, probably. We were talking about one of the greatest scientists who ever lived. I asked you if you were a science buff. You said, and then you started playing with my shirt. And then, do you watch the Mythbusters on TV? That's my big science.
You like that? Yes, I do see them occasionally.
Yeah, no, I like them. They're smart guys. They're scientists, you know.
Yeah.
You ever think about doing that instead of acting? Like back when you were a kid, you know, not long ago.
Oh, I did a science program. I did a science program for 11 years at PBS where I acted smart.
Oh, yeah, of course you did. Yeah, and everyone in PBS, people assume you're smart because you're in PBS.
That's right.
What they don't know is you're broke because you're in PBS.
Listen, now that I'm a playwright, I need the cash. I'm looking forward to the $50 prize.
Oh, you want to go for the prize?
Yeah.
Well, do it now. You brought it up.
Wow. Real
cash, single dollar bills.
I said I need singles because.
First of all,
I've done very few things. What? No, is that?
No, you don't just get it. You don't just get it for being a dork. What do I have to do? No. You have to answer one question. And you can win the big cash prize. $50 on the singles.
Why don't I just hold it?
No.
I'll probably get
Let's just say it might not be a Marie Curie related question. So let's.
I hope it isn't. It's the only thing I can remember.
We don't touch this.
I don't touch it.
In that dialogue there.
All right. So,
very defensive about Camelot.
let's see.
Well, what
Iceland is
what
in the
is
north.
about Camelot?
Yes, that's the answer.
I happen to believe that
That's the thing that gets you ready for the quiz.
I thought that was the question. I'm really sorry. I thought it was like multiple choice.
It's like this is the bit instead of it, everything going. It's like I start off. You say,
Okay.
Iceland is in the north of Atlantic. Its capital city is Reykjavik.
Right. You just said the two things I know. Right.
True or false? Butterflies actually taste with their feet.
Project Camelot. Ryan was Project
Can I just ask you one just little question out of curiosity? What the hell does that have to do with Iceland?
Society based on Camelot. They were going to blow up shit.
Especially you.
In San Francisco.
It doesn't. It's not anything to do with Iceland. It's the actual question. The part about Iceland is set the scene.
But the scene is somewhere else. I don't even think they have a butterfly in Iceland.
It's too, that's just where you're wrong. They're famous for the fly.
Okay, now, all right. You want a true or false answer on that?
That I'm right.
Taste with the feet, but it's taste weird with. I'm going to cover up the answer, but it says they taste with the feet, now with their mouths.
Not with their mouth.
I believe it's not with their mouth. They used to taste with the feet. Now they use their mouths. So they're like, you know what? This is not working.
Okay, so taste with their feet.
Not with their mouth.
So because you asked me a crappy question, I get the 50, right?
Something that Kevin said.
But you bring a 2 to 1 chance. I mean, it's the true or false. So they taste with the feet or they don't.
But he mentioned.
Well, wait a minute. You just gave me the answer.
One of the aspects of this particular case was that they were playing.
No, I gave you the spelling mistake. And,
this is one of the first.
They taste with their feet and not with their mouths.
You're right.
That again, take that with a grain of salt, but that is something that he said,
Flying Wild Alaska, which is a great show. It's on Friday nights on the Discovery Channel. Take a look at this.
So, runners licensed alcohol in California, of Vacaville in Vacaville, California.
You look great. I love this. It's a fantastic book. Give a shimmy.
Oh, that's a.
I want a suit made of that.
I look like a sexy gorilla.
Really?
Yeah.
I look like a sexy gorilla.
Well, what's wrong with gorillas? Can be sexy.
That's very true. Okay. I am swell.
I got it swell.
Yeah, pretty good.
Oh, very 1950s of you.
Go with the flapper thing.
No, it's nice. It's a good look. You look good.
Thank you.
I like it. I got to tell you, I was driving my son to school the other day. I know, I'm a good dad. And I saw you out running.
Really?
Yeah, I saw you run by and I went, no, that would probably be creepy. If I went,
I run all the time.
Really?
Yeah, I run all over the place. When I first got out here, funny, I guess it was a funny story. I was running.
well, don't tell it here.
No, I Google mapped how I could get to the beach the fastest, and it was a freeway, and I was like, I'm gonna run. So I took the freeway, and then all of a sudden I heard
on your feet?
Yeah.
That's illegal.
I know, but it was the shortest way to get to the beach. So then I heard like sirens, and I was like, oh no, something's happening. And then I guess it was for me, and they were like, get off the freeway, and I was like, oh no. So yeah, I ran off the freeway. And then I told my friends, and they were like, you cannot run on the freeway in California. But I was like, I need to get to the beaches.
Let me tell you that not only can you not run on the freeway in California, it's unusual you're allowed to run on the freeway in any of the 50 states.
I've done it a couple times in Alaska and have got
Well, Alaska, with no disrespect to your home state, it's a little less populated than the city of Los Angeles.
It's a little.
How many people live in Alaska?
In Alaska, I guess like 500,000. Don't quote me on that. I have no idea.
Okay.
No, I know like 70% of Alaska lives in Anchorage in the city.
Right.
Yeah, and then the rest lives.
Well, how many people live in Unipleak?
In Unipleak? Then I went on about like 650.
Wow.
Ish.
700-ish?
Yeah, 700, 650.
Right, okay. But what do you do?
200.
Is that what you do for fun then? You race dogs?
I think all the time. Yeah.
Really? Because you know when a dog says vagina, it sounds like Regina. Did you know that? Yeah.
Yeah, so no, growing up,
you race dogs?
yeah, I did growing up, not that much anymore because we got so busy flying. So we
Right.
had to give.
Well, you got a plane, you can beat a dog easy in a race.
Yeah, yeah.
You're like,
No, we gave most of our dogs to our uncles and to some other mushers in the village.
Mushers?
Yeah.
is that cool?
No, it's dog mushers.
What do you do? What's a dog mush? That's how you tell dogs to go faster? You say
You
mush?
say mush, and then you like.
Have you ever said mush to anyone in any other circumstance?
No.
Creepy old guy.
No, I haven't. Have you ever mushed dogs?
One night in Amsterdam, things got a little freaky. Have you ever been to Europe?
To Europe, I went to London.
That's part of Europe.
Yeah, so I have been to Europe.
Yeah, that was nice. Did you see the Queen's Underpants while you were there?
No, I looked, but
Did you do all the touristy things going around?
Not really. I went by myself and backpacked around for a little. Not like I went and saw. I went to Mulberry.
Mulberry, yes, it's one of the famous berry areas.
No, it was this little place, and I stayed with this little old grandma named Opal.
Opal?
Yeah, and we just drank tea and gardened for a while, and then I went.
Is this a Harry Potter book?
I actually did go by myself and drink tea all the time. I was too young to go to pubs, but I definitely want to go back and go to a pub.
I see.
Yeah.
Have you developed a drinking problem recently?
No, I do like beer pretty good. I like
Yeah,
a little breed. The other day I had like bacon beer.
We
And so
are
I got a point of drink where it's bacon beer and then a poached egg and then like a sausage as a garnish. I think that would be delicious. But, yeah.
That's what this is. You're going to market this as what? This is the breakfast beer.
Breakfast beer.
Yeah.
So what about
For the alcoholic that wants to start the day right. Yeah. They drink a bit up in Alaska, don't
They, just because it's dark and
Yeah.
so I guess people start
Start
getting
to beer, but I'm
Yeah, I didn't like we usually play sports and stuff, but otherwise we turn to alcohol and that's not good. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So the sport is dog racing? then?
Dog racing, I played basketball,
Basketball outside in the court?
Yeah, no. Well, the ball would freeze. We played in a gym, normal gym.
Been there.
Yeah. I play like every anything. I wrestled, cheered.
Wrestle? Oh yeah, that's right. I remember
I
you telling
just
me
find
about
that
that. You won some prizes wrestling. Didn't you?
Yeah, I was one of the first girls in our district to win a first place title.
Did you wrestle dudes?
Yeah, I wrestled dudes.
Really?
Yeah.
Big dudes? What do you have to do to the wrestling? Do you have to like pin them or get them to?
Yeah, so my thing, like you stand up and then the ref blew his whistle, I just tap them right in the forehead, and when they blinked, I'd go for their legs, take them down.
Is that legal?
It's so legal. Yeah, you just
tap them in the forehead.
Yeah, or I would like dig my elbow and say we're down and just be like, you find little sneaky ways to like hurt your opponent, and then you pin them.
You got a boyfriend?
Maybe that's the reason why not. No,
Come on, you kidding me? You're not walking out right now. Oh, come on.
Anybody out there?
No.
I don't know, like how much
Not me there.
what like
Creepy guys that can't see.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm so single.
Really?
Yep,
What are you looking for? Then? What you mingling for?
I don't know. I recently like Jonah Hill just because he's so funny, and Aziz on Sorry. He's really funny.
Fat Jonah Hill or thin Jonah Hill? He's lost a lot of weight.
other people that
He looks good. I mean, like, I don't. He's not like, oh my god, he's so attractive, but he's like, you are so funny. Oh, you look at him and you start laughing, and I like people that I laugh at.
You're sexually attracted to your own laugh.
No, I guess I'm just other people.
Other people being funny, so you're looking for someone that makes you laugh out loud by their appearance. And then, actually, creepy guys, I think we're good.
I'm all over the place. Then I like athletes. I like football players. Like my favorite team is the Navy football team, and all the guys are there.
You're a pretty good shot.
Navy, yeah. And then I like Sidney Crosby plays for the Penguins.
You like actual penguins?
Love penguins.
Yeah,
I like penguins. But
we're out of time. Do you want to pause my song and go for the big cash prize, or do you want to tap the haggis in my targets? It's a haggis that's in my targets. You see this target there? It has a haggis in it. The targis. A targus is a thing that goes. Well, you can just go ahead and touch it. All right, okay, we'll put it back. Right, okay, so you want cash. Well, you have to win your cash, right? Did you get French invaded America? All right. This is a good question for you. No, that'd be good. Iceland is in the North Atlantic. Right, this is sentence.
Okay.
All right. Iceland is in the North Atlantic. Butterflies actually live there.
Now, another thing.
Its capital city is Reykjavik.
Reykjavik?
That's not part of it. I'm just setting the scene. Right. Now, here's the question. Which is colder, North Pole
when I watched Steven's
or
show today,
South Pole? Colder, North Pole nearest to Alaska,
people who don't want to wear
South Pole
masks are
further
now
away.
labeled as
What? Do you want me to put the clock on it? Do you want to phone a friend? Phone a friend. Phone a friend. All right.
Oh God.
All right then.
Can I call for my dad?
Yeah, sure. Call your dad.
that will get channels shut down. That and maybe they are an example.
Hey Dad. I'm pretty good. Just chilling with Craig.
I see. That's the creepy guy on TV, isn't it?
About that.
What question do you have for me? If you have a question.
I have a question. So, is it colder in the North Pole or the South Pole?
Oh, that's an easy one to answer for me because I'm a trained pilot.
Well, I wish you're smart enough to rub off on me.
Well, it did. I think you know the answer to this. Look inside yourself, Ariel. Look inside yourself, and you will find the answer is the South Pole. The South.
Well, I think I didn't graduate from third grade for nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say the North Pole.
You're completely wrong, but I'm giving you the best If you're going to be in the LA area and would like to attend a taping of the Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson, please call 323-570-0059.
I'm in Hollywood, and I said, you know what? I'm living in Hollywood. There's no arrests happening, and I'm spreading stuff. There are people that I spend out
Ladies and
of
gentlemen,
my
we've
life.
just heard that the French have invaded America. They've gone as far as Atlanta. So Jeff and I are going to Hawaii. Good luck, you're on your own.
Talking about diet. I decided to suggest it because I thought, you know what? there's nobody being indicted right now. Like the whole thing about QAnon is that somebody's going to save us. That Trump and that they're going to drain the swamp. Hey, I think that the swamp needs to be drained. It needs to be drained on both sides of the political party. But you have these things going on about it. And I want to play you. This was from my last live stream when I mentioned about my video getting hacked and how I was being harassed and how I did make a report with the FBI. I don't know how much faith I have in the FBI to actually really do anything about it, but I did make a report. I do have, like, the YouTube team is researching it, what happened and the hack that happened. Angela Power Disney will not come forward and say to any of her people what's really going on, and she won't admit the type of defamation of character that I had from her. Although I want to show you a few screenshots from her blog site, just so you see it, and so you know that, I mean, I'm sourcing things. She attempts to just come out and do whatever on it, but I want it, because I feel, this is my feeling, I almost wanted to title this, gang stalking in the UFO conspiracy media. I feel that I have been harassed and cyber harassed and, had my, Angela Power Disney says, I'm trashing her good name, but I feel like I've had my good name trashed. I feel like I've had my, like, I've been a cannabis advocate outwardly. Like I said, you can find a picture of me dressed up like Statue of Liberty with a marijuana leaf on my breast holding up a bong as promo for a show that I did. I've been in like California politics for education and everything about the cannabis plant. So because of the fact that I'm investigating you, for you to sit back and call me a drug addict, which is a lie. I am not a drug addict. I do not have a drug problem. All right. And to have somebody across the continent say that simply because I'm investigating your dirty ass, that's where I feel like I have legal. I can take legal action against something like that. You can't just make claims that people are drug addicts or paranoid just because you don't like what they're reporting on you. And that's exactly what happened. And let's not, this is not a mean girl thing. This is not like, this is like two media hosts that just why can't we all get along? No, it's about not being honest. And the thing that got Angela Power Disney mad at me was the fact that I called a couple people out on the fact that she had a guest that came out and made claims that Ella Draper's, and this is about the Hampstead case, that Ella Draper's parents had abused the children. And she said, I have reason to believe. And I'm so sick of people just coming out and saying they have reason to believe, or they think they know, or so-and-so is this, or blank, 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 and they have no damn evidence to go behind that. You have no evidence to prove that the grandparents of those kids were abused. And yet, Angela Power Disney, as a host, doesn't challenge that. She just sits back and goes, well, we all have to, take all these kind of things into consideration. Here's what I found out about Angela Power Disney, and I'm not talking trash just because I'm trying to ruin her good name. I'm questioning things. I want to know, like why you attack most of the people that are hosts in this community. You sit there and you trash talk them, and you try to bring them down, and you even go after the people. Whether you want it, I'm not here to argue whether Hampstead is a real case or not. I'm not here to argue about Mick Martin, because to me, Hampstead is just in the same category as Mick Martin. It's already been decided. Anybody that talks about anything, Presidio Daycare Center, already decided. Anybody who decides to talk about this or whatever, it's simply speculation. Nobody really has any real proof until some other evidence comes forward. But I'll tell you what's happened to me. My video was hacked. and my deleted live stream was replaced with it. So this amount of cyberbullying, or whatever it is that I said in that video, has gone to a whole new level that Miss Power Disney doesn't seem to want to admit in any of her things that she says about me. And I have to ask, why does Hoaxstead repeat what you say? Hoaxstead, don't do drugs, kid. Hoaxstead is saying the same thing that Angela Power Disney is saying. You know, do you want to see what they did recently? Let me show you. Let me show you what happened. This is like really kind of just absolutely disgusting. Okay. So, oh, here it is. Isn't that lovely? Angie and Terry's snuff adventure. Now what? And that came out from Angie's Helping Hand, which if you watched my last live stream, they decided to make themselves show up on my video and say some stuff. Angie's Helping Hand decided to take Angela Power Disney's video that she said about me and make it look like I'm involved with Pizzagate. Make it look like I worked on channels that had back snuff that I didn't want to tell anybody. And she sits there and she tells her audience, Terry. She talks about Terry. Got fired. Terry got fired from Revolution Radio. Terry got fired from AFR. Terry got fired from Truth Cop Radio. Okay, you know, not true. All right. Revolution Radio, yes, I got fired from Revolution Radio in a stupid way. And she knows exactly what that's all about. She knows exactly. Angela Power Disney showed up at the time that I was talking about those domains. That's in that interview that I did with Kevin Moore, if you want to watch the whole interview. She came up during that time. She came up when I was getting when I had my channel shut down. She came up during that time. That's when Angela Power Disney appeared. I'm gonna pour myself a little more here. I'm drinking a little brandy tonight. All right. Cheers, mates. Okay, so I want to play you what Angie's Helping Hand did, and also what Angela Power Disney did, because I've made the recording. It's on my most recent podcast. I don't have it on YouTube yet. But we're gonna close out with this because I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with this this QAnon conspiracy theory shit. I'm fed up with it. Okay, all right. So here we go. Hold on. They'll probably play the commercial first. You haven't heard about Anchor. It's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. Let's go past free. This. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you, so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. Here we go.
So the other thing I should probably report is that Terry Joyce, who is an American YouTuber, ex-presenter with Revolution Radio, which got fired, or I think she got fired, Truth Cop Radio, which got fired, American Freedom Radio, I think, I don't know if she left or what happened there, but she was the last one standing, some reality TV show with comedians, and she
I can't really make it up at the moment what my element is, but Terry's definitely been making fun of me for it. I have no idea what she's talking about. Like literally, like in the podcast, I'm like, you know what? I'm drinking brandy because I can't figure out what ailment she has. You know, I how am I supposed to know that? You know, like what? Like I don't even know what's wrong with her. Like where have I made fun of her? And I have all kinds of screenshots of her old blog about her. You know, like the video that I asked. See, the video, I have to explain something to you guys. The video that was hacked by a profile called Spirit in the Sky. And in the video, I demanded that Angela Disney take the Getty image that was photographed of me when I was on Last Comic Standing. Okay, which happened in 2003, not the 80s. All right, and I did 2 seasons, by the way, if anybody wants to know. And I said, take that. You need to take that image down. I go, Spirit in the Sky needs, all my deleted. You need to take my copyrighted material off, and you got to take these drug allegations down, or I'm coming after you. I am going to get legal representation to come after you because you can't just tell it. It's a lot different than, for me to like do a show and say and research something and say, you know what, Angela Disney came out of the Miles Johnston basis camp. And now she is the head speaker for, anything QAnon or anything that is related to the Hampstead case, which I think that she has no business. She's not a legitimate source to cover any type of that, any topic of that type on it. And yet she's there for a reason. And I think she spends more time just running around trashing other people than she is about actually really doing anything. And I know she has some hardcore followers, and, good for you. You want to love what that's going on. I'm having a totally different experience. And I find it really interesting. If you look at this, if you go to her and you look at the real source of the video that she talks about, the video that they stole from me, okay, and they have up on their channel, I talked about the fact that I was doing a live stream next door because there's a Planned Parenthood that lives next door to me. Not lives, but is, all right? And they're protesting all the time, or they have prayers going on over there or whatever. And I went over there to interview it. My phone overheated, so I ended up doing a second broadcast. But I was already being harassed by Homestead, threatening to take my channel down. Now, and so it set me off, and I kind of went in a rant, and I mentioned something about, I said something where I said, if the comedian Michelle Wolf can do a Netflix special and say that having an abortion made her feel like God, then I think it should be really perfectly within my right to go and actually investigate and live stream some people that are anti or that are pro-life. What would be wrong with me doing something like that? If it's going to go one way, it should go the other way, and there should be a free speech forum to that. Well, in that video, she sits there and does the whole ramble thing about an abortion and how she got pregnant by Michael Aquino. What I think is interesting is all these people sit around and they're all linked to Michael Aquino in some way. And I probably will do another show about that because I got to really think about that a little bit longer. Why is that? Okay. Why is Michael Aquino looking in the background in everybody's story that they made up with? But she said that she had been in some SRA type of scenarios where she got impregnated, okay? And then goes into the whole like abortion thing and blah, 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 blah. All right. So I thought it was interesting. And then she quotes what I said. She says, I heard somewhere, or like somewhere, like it's been said, like, an abortion makes you feel like God, and that's not it. Well, it's very interesting that she's quoting the video that got hacked. All right. The video that was hacked and replaced with that live stream, she's saying the same things that I did. And I find that a little bit interesting too. So I wanted to just kind of, oh, and one more thing before I go. I think you might get a kick out of this a little bit. The last live stream that I had, I actually, okay. I think somebody just, let me see, live chat. Terry, gonna sit back and listen from here on. Weed got me tired. Yeah, it's getting, it's a late night. And I think it's already 11 o'clock here, so it's getting late for you guys. So I'm going to take off pretty soon. But I really appreciate you being here. It's fun. I do my shows a little bit later. I saw that Stone Philosopher was on, and then I saw Steve was on, and I go, you know what, let me just do mine a little bit later after everybody else, so I don't have any conflicts with anything. Okay, but my last thought about, what was I saying about, okay. Last week, when I was doing my live stream, there was a Walter Niedermeyer that was like going on and going on and going on. And then I find, there was a Thomas Niedermeyer. And if you go to the video that they hijacked from me and they're doing their little whatever, making fun of me and making ringtones of me telling me that I bind Homestead in the name of Jesus Christ, for their Halloween ringtone. Levity. I read all about that too. On Spirit of the Skies, YouTube channel of me in the forum, there's a Thomas Niedermeyer there too, whom I've already blocked, Thomas Niedermeyer. And so I left a message and I go, hey, Thomas, when you speak, does Walter finish your sentences? I think that's funny. Because that's how these guys work. It might only be like 2 or 3 or 4 different guys, like with all these different sites that go in and they go from all of their websites and they vote your shit down and they come and terrorize you for whatever reason. But I wanted to play that. I want to say that it's a shame that the truth media and the people that are there to talk about what the reality of this world is and the real reality of UFOs are. Because I think that we're not the only light here. I think that there's a real story, there's a real truth to our existence. But we're certainly not getting it from these clowns. All right, so I want to say good night and God bless everybody and thanks for being here. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Oh, wait. Get a lot of mail. No idea what to make. It's written in a female hand. That's what I can tell, but there's no average name. This isn't a question, a comment, or more accurately, perhaps, a message. I spent this past weekend in an ayahuasca ceremony, which for those of you who don't know, is a South American visionary plant medicine. Some of you may roll your eyes at this, but ayahuasca brings you into direct contact with the archetypal realm of being. Users of this medicine, initiates I should say, refer to ayahuasca as she, because the spirit of the plant is decidedly feminine. An encounter with ayahuasca is an encounter with the great mother of creation, the goddess, the void from which all things come, the feminine counterpart of Logos. Don't
Peterson, you appeared in one of my ayahuasca visions. Might account for why I've been rather fatigued lately. Dr. Peterson, you appeared in one of my ayahuasca visions, and I asked her, who is Jordan Peterson? What is he doing? Which is something I'd really like to know as well. And she responded with crystalline clarity. Quote, here, he is here to invoke and initiate the divine masculine principle on earth at this time. So I'm up here to thank you deeply and profoundly on behalf of the Great Mother herself, the Goddess, the divine feminine principle, who has been eagerly awaiting the awakening of the masculine principle into divinity and service. So, you don't get a letter like that every day. Actually, I get a letter or two like that every day. So, you know, what went through my head when I read this, and this is, of course, a completely crazy parallel, but, you know, one of the things I learned to do as a psychotherapist was just to tell people who were talking to me what came into my head. It isn't what I'm thinking exactly, because that's not exactly the same thing, you know. What comes in your head is more like a dream. It comes unbidden. It's like your imagination. If you're thinking, there seems to be like a voluntary element of that, right? I mean, some of God only knows how we think, but it seems partly voluntary at least. And Carl Jung talked about like a dialogue between the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. It's a constant continual dialogue. But when things just pop into your mind, it's not much different than walking into the room and having something there, which is an observation I also derived from Jung, by the way. He pointed out quite rightly that people don't really think that thoughts appear to them. Now, you can think, because you can take the thoughts that appear to you, and then you can subject them to criticism and elaboration and so on, instead of just assuming that they're true right off the bat. But people often don't do that. Something just pops into their head, and then they assume that it's true. Anyways, one of the things that I tend to do in psychotherapy is just to tell people what pops into my head, because, well, why? Because then the person that is talking to me gets one person's untrammeled opinion. Not even that, reaction, not opinion. It's not really an opinion, I don't think. An opinion maybe is what I think later. There's this personal flavor to it. What popped into my head was this story about Socrates. You know, he had this, when he was being put on trial by the Athenians for corrupting the nation's youth, something I've been accused of, by the way. Although it's not self-evident to me that it's me doing the corrupting. He said that somebody had asked him once, had asked the Delphic Oracle once. And the Delphic Oracle was this retreat that you could go to if you were an ancient Greek citizen. You'd be there and you'd have a dream, and then you'd go ask the Delphic Oracle to interpret it. And nobody really knows what was up with the Delphic Oracle today, how that worked exactly. But she would interpret your dream in any case. And somebody once asked her who the wisest man in Greece was, and the Delphic Oracle said it was Socrates because he knew he didn't know anything. That's essentially the story. And that popped into my mind. It's a crazy comparison, but you know, I have a crazy mind, so I guess that's how it works out. So now one of the things I'm going to do today, which I haven't done before, is I'm going to read you a little bit of, I told you I finished my book last week, and I haven't read it to anyone. I've given it to a couple of friends to review. One person in particular, a screenwriter named Greg Hurwitz, has been unbelievably helpful. He's so fast and so sharp at this sort of thing. I can send him like a 20-page, dense 20-page manuscript, and he'll rip it to shreds and send it back to me in like 90 minutes. It's just unbelievable. He's so good at that. He's been very helpful, but no one else has seen it apart from my editor, and I haven't read it to anyone. So But some of it seemed particularly appropriate for tonight's lecture. So I thought I would start the lecture tonight by reading a little bit of it. And it's from a chapter, it's on the issue of sacrifice as such. This is Abraham and Isaac. This is a very strange Old Testament story, right? This is one of the stories that's contained in the Old Testament that makes modern people think that maybe we should just not have that much to do with the Old Testament per se at all, and especially with regards, and maybe we shouldn't have anything to do with the God of the Old Testament either, because I mean, as far as Abraham is concerned, God tells him to sacrifice his own son. Now it turns out that God was just kidding, so to speak. You know, I'm obviously being flippant, but you know, it does raise the question: what do you make of a divine being who would require such a thing? Or conversely, what do you make of Abraham who would have such delusions? Either way, it's a little hard on the what would you call modern believability and moral integrity of the Old Testament. But these are very, very strange stories, and they're not what they seem to be, or they are, and they're more. So we're going to talk a lot about sacrifice tonight. And here's some of the things that I've been thinking about sacrifice. So this book is called 12 Rules for Life, an Antidote for Chaos, and it's coming out in January, which I think I mentioned. And this is from Rule 7, which is do what is meaningful, not what is expedient. And so here's some of the writing I've been doing over the last 3 years on the motif of sacrifice. I'll start with just a brief intro before I read this. It took me a long time to understand what was meant in the Old Testament by sacrifice, which is strange because once I figured it out, it seemed bloody obvious. It seemed like, oh yeah, obviously that's what it means. But lots of times, if you figure something out correctly, it seems self-evident as soon as you figured it out correctly. I'll see how that works, but you know, it seemed to work for me anyways. I knew that, of course, at least implicitly, I knew of the modern usage of the idea of sacrifice. Everyone understands that motif, is that if you want to make things better in the future, then you make sacrifices in the present. And maybe you even do that multi-generationally. In fact, you most definitely do if you're a good parent. And that's, I would say that's really particularly typical of immigrants, right? Because immigrants often come from terrible places and have to undergo terrible things to come to a new community where they get a rough reception and have a hard time getting their life going. And a big part of the reason that they do it is to make their lives of their children better. And luckily, when they come to Canada, usually given where they came from, that actually works because where they came from is worse and here is better, even though immigrants often have to struggle to get on their feet again. They have to learn a new language and become enculturated and face the fact that they're not part of the mainstream culture. And well, many of you know the whole story. So the idea that you make sacrifices for the future and you make sacrifices for your children, everyone understands that. And it's part of being responsible and mature and shouldering the burden of being properly. And you do that for yourself too. If you're disciplined, in fact, that's almost what discipline means. Discipline means that you're capable of making sacrifices, because you're not disciplined if you just do something you want more rather than something that you're doing. That's not discipline. That's maybe that works and great. If your life is working out that way, great, man. But that isn't discipline. Discipline is when you want to do something right now, and instead you think, no, I'm going to forestall my gratification, maybe forever, but certainly for a very long period of time, medium to long period of time, and you concentrate on something that you think will bear fruit in the medium to long run. And so you look into the future and you decide that by making today a little less impulsively pleasurable, shall we say, you'll make tomorrow a little bit more secure and productive. And then you actually do it too. And that's difficult, and we discussed last week Adam and Eve's discovery of the future and the revelation of the possibility of the future, including the possibility of tragedy and suffering in the future. And it's our knowledge of the possibility of tragedy and suffering in the future that motivates us to sacrifice in the present so that we can reduce the unnecessary anxiety and uncertainty and pain that awaits us. Now, that's a negative way of putting it. We're also doing it so that, you know, we can have some joy and we can make life better and all of that. And that's not trivial, but the fundamental issue, especially once you have small children, this fundamental issue is to stave the suffering the hell off, right? That's what you want to do. That's your primary moral obligation if you're a person who has any, if your eyes are open at all, that's your primary obligation. And so you make the sacrifices that are necessary and you set up the future. And well, the motif of sacrifice is there in the Old Testament. But it's so concrete that it's difficult to draw a parallel between the two. At least for me, they didn't align self-evidently. And I don't remember in my rather limited religious education as a child in the United Church, because I went to the United Church till I was about 13. I don't ever remember anybody pointing out that, like, the sacrifices that Cain and Abel were making, or the sacrifice that Abraham was supposed to make, or the sacrifices that people were making to God were the precursors, let's say the dramatic precursors to the psychological idea of sacrifice that we all hold as civilized people in the modern world. So, although it seems obvious, as I said, once you lay it out, I don't remember that ever being explained to me. But and then let me read this. So now that I've sort of introduced it, here's what happened as humanity developed. First were the endless tens or hundreds of thousands of years prior to the emergence of written history and drama. The twin practices of delay and exchange began to emerge slowly and painfully. So here's a cool psychological study. So it's called the marshmallow test. And maybe it's even a reliable study, even though it was done by social psychologists. It's probably replicable. And it's a nice study. So you take small children and you bring them into a room and you put something that they would like in front of them, a marshmallow, and then you torture them. Basically, you say, "See that marshmallow?" And the kid thinks, "Yeah, I see that marshmallow." It's like, you can have that marshmallow right now, or if you wait, I think the experiment is 10 minutes. Then you can have 2 marshmallows. And so that puts the child in quite a conundrum because they're being asked to trade an actual, concrete, tangible marshmallow for 2 hypothetical future marshmallows. And it's not that easy to conjure up a hypothetical future reality that has the same tangible significance as something real right in front of you. And so it's an amazing thing that people can do that. And so then the experimenter leaves, and some children grab the marshmallow and just, chomp that thing down right now. Other kids, they videotape kids while they're waiting, and they do all sorts of things. They whistle, they look at the ceiling, they sit on their hands, they try to distract themselves. Of course, they're eyeing that marshmallow like a squirrel eyeing a nut, and trying to restrain themselves. And what I see in that is that the child's prefrontal cortex, the higher cortical systems, are warring with the underlying motivational systems, more primordial motivational systems that govern such things as hunger. The hunger system, hypothalamic system, says there is something sweet and fat right sitting there, right bloody now. Grab that thing and stuff it down now. And I'm sure many of you have a constant battle with your hypothalamus with regards to sweet and fat things, and often lose. So you could feel some sympathy for the child. And the hypothalamus has these tremendously powerful tendrils upward into the brain, into the parts that we would associate more with voluntary control. And the voluntary control centers have these little weak ribbons going down to control the hypothalamus. It's pretty obvious if you know something about neuroanatomy what part is actually in charge when the chips are down. And it's not easy for children to learn to regulate those underlying primordial impulses, the ones that are wired in, the ones that we share with animals, but they do it. And the cool thing is, this is what Walter Mischel found, he's the guy who did the study, was that the long-term outcome for the children who can delay gratification in the marshmallow test is much more positive than it is for the children that are impulsive and eat the marshmallow instantly. It's delay of gratification. Now, it's likely that that's associated with trait conscientiousness, although that specific connection has not yet been established, but they seem conceptually very, very similar. So anyways, this emerges in children probably between the ages of 2 and 4, something like that. They should have it in place by 4 because it's very difficult for them to really interact well with other children without having that delay of gratification in place. Because you can't delay gratification, other kids don't like you because you want everything your way and you want it now, and you're liable to temper tantrums and that sort of thing. You haven't got the kind of self-control necessary to make them fun to play with. So you can see that emerging in children, and it's pretty interesting. And not only that, if it emerges, it predicts positive long-term outcomes, just like trait conscientiousness does, by the way, because trait conscientiousness is the second best predictor of long-term success over the lifespan in Western cultures. It's second after intelligence. And so in our societies, the people who do best across time are the people who have high IQs and who work hard. I would say that's a pretty decent. It's a validation in some sense that our cultures are working properly. Because what we want, I would say, the system is working meritocratically like it should, and if you're trying to extract resources from those who contribute at a higher rate, then what you would want to have happen is that the hardworking, smart people do better. If that's the case, then everyone does better. Anyways, so you can see this developing in children. First were the endless tens or hundreds of thousands of years prior to the emergence of written history and drama. The twin practices of delay and exchange began to emerge slowly and painfully. Then they became represented in metaphorical abstraction as rituals and tales of sacrifice. It's as if there's a powerful figure in the sky who's judging you. You better keep him happy or move the hell out. We've been watching ourselves deal with him for a long time. He seems to like it when you give up something you value. So practice sharing and sacrificing until you get good at it. No one actually said any of this so long ago, although they said something very similar. But it was implicit in the practice and then in the stories. Action comes first. Implicit comes first. People watch the successful succeed, the unsuccessful fail, thousands and thousands of years, and we thought it over and drew a conclusion. The successful among us sacrifice, the successful among us delay gratification. The successful among us bargain with the future. And then a great idea begins to emerge in ever more articulated form. That idea is the point of a long and profound story. It's the moral of the story. I'm going to engage in some foreshadowing here. What's the difference between the successful and the unsuccessful? The successful sacrifice. Things get better as the successful practice of sacrifices. The question becomes increasingly precise and simultaneously broader. What is the greatest possible sacrifice for the greatest possible good? If you push a question in a direction, perhaps there comes a time when you can't formulate it any more precisely and broadly. And that's the point at which the question, in some sense, and perhaps even the answer to the question becomes archetypal. It becomes archetypal because it can't be bested. And this is like an ultimate question in some sense. How are you going to ask a more broad-based question than that? What is, given the initial presuppositions that you have to make sacrifices, then the logical endpoint to that is something like, okay, if you have to make a sacrifice, what's the greatest possible sacrifice and for the greatest possible good? That's a good question. The answer becomes increasingly profound. The God of Western tradition, like so many gods, requires sacrifice. We've already examined why, but sometimes he goes even further and requires the sacrifice of what is loved best. This is why. This is another one of mankind's fundamental discoveries. Sometimes things do not go well. That's self-evident. Here's the rub. Sometimes when things are not going well, it's precisely that which is most valued that is the cause. Why? It's because the world is revealed through the template of your values. If the world you are seeing is not the world you want, therefore, it's time to examine your values. It's time to rid yourself of your current presuppositions. There's a famous experiment that I've alluded to a couple of times, I believe, in this lecture series, the invisible gorilla experiment. In the invisible gorilla experiment, there's two teams of players, each with three members, one dressed in black, the other dressed in white, and each team is passing a basketball back and forth to the team members and milling about. You see a video of them doing so. They basically fill the video screen, and the white team is passing the basketball to the white team members, and the black team is passing the basketball to the black team members. And your job, as far as the experimenter is concerned, is for you to count the number of times the black team passes the basketball back and forth. So that's what you do. So now you have an ambition and an aim, and a value. Ambition and the aim and the value, they're all the same thing, and that is to perform well at the task. Now, the thing that's so cool about this, and this is really so cool, it's just unbelievable that this is the case. It's like a complete validation of a certain element of the Buddhist worldview. So they pass the ball for a couple of minutes, and then the experimenter says to you, how many? And you say 15, and because you're happy with yourself, because you've been paying attention. And the experimenter says, yeah, that's right, or maybe not, maybe you missed one. And then the experimenter says, did you see the gorilla? And half of you say, what gorilla? Like, really? And the experimenter says, yes. And then he rewinds it, plays the video, and like a minute and a half into the 3-minute video, sure enough, in walks this guy in a gorilla suit, 6'3" or so, stands in the middle of the game, right in the middle of the game, same size as the players, perfectly, obviously evident, beats his chest for like a second and a half, and then sort of saunters off. And half the people who watch the video don't see the gorilla, which is absolutely shocking. And what that means is that your ambitions blind you to the nature of reality. They illuminate some reality, but they blind you to most of it. And that's fine, because there's not a lot of you in some ways. You're a very pinpoint thing, like a laser beam. And so you just can't be attending to everything all the time. But one of the things that you might ask yourself once you know that is that if you're suffering dreadfully, then one possibility is that you're so fixed on the point, the fact that you're so fixed on the point that you're fixed on might be integrally related to why things are going so catastrophically wrong. Now, perhaps not, because, there's a lot of arbitrariness about life. And perhaps you suffer even when you don't deserve to. That seems to happen in the book of Job, for example, because Job is a good guy, and God has a bet with Satan, which seems like another relatively nasty thing to do, to let Satan just torture him. And he does quite nicely, to see if he'll turn against God. And it seems like a rather playground sort of thing for God to engage in. But the point is that even in a document like the Old Testament, there's ample suggestion that sometimes people just get wiped out and hurt, even if they're living good moral lives, aiming properly and all that. There's an arbitrariness in life. It's not eradicable, but it's possible that it's what you're clinging to that's hurting you. And it's even possible that's the thing that you're clinging to the hardest that's hurting you the most. That could easily be someone you love. Like lots of times I see people in therapy and they're miserable for one reason or another. And sometimes it's because they have a very close relationship with a family member, and that just isn't working. The family member, for the sake of simplicity, we'll say, is not really oriented towards helping them have a good life. The family member is instead oriented towards making them as bloody miserable as you can possibly make anyone. And what would you say? Exploiting the bond between family members in order to enable that. And then sometimes the sacrifice that's necessary is either merely distancing yourself from that person, sometimes substantively, and sometimes seriously distancing yourself from them. Like, we don't talk anymore, ever. And so that's pretty damn rough, and it hurts and all of that. But it's a good example of the fact that sometimes in order to extract yourself from the miserable bit of chaos that you happen to be enmeshed in, you have to let go of what you love best. If the world you are seeing is not the world you want, therefore it's time to examine your values. It's really worth thinking about, because the alternative too is to curse fate, right? Because if it isn't you, there's nothing you can do to change. If there isn't something you're doing that's wrong, then it's fate itself, it's the world itself, it's other people, let's say, because they're a huge part of the world, or it's the nature of the world itself, or it's God himself in whatever form you either believe in or don't believe in, because it's fundamentally all the same in the sort of situation that I'm describing. So, and one of the things that's really interesting, and I mentioned this before about the Israelites in the Old Testament, is that they got this right. It's really something, because what happens to the Israelites over and over in the Old Testament is that they get all puffed up about how wonderful they are, and then they make moral errors because they're arrogant. And then God comes along and just cuts them into pieces for like generation after generation. And they wobble back to their feet. But they always maintain the same attitude, which is, we did something wrong. We did something wrong. It's like an axiom rather than observation, is that if things are not laying themselves out for us as they should be, then we cannot curse God. We have to look to ourselves. Well, you think, well, why not curse God? Because maybe it's his fault. That's a really good question. And one of the things that I've tried to figure out over the last 30 years is, well, why not just curse God? Because there is this arbitrary element to existence, and we are vulnerable, and there is plenty of suffering, and things are unfair. Like, there's problems, right? There's injustice and unfairness and all of these things, and endless suffering. So why not just lay it at the feet of God? And whether God exists or not, in some sense, by the way, with regards to the metaphysics of this particular discussion, is not relevant. The point remains the same either way. And the answer is, as far as I can tell, that if you refuse to take on the responsibility yourself, and you attempt to lay it at the feet of either society or being itself, then you instantly start to act in a way that makes everything much worse, not only for you, but for everyone else, and maybe even for being itself. And so, it's not helpful. Now, if you decide that it's you've got the problem, maybe that's not even true. Like, maybe you are someone who's being tortured by the bet between God and Satan, and like, too bad for you if that happens to be the case. But it still seems to be the appropriate thing for a human being who's standing on his or her own 2 feet in a proper manner to take the responsibility on for themselves, regardless of the counter arguments that might be made against them. That's really something. It's time to rid yourself of your current presuppositions. I also think of that, it's a Deadwood issue. One of the things you see with motifs like the Phoenix. Remember when Harry Potter goes off to fight, he's like St. George, he goes off to fight the hell is that thing? The basilisk that turns you to stone when you look at it. It's a dragon for all intents and purposes. It's guarding a virgin. It's not Virginia, it's close to that though. Ginevra, right, which is a variant of Virginia. Well, when he gets bitten by the dragon and poisoned, that's the dragon of chaos, right? The thing that turns you to stone when you look at it. When he gets bitten by it, then he's going to die. And yeah, well, if you get bitten by the thing that turns you to stone when you look at it, if it bites you, man, if you're not dead, you're going to wish you are. It's one of the two. And then the phoenix flies in and cries tears into the wound, and that heals it. And the phoenix is the thing that allows the dead wood to burn off occasionally, let's say. Well, I think it's once every 100 years with a phoenix, and of course it's pretty dramatic. The whole damn bird has to go up in flames, and then there's nothing left but an egg. But there's a very serious message there too, which is that you can compare yourself in some sense to a forest fire, to a forest, and a forest has to burn now and then. the deadwood to clear so that the forest can actually maintain its continued existence. And if you stop the forest from burning for a prolonged period of time, which happened in the United States when they were trying to manage the forest fires too tightly, then all that happens is the deadwood accumulates and accumulates and accumulates and accumulates and accumulates until the whole damn forest is deadwood. And then lightning hits it and it burns so hot that it burns the tops all off. And then there's nothing left, nothing grows. And so that's a good moral lesson, which is don't wait too long to let the damn deadwood burn off. You know, maybe a little self-immolation on a daily basis might be preferable to burning yourself all the way down to the bedrock, you know, once every 20 years or so, because maybe there won't be anything left of you when you do that. And, you know, that happens to people all the time. I've seen that happen to people many, many times. The deadwood accumulates, the mess around them gathers, the chaos that they haven't dealt with accumulates, and then one day the spark comes and they burn so far and so fast that there's not enough left of them to recover. And then they're the people who've been eaten by the beast. They're the people who've been eaten by the dragon and now are inside its belly, another very common archetypal motif. And while maybe a hero will come along and rescue them, or maybe they'll just stay in there forever. And that's a precursor to the idea of hell. And it's not something I would recommend. So a little medicine on a regular basis is a lot better than total immolation on terms other than your own, sporadically. It's time to rid yourself of your current presuppositions. There's another thing that, see, in the Soviet Union, when Solzhenitsyn wrote about the Soviet Union and its pathologies, it sort of peaked in terms of its pathological authoritarianism when it became illegal to complain that your life wasn't going well. You just think about how horrible that is, eh? Because you know, lots of times your life isn't going well. I mean, and I don't mean this in some casual way. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe you have diabetes and you're you know, maybe you're going to lose your feet or something. Like, it's really not, it's nothing trivial that's going on here. Something is not good. Or maybe it's economic, or maybe you're unemployed, but you see, the idea in the Soviet Union was, well, we already have all the answers. Everything's perfect already. That's what totalitarians think. Well, if everything's perfect and you're suffering, then, well, maybe there's something wrong with you. Because everything is perfect after all. And if you're suffering, then what are you going to come out and say? Well, I'm suffering. It's like, well, then you're evidence that things aren't perfect, right? You're like a widow or an orphan in an Old Testament story, you know, when the kings got too high and mighty, then they wouldn't pay enough attention to the widows and the orphans, and then the prophet would come along and say, you know, those widows and orphans, a lot more important than you think they are. And if you don't pay attention to them properly, then things are going to fall apart around you in a way that you just can't even imagine. So, well, then you're sort of like your own widow and your own orphan, but you don't get to say, hey, look, you know, things aren't perfect yet because I'm actually having still quite a rough time here. You don't get to admit to your own suffering. You can't admit to your own suffering, then you certainly see the suffering, especially the additional suffering, the excess suffering, should be treated as evidence that you're not doing something quite right yet. It should be treated as evidence that you're wrong. There's something important that you're doing that's wrong. I understand how harsh that is. And I'm not saying that everyone who's suffering is suffering because they're doing something in some simple way that's wrong. I was in an elevator once in a hospital. It's a very terrifying thing. And this person got on who was just in an absolute state of shock. You know, I mean, it was really not good. And I don't remember how this happened, but I engaged the person in conversation. And they just said that they had just been diagnosed with what looked to be terminal cancer. And what was horrifying about it was that what they were doing was going over their life in the elevator, trying to figure out what they had done in order to deserve such a fate. You know, they'd immediately taken it on themselves as a moral failure. That's not what I'm saying. You can't come up to someone who has cancer and say, well, if you weren't such a bloody idiot throughout your whole life, you wouldn't have cancer. Believe me, that happens a lot more than you think. And people who have diseases like that get blamed for it. That's not what I'm saying. It's not like that. It's a more generalized attitude that is that if life isn't yet what it should be, then you have a primary responsibility to do something about it. And the place to start looking is to your own errors and fix them. And that's a safe bet, man, because you're probably doing some things that you wouldn't have to be doing that if you fixed would make things better. So it's time to let go and to sacrifice who you are for who you could become. There's an old story about how to catch a monkey. In case any of you are interested in how to catch a monkey, now you're going to know how to do it. First, you have to take a large, narrow-necked jar, just large enough in diameter at the top for a monkey. Put its hand inside. Then you have to fill it partway with rocks, so it's too heavy for the monkey to carry. Then you scatter some treats near the jar to attract them, and you put some inside the narrow-necked jar. A monkey will come along, if you're lucky, and grab the goodies, but he'll want the ones inside the jar too, so that with his hand in there, and grab what's in there. And if you set up your monkey trap properly, then he won't be able to get his hand out because he's got goodies. Not without unclenching his hand, not without relinquishing what he already has. The monkey catcher can just walk over and just pick up the monkey. Because the monkey isn't into the whole sacrifice thing. Because he's just a monkey, And so you can catch him as a consequence of his own unregulated hypothalamic desires. And to be, what would you say, charitable to the monkey, if you put out candy or something like that. It's like, how often does a monkey get candy? He's probably a little more motivated than you are to not let go. But you get the point. The monkey catcher can just walk over to the jar and pick up the monkey. The animal will not sacrifice the part for the whole. That's actually a pretty good phrase. It's the animal that will not sacrifice the part for the whole. Perhaps this story is apocryphal, but as an eccentric psychology professor once told me, fiction lies to you in the most truthful possible manner. Something valuable given up ensures future prosperity. Something valuable sacrificed pleases the Lord. Equivalent statements. One is more articulated, I would say that's the first statement, then the second one is more dramatic and more embedded in a collective religious dream, you might say. What's most valuable and best sacrificed? Well, obviously that depends on the culture and the time. What is at least emblematic of that? A choice cut of meat. Well, if you're a herdsman, for example, that's a big deal. Generally speaking, throughout human history, meat has been a very valuable commodity, as it is, by the way. Chimpanzees hunt. They like to hunt all of us monkeys. And they'll basically start eating the damn monkey alive. They weigh about 40 pounds. Despite the fact that the thing is screaming away. And that's pretty interesting because one of the things it indicates is that male monkeys, male chimps, they're the ones that do the hunting, aren't really inhibited that much when they're inevitable by what you might describe as empathy. And there's certain elements of human behavior that reminiscent of that. You see that sort of thing emerge now and then in human battlefields when groups of men seem to abandon all internal regulation whatsoever to a degree that makes you wonder if internal regulation even exists. What's going to mean? What means valuable? There's a good document by Richard Wrangham, I think, a while back, a book about the human invention of fire. I think I told you a little bit about this. Wrangham claimed that we invented fire, discovered fire, mastered it, maybe 2 or 3 million years ago. That's a long time, longer than people thought. And that's what actually transformed us physiologically from our chimp-like ancestors into the sort of svelte creatures we are now, because it's a lot easier to digest cooked meat. Meat is a tremendous source of nutrition, energy, raw materials, all of that, especially. So meat's a big deal. Cooked meat is a big deal. Maybe it's a choice cut of meat. Kind you might offer to a guest if you're not let's say this wrong. Is it vegan? Vegan. Or vegan. I always think vegan, but that's wrong. That's a star. Vegan's a star, right? They're not like star creatures. They're Anyway, so you might offer that, especially if a guest came to your abode and you were a herdsman. And you might sacrifice a high-end animal and offer your guest a nice choice cut of meat, and that would actually matter. It would mean something. best animal in the flock. What's above even that? Well, in terms of the thing you could sacrifice, well, the best animal, that's good. Well, how about you? How about your child? How about you? Well, that would be next on the hierarchy. It's kind of hard to get past that, right? And I think it's a toss-up whether the sacrifice is greater if it's you or if it's your child. I would say, being a parent, that it's greater if it's your child. Because I think most people have established I hesitate to say proper, but I'm going to anyway. It's a proper relationship with their children. It's, if push came to shove, they take the bullet and let the kid live. The sacrifice of the mother is exemplified profoundly by Michelangelo's great sculpture, the Pieta. Mary is contemplating her son crucified and rude, so that's his body after he's been crucified. It's her fault. It was through her he entered the great drama of being. So what's the meaning of this sculpture? It's a great sculpture. It's just absolutely unbelievable sculpture. You just can't believe that someone could exist who could make something like that. Of course, it wasn't the only thing Michelangelo made, right? It was like, that's it. It was something he just tossed off in a couple of months while he was doing other unbelievable things. But, you know, it's an object of contemplation, which is why it's in a great cathedral in a great city. It's an object of contemplation. And the idea is something like, well, what's the role of a mother if she's awake? I had a client come see me a while back, not very long ago. A woman was about 30 and trying to make decisions about her life. She was pretty career oriented, and so I asked her about, although maybe having a bit of trouble with her career. I've seen this many, many times. So this is an amalgam. This is a story that's an amalgam. And I talked to her about the other elements of her life. It's like, well, you know, there's only 5 things you do in life. So you've got your career down. What do you do outside of your career that's meaningful and engaging? How are things going with your family? It could be your family of origin, your siblings, whatever. You have an intimate relationship. And like, what's your plan for your own family? Apart from those 5 things, there's sort of something like get some exercise now and then, don't eat too badly, and try to stay away from the drugs. You know, that kind of crime, that kind of lays out life. And if you miss any of those 5 things, or if you do any of those other things wrong, then you're in trouble. And you can get away with missing a couple of them, but not all of them. You know, and she said something along the lines of, well, I'm not sure I should bring a child into this world. I thought, oh, God, Christ, you got to come up with something better than that. Such a bloody cliche, which is what I told her. I said, you know, you must have thought that up when you were 16. It's like, really? That's you can't do any better? This was a very, very smart woman. It's like, really? You can't do any better than that? It's like, yes, obviously, this is a veil of tears and, you know, a well of suffering and all of that. You know, if you ask 30 people who are wondering about having children, why they're wondering, 20 of them will say that. And so that tells you how original it is. It's not original at all. It's not a thought. It's like this little, it's a meme, something that lives in your mind. It's not a thought. And it's certainly not something that you should just take at face value and say, oh, well, I'm not having a family then. It's like, no. You kind of look at that and you criticize it a little bit. It's like, well, the other one. That's the other one that's very common. There's too many people on the planet already. I really don't like that statement. It's like, just who are you going to ask to lead? Just how are you going to get them to lead? You know, it's a serious question. And who says there's too many people? What the hell's wrong with people anyways? So we're running around ruining the planet. Yeah. It's like, I think it was the Club of Rome who prophesied, by the way, that there would be so many people on the planet by the year 2000 that there would be widespread starvation. And they were completely and utterly wrong about that. And I think it was the Club of Rome who either compared us to a virus or a cancer on the face of the planet. It's like, oh, really? That's what you think about people, eh? Aren't you something? Isn't that something to think about human beings? Viruses and cancer. What do you do with viruses and cancer? Invite them in and make them at home. It's like, no, you try to eradicate them. You got to bloody well watch your metaphors, folks, because it isn't clear that you come up with them or that they run you. So you better watch them. So anyways, Mary and Mary's the great mother, right? That she's the mother. That's what Mary is. Whether she existed or not is not the point. She exists at least as a hyper reality. She exists as the mother. Well, what's the sacrifice of the mother? Well, that's easy. If you're a mother, if you're a mother who's worth her salt, you offer your son to be destroyed by the world. That's what you do. That's what's going to happen, right? He's going to be born. He's going to suffer. He's going to have his trouble in life. He's going to have his illnesses. He's going to face his failures and catastrophes, and he's going to die. That's what's going to happen. And if you're awake, you know that, and then you say, well, perhaps he will live in a way that will justify that. And then you try to have that happen. And that's what makes you worthy of a statue like that. That's still the sacrifice of the mother. Is it right to bring a baby into this terrible world? Well, every woman asks herself that question. Some say no, and they have the reasons. Mary answers yes voluntarily. Mary is the archetype of the woman who answers yes to life voluntarily. That's what that image means. And not because she's blind. She knows what's going to happen. So she's the archetypal representation of the woman who says yes to life, knowing full well what life is, not naive, not someone who got pregnant in the back seat of a 1957 Chevy, in a one night of half-drunk idiocy. Not that, but consciously, knowing what's to come. And then also allows it to happen, because that's another thing that's a testament to the courage of mothers. My mother was good at this. My mother's a very agreeable person, too agreeable for her own good. But that's what happens if you're agreeable, because you're too agreeable for your own good. That's the definition of agreeable. And so she's a nice person, and it still is. Luckily, she's still alive, and we've had a very good relationship. And I have always been able to make her laugh, which is a good thing. But she was tough cookie, that woman. Remember once she came across, I was out playing in this baseball diamond, empty lot really, in this little town I grew up in. I was about 10, and she walked by. I was there with a bunch of my friends, and I was about to have a fist fight with this little tough kid that I hung around with. And there were half girls on the team, and the fist fight had some relationship to status maneuvering, in relationship to that. Anyways, we were going to have a fight. My mom walked by, she took a look, and I could see from her demeanor that she knew exactly what was about to happen. And she looked for a second, and then she walked by. And I thought, whoa, good work, Mom. No kidding, eh? It's like the last bloody thing I needed at that moment was for her to come charging up and say, you boys aren't planning to have a fight, are you? It's like, well, yeah, Mom, we were actually planning to have a fight. And now that you came and intervened, I actually lost before the goddamn thing even started. So 2 thumbs up for Mom. She was also the person that said, because I had some trouble with my dad when I was adolescent. He had some trouble with me, so it was 50-50. It's probably 70-30 with me on the 70 end of being the trouble. And anyways, I left home when I was about 17. And she said something really interesting when I left home. She said, it was too good at home, you'd never leave. I thought, hey, Mom, that's pretty good. For an agreeable person, you got a real spine, man. So that was pretty good. So mother, this is this. The mother is the person who also says, get out there and take your goddamn lumps, because you're tough enough so that you can handle it. She doesn't say, just stay down there in your bedroom, brooding away, because the world is unfair and treating you badly. Your suffering is too much. She says, yeah, there's a lot of suffering out there, but you're a hell of a lot tougher than you think you are. In turn, Mary's son, Christ, offers himself to God so completely that his faith and trust in the world is not broken by betrayal, torture, or death. That's the model for the honorable man. So you have an interesting dynamic there. You have the woman who's willing to make the sacrifice lays the groundwork for the son who's willing to make the sacrifice. That works out pretty nicely. It's a good thing to know. In Christ's case, however, as he sacrifices himself, God, his Father, is simultaneously sacrificing his Son. Right? That's one of the oddities of the Trinitarian model, is that God sacrifices himself to himself. The same thing happens in Norse mythology, right? Zeus, Germanic mythology. Zeus sacrifices himself to himself. He actually hangs on a tree. He's actually wounded